Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching. Chapter 81, Demonic Paths 3 Blossoms 3, San Dojian looked at me with dazed eyes. Right now, there was only one emotion I could read in his gaze. Why bother? Although San Dojian hadn't been a member of the heavenly demon cult for long and didn't feel a strong sense of belonging yet, he should have already grasped the basic nature of how this cult operated. Is there really a need to go that far? There is, a very good reason. And what reason is that? The biggest reason is that I love the woman named Cheon Yura. San Dojian's mouth opened slightly at the completely unexpected answer. And the second reason is because she desires that kind of future. This was the first time I had revealed this emotion, which I had kept hidden and somewhat dented until now. What I just said was a form of resolve. A resolution to keep the words I had spoken. Yes, a divine figure loved by all, I would make Cheon Yura such a being. Yura insane. A voice laced with contempt, not from San Dojian, reached my ears. Do you even realize what you just declared? Turning toward the source of the insult, I saw Han Mayan still lying sprawled on the ground. Oh, Senior Han, Yura still alive. While everyone's attention was fixed on Cheon Yura and colorful Flower Lord, he had barely survived by dodging Beak Sangha's sword. Han Mayan, covered in blood, gritted his teeth and barely spoke. You just declared you'd dye the sky of the cult with your own color. I know. And what's the problem with that? Problem? Are you even listening to yourself? Even while vomiting blood, Han Mayan glared at me as if he'd kill me on the spot. What you're trying to do is treason. The Chin clan and the other 6 clansons they learn of your ambition they'll try to kill you without hesitation. Oh, come now. That's a bit San Dojian, still knave, seemed to be thinking is it really that serious. But Han Mayan, who surprisingly had a good sense for politics, struck the core. I acknowledged it plainly. Well, that might be true, but I've already steeled myself for it. If someone wrongs me, I'll pay it back. If someone asks me a favor, I'll honor it. Isn't that just basic decency? A favor? From whom? That's not something you need to know. But anyway, crack, I stomped down hard on Han Mayan's head. How dare you? Not just any but a rat lurking in the dark, targeting the cult, and you have the gall to talk like that. Do you even have a conscience? Q Hyuk. Han Mayan's transformation was unraveling, his stamina depleted. Unlike Myung-oh, this guy didn't die from life force depletion, but was reverting to his human form, proof that his bloodline was quite unique. SB, spare me, you want to live? Han Mayan frantically nodded. If you want to live, just answer one thing. I stared coldly into his eyes and asked, where is First Order right now? That's answer honestly, and I'll spare your life. First Order Han Mubik, the demonic faction lord, who had been chosen as Cheon Yura's husband in the previous life. Of course, the moment I returned in this life, Id started digging into Han Mubik's background. At the very least, he definitely isn't in the cult right now. Even in the Demon Dragon Hall, and even after investigating the clan he used as a false identity in the past life, I couldn't find any trace of him. I don't know. Oh, so you do want to die. I pressed down harder on his neck with my foot, making his voice grow more desperate. I swear, I really don't know. First Order is special. Even among the 10 Heavenly Lord, many don't know his whereabouts. Even those like Yin Yang Fist Demon or Colorful Flower Lord. Maybe not the 10, but the 8 might know. Should I have interrogated him back there, even if it was risky? I had let him go because of Grand Protector's wary gaze, but now I was starting to regret it. I see. Hey, there are still some things I'd like to ask you, but judging from the quality of information you've given me so far, I doubt I'll get anything more. Please spare. Crack. Without hesitation, I crushed Han Mayan's skull, a man who had infiltrated the core of the cult by recruiting talent from the 1000-day pass, hoping to become a giant within the main body. Second Order Han Mayan's death was a pitiful end. The moment his skull burst, San Dojian's expression contorted violently. Even if he had received some treatment, his body was still barely clinging to life. He was in no condition to stop me from killing Han Mayan. You're not angry, I see. I smiled as I looked at San Dojian. Though his face was twisted, I didn't feel any rage or murderous intent. He must have been feeling deeply conflicted inside. He had tried to protect Han Mayan but failed. And yet, Han Mayan hadn't been someone worth protecting in the first place. He's dead, and Yin Yang Fist Demon, who restrained you, has been subdued. The things that bound you, Senior, are almost all gone now. So now I'd like to bind your life a little. What do you want from me? that loyalty you once gave to Han Mayan. Even though it was a one-sided relationship where only one party bore the burden, he had never betrayed him and had stubbornly stayed by his side. I valued that loyalty more than even San Dojian's talent. Then what can you offer me in return? I answered without hesitation. A human life? It's also what I want to give her. I was certain that this would work. San Dojian, though fundamentally a mountain bandit, had spent a childhood no different from a wild beast's when you dig deeper. The San clan of Mount had dedicated their lives to give him a human life, and as such, the phrase that occupied the deepest part of San Dojian's heart was a human life. Of course, I am not saying I'll give you freedom. Recruiting someone as a subordinate and then talking about freedom would be contradictory. I know that, but how exactly do you plan to give that to me? The moment he asked that, I knew Gu Hal had succeeded. How else? I'll work you to death and throw you among people. What? But I'll use you, I want discard you. I looked San Dojian straight in the eyes. I'll actively help you find the meaning of life for yourself. I am capable of at least that much. After all, the meaning of life isn't something others can hand you. You find it yourself, through clashing with others. What I was offering was to give San Dojian a foundation so he wouldn't be swept up by someone else's will as he searched for that meaning. You probably can't give an answer right away, since your former master just died. But I can't wait too long either. I have a lot on my plate, so I held up a single finger. Give me your answer before we return to the cult after all this is over. That much should be possible, right? Got it. San Dojian nodded. Honestly, I felt a little bad for him, but if he didn't join me now, there was no future for him. He was already guilty of protecting the traitor Han Mayan, and once things settled, the result was obvious. Unless I personally intervened to save him, there'd be no way for him to survive. I hope he realizes that as soon as possible. Hu, you refuse the wine of courtesy and choose the wine of punishment, huh? Colorful Flower Lord looked down at Cheon Yura, who had stepped right up to him. Though he was smiling, he was already so furious that he could no longer control himself. He hadn't been this angry since the time he let the Tang clan's poison phoenix slip through his grasp. You two dared to trample on this one's pure heart. Never will I forgive you. When you become like that, do you lose your intelligence and conscience too? Normally, she would have ignored him, but his constant barrage of ridiculous lines forced her to say something. Cheon Yura was right, in fact, though Colorful Flower Lord would never admit it. And she didn't particularly care what answer he gave. The man would die anyway. To me, this was a novel experience. So in return, I'll make sure you die painlessly. Hess, you'll die in agony after losing all your internal energy. Whoosh. As always, blood energy erupted from Colorful Flower Lord's body. Even if she tried to push it away with her sword wind, the ghastly blood mist ignored it completely, as if it had no form, and came flying toward her. A terrifying, unblockable, technically invincible, and inescapable, an unavoidable force of energy wrapped around Cheon Yura's entire body. Phew-ha-ha, foolish woman, you didn't even try to dodge this one's essence-absorbing mist. Colorful Flower Lord let out a loud laugh, but a hint of pity flickered in his eyes. Soon, that beautiful face would turn into a hideous corpse, sullying his vision. As someone who worshipped beauty to the extreme, it was a real tragedy. But then whoosh. The blood mist of the essence-absorbing mist scattered and blew away in the wind. I think I've grasped the basic structure. What? Colorful Flower Lord was visibly shaken as his technique was neutralized by just a simple wave of Cheon Yura's hand. It's not merely physicalized chi, but the manifestation of will and intent. Combined with your strange energy, it invades the gaps of the flesh. How are you still unharmed? Cheon Yura slowly stepped forward toward Colorful Flower Lord. And as if mirroring her pace, he stepped backward. No matter how unusual or mysterious the power is, if it can be controlled, there's a way to stop it. Don't be ridiculous. Are you saying you've reached the realm of will-commanding chi manipulation? Controlling objects with intent and manipulating phenomena with will? Many names existed for it. But at its core, it referred to the realm where one could interfere with the external world using chi controlled by sheer intent. This realm was symbolic of supreme masters, often represented by the pinnacle levels known as Transformation Realm or Extreme Demon. And even if you had reached that realm, it wouldn't matter. To overpower this one's essence-absorbing mist, you'd need to be one of the 5 kings of the Central Plains. The 5 kings referred to those acknowledged as top-tier masters, even within the transformation realm, the absolute elite. Even Colorful Flower Lord himself had reached the transformation realm, so what he said wasn't wrong in general. You can't be a rejuvenated ancient witch in her prime or anything. Yura making one mistake. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Terrifying demonic energy surged from Cheon Yura's entire body. A dread so overwhelming it seemed it could consume the world like the ancient evil god Mara itself. The heavenly demonic divine art and the heaven-slaying demonic sword are not things that can be measured by your standards. Arg. Even within that torrent of massive demonic energy, Cheon Yura stood tall and proud, a power that far exceeded everyone's expectations. Her overwhelming strength left not only colorful Flower Lord, but also Jeoksun and the warriors of evil overlords of heaven, who had been watching, speechless. Jeoksun murmured absent-mindedly that, "Is that really power a human can wield?" Even when the yin-yang fist demon unleashed his sun and moon heaven-shattering demonic art, it hadn't felt like this. Just witnessing it broke your spirita divine majesty that made one want to prostrate instinctively. Colorful Flower Lord clung desperately to his crumbling will and shouted, "I admit you've exceeded my expectations, but can you break through this awakened form?" As if trying to brainwash himself, Colorful Flower Lord roared, "This awakened form was created by borrowing the power of the spirit turtle from the mythic era. No human power can possibly penetrate it." Slash, he couldn't finish his sentence. A single blow, a massive black slash big enough to slice the ceiling, cleaved through Colorful Flower Lord's right arm. Chapter 82. Demonic Paths 3 Blossoms 4. A severed arm flew through the air. Colorful Flower Lord stared blankly at the limb. Thunk, a fleeting moment passed as if it were an eternity. Eventually, the severed arm slammed to the ground and twitched. And then, reality kicked in. Kwaya, screaming in agony, Colorful Flower Lord writhed as delayed pain overwhelmed him. That sword form just now wasn't the same one that aimed for my neck in our first exchange. Recalling the strike from just a moment ago, I broke into a cold sweat. This time, the strike had flown vertically rather than horizontally, but it had been too intense to mistake for anything else. The flow of chi forming the slash had been eerily similar. Regeneration, it's not regenerating. Why? Colorful Flower Lord desperately fumbled at his severed arm, trying to do something, but his desperate attempt was in vain. Damn that heavenly demonic divine art. You cursed descendant of a devil. You're the last person who should be calling someone else a devil. Don't be absurd. To belittle the noble divine beasts that once ruled the heavens like that. Though he had lost an arm, Colorful Flower Lord hadn't lost his fighting spirit. Suddenly, several tentacle-like appendages burst from his back and began writhing. Fitting for someone with yin energy to have something that grotesque. And yet, those tentacles carried a surprisingly divine yin force. So the part about the power of divine beasts wasn't entirely a lie. However, ha, from the moment the tentacles emerged, his eyes began to darken with a black aura. He's losing his reason. Cheon Yura accurately assessed Colorful Flower Lord's condition. While he had forcibly drawn out his power, he was now suffering the side effects, just like the others had. It'll finish him before he becomes more of a hassle. Even so, the sheer amplification of his power wasn't something to be ignored, and Cheon Yura raised her sword once again. Kaya, Colorful Flower Lord charged at Cheon Yura. It was a mindless rush with no proper footwork or movement technique, but the speed and impact behind it were anything but ordinary. Cheon Yura nimbly dodged the reckless charge. Quack-quang. A rock wall nearby was instantly blown open, causing a minor tremor to ripple through the ground. What madness? Jeoksun shouted in shock at the sheer force of the shockwave. If they couldn't stop that maniac's charge, they might really be buried alive in this place. He's nothing but a beast now. Smirk. A ferocious smile curled at the corner of Cheon Yura's lips. When facing a beast, the most effective way is to beat it like one. Didai, just as Colorful Flower Lord prepared to charge again slash. This time, Cheon Yura's sword sliced diagonally through Colorful Flower Lord's torso. Gah. And that wasn't the only slash. This can't be. A storm of slashes filled his vision. He'd fought many elites from the evil overlords of heaven, and he'd taken attacks like this before. But back then, not every strike had landed with such fatal precision. Crack, thud, crunch, thin red lines etched themselves across Colorful Flower Lord's thick hide. And each time one of those lines grew longer, his vitality rapidly drained. Is this even something a human can do? I had only seen Cheon Yura's divine state once in my past life. It was when she, poisoned by countless fatal toxins, charged headlong into the Golden Dragon Heavenly Sword Squad wielding 12 different blades. but the way she looked now didn't fall short of that moment at all. Crack, 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 the awakened form of colorful flower lord, once thought to be unbreakable, shattered like a thin shell struck by a hammer. Damn it all. Even his prized soul-draining blood ghost art was useless. Qa, ga. He tried to put up a final struggle, but a barrage of sword chi slammed into his vision, smothering his final resistance. Just like that. Colorful flower lord, torn apart by Cheon Yura's relentless assault, slumped over, bleeding blue blood from every part of his body. A clear sign his life force had been extinguished. Phew. Cheon Yura exhaled as she retrieved her sword after killing colorful flower lord in an instant. I've still got a long way to go. Several people were left speechless by that remark. Shed overwhelmingly crushed her opponent without giving him a chance to resist. What did she mean? She had a long way to go? Beon. Yes, young cult leader. Seemingly out of nowhere, Beon appeared, having concealed her presence until now. What about the task I gave you? Here it is. In Beon's hand was a severed head. A young man's head, eyes still wide open as if in disbelief. Recognizing it, Jeomjoksun's eyes widened in shock. Museong. The severed head belonged to none other than Jeomjoksun's youngest junior brother, and one of the so-called three orders of the heaven-defying society, Ching Museong no, Han Museong. How was it? It wasn't much. I cut his neck before he could transform. Beon shook her head as if it truly wasn't worth mentioning. Hearing that, Jeomjoksun was dumbfounded. Even if my youngest junior was the weakest, he must reach near the master-level realm. Despite the 10-year age gap between him and the third disciple, their master hadn't taken him as a disciple for nothing. He possessed overwhelming talent that would have stood out anywhere. But the woman in front of them looked, at best, to be about the same age as Han Museong. While Jeomjoksun was reeling in disbelief, looks like it's more or less over now. Beek Sanga approached the two. You were too caught up watching the young cult leader fight to wrap things up, weren't you? I could finished it any time. At Beon's jab, Beek Sanga snapped back, and the two started bickering. Cheon Yura watched them with a faint smile, saying nothing to rebuke them. Then it's the three blossoms. One of the members from the evil overlords of heaven muttered this unconsciously while staring at the three. Demonic paths, three blossoms. Another quickly echoed the term with awe in their voice. 3 incredible female prodigies have appeared in the demonic cult. I clicked my tongue bitterly at their exclamations. The other two, sure, but one of them's a bit before I knew it. One of the 4 pillars of the Orthodox sect, Southern Sword Flower, had been lumped in with the demonic paths 3 blossoms. Well, regardless, the rumors will spread like wildfire throughout the martial world. These men were top elites even within the evil overlords of heaven. Naturally, their influence within the unorthodox factions was considerable. If they all started talking about this event, even though we were in the remote regions, word would reach the central plains in no time. Then it happened. I've seen the divine state of the young cult leader for myself. The demonic emperor lord, Jeomjoksun, stepped forward and locked eyes with Cheon Yura. You're certainly worthy of succeeding the great heavenly demon cult. To think you surpassed even the peak of the master level at your age. You flatter me, though she replied humbly, there was a faint trace of exhaustion on her face. Indeed, even she had to give her all to bring down colorful flower lord. However, I must express my protest to you all. About what? Cheon Yura's expression, along with the other two behind her, hardened at once. First of all, the head you severed was my sect's youngest disciple. Even if he was a traitor, it was something that should have been handled by our own hands. Seriously, Jeomjoksun had started nitpicking over a ridiculous reason. And then, while we were bleeding and fighting, you took it upon yourselves to plunder the legacy of 9 Heavens' mystic maiden. That's just basic courtesy, isn't it? None of the 3 answered. This wasn't just about greed for relics. Your words are misleading, demonic emperor lord. You are? I stepped forward, placing myself between Cheon Yura and Jeomjoksun. The legacy of 9 Heavens' mystic maidens still remains intact at the far end. Countless treasures and sacred artifacts lie untouched on the altar. Didn't you see them? I did. But judging from the divine aura you're all exuding, it seems the legacy wasn't limited to material things. Jeomjoksun glared at me coldly. Even you alone seem more than 2 levels stronger than when I saw you in Eastern Sea Fortress. And it's only been a few days, so that was the reason behind his hostility. Is that so? The current you is clearly beyond my level. The strength of those 3 women is also abnormal. If you reached the end before us and took the true legacy, it all makes sense. Yura mistaken. Mistaken, I've always been strong, as have those three. What? Jeomjiokson's face twisted at how brazen I was being. Unless you have proof, can you claim with certainty what we discovered or took here? You bastard, and even if we did take something, what exactly do you intend to do about it? Of course, we'll be taking our rightful share. The moment he said that, the remaining elite members of the evil overlords of heaven began surrounding us in a circle. Tilting my head slightly, I asked with a gruff tone, "What do you think you're doing? It doesn't look like this is going to end with a friendly chat. You mean, this isn't about settling things, it's about eliminating future threats?" Only then did Jeomjokson reveal his true colors. Think of it that way if you like. His gaze slowly shifted to Cheon Yura. "You're already too much to handle as you are. In 10 more years, we'll be facing another nightmare." Another nightmare? How it was clear who that word was meant to describe. We were desperately praying for your cult leader's reign to end. But knowing that his successor is another monster we can't handle, will have no choice but to act now, even if it means taking a loss. Fair enough. It's not without logic. Jin Yeomyung, Heavenly Demon. One of only 3 ever permitted to bear the title of Heavenly Demon within the 1,000-year-old Heavenly Demon cult. The title of Heavenly Demon was far too great a burden for Jeomjokson, who was poised to succeed the evil overlords of heaven. 4 heavenly demons. Flinch. The moment I said those words aloud, Jeomjokson's shoulders noticeably trembled. I see. Then I understand now. There's no point in trying to negotiate with you, demonic Emperor Lord. Shame it came to this. But what if, instead of a negotiation, it was a threat? What? A mocking smirk tugged at the corner of Jeomjokson's lips. You think you can threaten me with that little power? Cheon Yura, our biggest force, had just exhausted herself in a fight with colorful Flower Lord. While we still had a few law-enforcing lions left, they were few in number. Sure, there was me, Beak Sanga, and Sa Biom, but the other side still had more than 10 fresh peak-level experts capable of matching us. And our most reliable ally, Guardian Wang Chenjial, was currently injured and out of commission. Of course, I am not talking about threatening you with force, but how about this? We all get buried heritage there. Looks like you've forgotten where we are right now. Didn't you say it yourself, demonic Emperor Lord? That we obtained the legacy of the 9 heavens mystic maiden? Why, you can't mean? Clap, clap, clap. I clapped my hands 3 times, rumbly. As if responding to the sound, an earthquake far beyond anything we'd felt before began shaking the area. What is this? Thud, thud. Pebbles began falling from the ceiling. Cracks spread along the walls and the ground began trembling unstably. Even at full speed, it would take you at least an hour just to reach the surface. So tell me, do you think you can make it? You're trying to die together? I think you misunderstood me when I said together. I wasn't including us with you. I meant just you lot. What? We can escape thanks to the formation installed in this ruin. To be precise, it'd be manipulating the collapsing areas so the damage wouldn't reach us. At that moment, Cheon Yura let out a low exclamation, as if Shed realized something. Ah, I see. I thought the 9 Moons Blade Hall guys had been evacuated somewhere. Turns out they were used for something else. Sharp as ever, Lady Chin. They're currently stationed in the core of this ruin, watching everything unfold. Before Yuso vanished, she had transferred the authority to control this ruin to me. This ruin, filled with mechanical traps, magical beasts, and labyrinthine formations, would become a demonic abyss if no one controlled it. Though I didn't expect that giant centipede, that one was a mistake. The truth was that a juvenile iron pipe centipede, placed in some trap several centuries ago, had escaped and grown out of control within the ruin. In any case, I'd transferred the control authority Yuso gave me to Bang Manhu of the 9 Moons Blade Hall as a failsafe, and it turned out my worry had been spot on. KGHHH. Jeomjokson trembled with rage, unsure what to do. A perfect checkmate. Even if they were elite members of the evil overlords of heaven, no one could reasonably expect to survive being buried this deep underground. Just then, that's far enough. A deep, commanding voice of an old man rang out from the distance. Jeomjokson looked in that direction and screamed, "Ma, Master!" Chapter 83, The Knot of Fire and the Return 1. What? Who did you say? I was quite flustered by the sudden appearance of the old man. Clench. Cheon Yura also seemed to consider the old man formidable, as she tightened her grip on her sword's hilt and raised her guard. At the same time, we pay our respects to the cult leader. We pay our respects to the cult leader. A thunderous chorus echoed through the underground chamber, coming from the members of the Yaksha Heavenly Blade Unit. One and all, they knelt on one knee and offered the utmost respect to the old man. So it really is him, the evil overlord of heaven, the king of 10,000 evils, Yeo-myung. It was curious that he had appeared without a single escort, but then again, it didn't matter. Each one of the people present here might as well have been his bodyguards. Master, what brings you to a place like this? You fool. Flinch. With just a word, Yeo-myung silenced Jeoksun, then turned to face Cheon Yura. He clasped his hands together and gave a polite bow. I greet the young cult leader of the heavenly demon cult. I am Yeo-myung, a humble man who carries out small matters in Qinghai. I have long heard of the infamous king of 10,000 evils. It is an honor to meet you. Cheon Yura, showing an uncharacteristically formal and respectful demeanor, returned his greeting. To her, those with strength deserve to be treated accordingly. That was her long-held belief. I apologize for the rudeness of my disciple. Things nearly ended poorly. Cheon Yura and I took a moment to ponder the meaning of that apology. There's no need to think too hard on it. I intended to settle all grudges here. Yeo-myung waved his hand toward the outer corridor. From the distance, a familiar middle-aged man cautiously peeked in. Instructor Jang. Jang Duksu had clearly been stationed near the entrance to keep communication open in case of emergencies. It seemed he had the misfortune of running into Yeo-myung. Jang Duksu quickly approached Cheon Yura and bowed his head. Young cult leader, what is it? The cult leader has ordered your immediate return. Cheon Yura's expression shifted slightly. Furthermore, all members of the 1,000-day pass have been ordered to return with you. Is there a reason? That even I do not know, though Jang Duksu had some influence among the instructors of the 1,000-day pass. In the grand scope of the heavenly demon cult, he wasn't worth a speck. And yet, the reason was revealed not by him, but by Yeo-myung. It is likely for internal discipline. By internal discipline, you mean? There has probably been a major purge within your cult. Many widened their eyes in shock, but I found it plausible. A purge it wasn't hard to imagine. This wasn't just about the hidden Trace Manor incident. Even the 7th Elder, the Yin-yang Fist Demon, had gotten involved in this event. Above all, Cheon Yura had personally activated the Heavenly Demonic Command and sent a message to the main cult. If the message had been received, it wouldn't be surprising if 10,000 Mountain was turned upside down. I as well, before coming here, had to spill quite a bit of blood myself. Master? At Jeoksun's reaction, Yeo-myung shook his head. It was clear he had no intention of speaking further on that topic here. Could it be? Is that why he sent his senior disciple out with excessive force? Even if his youngest disciple had betrayed him, assigning him an entire guard unit to go outside was definitely overkill. But if it was to secretly get him out before the internal purge, before I could finish the thought, Yeo-myung continued. All the treasures found here, as my disciple originally proposed, I shall concede to your cult. There were considerable sacrifices made, but I know it wasn't your cult that caused them. We thank the senior of Murim for his understanding of the younger generation. Cheon Yura offered a quiet, respectful thanks. There was no reason to refuse when he was cleaning up the matter and leaving quietly on his own. Yeo-myung stared at Cheon Yura as he opened his mouth again. May I offer one piece of advice? I am listening. They have infiltrated far deeper into the central Murim than you might think. I narrowed my eyes and studied Yeo-myung. Even the evil overlord of heaven knew of the heaven-defying society. But in my previous life, no purge occurred within the evil overlords of heaven before his death. It didn't seem like something he would have ignored if he had known. Was there some other reason? In my covert investigations, I confirmed that their claws have even reached the imperial palace. And your cult, as well surely the ones involved in today's incident, aren't the only ones. His words pierced us sharply and precisely. Be wary of the Chen clan. The source of your cults and your personal headaches may well lie within them. Cheon Yura's brow twitched slightly. Thank you for your advice. With that, Yeo-myung finally turned his gaze to Jeoksun. Let us go. Why yes, master. Jeoksun, who had been on the verge of going all out, withdrew and meekly followed behind Yeo-myung. Thus, the elite members of the evil overlords of heaven who had tightly surrounded us disappeared. In the now empty cave, only my group remained. Jin Yeomyung, what do you think? At the very least, I know one thing. I let out a faint snort. They're also going through some serious internal problems right now. And the fact that he mentioned the Chen clan rather than genuine advice, I think he was just being petty. You don't think it was genuine advice? I already knew that part of the Chen clan was connected to the Yin-yang Fist Demon. If he truly meant to offer counsel, he would have named someone specific from the clan. The man whose nickname was none other than the King of 10,000 Evils. If not for this special situation, he might have become an opponent even more troublesome than Jeomyung, and that wouldn't have been surprising. If things hadn't happened within the evil overlords of heaven, we truly might have been wiped out. That's probably true. I ask now, belatedly, but if you, the young cult leader, had fought the King of 10,000 Evils back there, what do you think your chances were? Cheon Yura gave it serious thought before answering. About half. If even after demonstrating such divine authority against the colorful flower lord, the odds were only half, it proved just how immense the gap was, even among those considered supreme masters. Not more importantly, to have a fighting chance against one of the 5 kings of Central Murim at such a young age now, I could clearly understand why Jeomyung was so desperate to stab us in the back. What do you plan to do next? For now, I plan to gather everything we need and observe the situation. After all, I am still a 1,000-day past trainee. HMPH. Don't you think that's a bit too grand for something a mere trainee got involved in? Instead of answering, I just shrugged. Well, the matters of the cult are for those above me to decide. My gaze turned to behind Cheon Yura. Right now, there's something more urgent. Cheon Yura and Sa-byun's eyes turned to Baek Sang-ah, and Baek Sang-ah's expression immediately crumpled with gloom. Have you seriously considered joining the cult? No way. Baek Sang-ah firmly rejected the idea. After the evil overlords of heaven had left, we gathered all the treasures placed on the altar and returned to Eastern Sea City. Surprisingly, Bang Man-hu didn't show his usual greed at the sight of the treasures. Instead, he kept sneaking glances at me with noticeable unease. When I asked about it, Bang Man-hu let out a long sigh and replied, "That's because Yura, the successor of the 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden." Successor. To be blunt, we were trying to rob the tomb of the 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden. But now that you've officially inherited her legacy, we can't claim ownership of those relics based on a mere verbal agreement. Apparently, this sort of thing held great significance in the world of sorcery. If you recklessly interfered with another school's inheritance, it wouldn't be strange to suffer a terrible curse. I wasn't too thrilled about that. By that logic, I've basically inherited the Confucian lineage, haven't I? A descendant of Yu Jeon, the grand disciple of the first heavenly demon buried by history and branded as the heaven-defying. Of course, the Chin clan didn't seem to ban the learning of their martial arts, but still walking around with a ticking time bomb inside wasn't exactly pleasant. How are the 3 fools doing? While you were away, your subordinates apparently completed the grand technique. Their internal energy has now reached a purity that could rival first-rate demonic practitioners. That's good. If they continued to diligently train in the advanced demonic art, the Tyrant King's art, they'd become competent enough for real combat in just a few more years. Thanks to those naive Orthodox sect scions self-destructing on their own, our hall's situation has improved significantly. It's all thanks to you, young master. Don't you regret losing the relics? It'd be lying if I said I didn't. But I don't have any big regrets either. Going thin and long has always been the tradition of the 9 Moons Blade Hall. Ha ha ha. Really? He might be acting all docile now, but I still hadn't forgotten how arrogantly he behaved in my previous life. Well, people change depending on their circumstances. Maybe in his past life, he was simply overcome by greed. Now that the possibility was gone, I hoped he'd continue showing this modest demeanor. SHHHK. A crimson-tinged sword stream painted the air. Sharp and well-trained sword energy. The one displaying it was still a young boy who hadn't yet outgrown his youthful features. Blood Flow Demonic Spirit Sword Art 8-Path Dragon Chase. A multi-directional thrust with 8 forms of variation. If one could materialize the sword chi within, it could become a fearsome killing strike capable of cutting down enemies. Papapapap, wooden boards placed at 8 points were simultaneously shattered. Clap, clap, clap. As the boy perfectly executed the 8-Path Dragon Chase, applause came from nearby. For someone your age to wield the spirit blade, I'm proud of you, little brother. Brother. The one who appeared was his second eldest brother, Ma Cholsu, the one he trusted and looked up to the most. I still have a long way to go. Despite Ma Jinyoung's modesty, Ma Cholsu shook his head. Very few have ever demonstrated the spirit blade at your age. You have every right to be proud. One of the 6 rising masters, set to lead the next generation of the demonic path, a man known as one of the 6 demonic dragons. His words carried great weight. However, brother, Ma Jin-yoon glanced around and asked cautiously. What is it? Are your injuries all healed now? Flinch, the massive injury that had derailed Ma Chol-su's future last year. Because of that injury, he'd been forced into recovery for several months. Why, yeah, of course I am fine. For a second there, his stride seemed oddly narrow. Was that just my imagination? Ma Chol-su let out a loud cough. Ahem. You don't need to worry about me. Just focus on your own path. That reminds Muhat's happening with the young cult leader. Ma Jin-yoon's expression immediately turned glum. I haven't had the chance to meet her again since then. That's unfortunate. But don't worry. I'll definitely defeat the Jin clan's young master and win her heart. As his younger brother clenched his fist with determination, Ma Chol-su looked at him with a faintly pitiful expression. And just then, ha, rumors are flying that the Jin clan's young master has already won the young cult leader's heart. Do you think the youngest has a chance at overturning that? Big brother, Hyunnim Jeonchun. A young man in his late 20s, with a sharp, imposing look, the eldest son of the Ma clan, Ma Jeonchun. Chapter 84. The Flame Knot and the Return too. You were having quite an amusing conversation, weren't you? Hyunnim, he cast a cold glare toward the flustered Ma Jin-yoon and Ma Chol-su. You should be calling me young master of the Ma clan, not Hyunnim, right? At those words, Ma Jin-yoon flinched and shrank his shoulders, but Ma Chol-su didn't back down and kept his defiant gaze. The position of the young master hasn't been officially confirmed yet. Ha. Ma Jeonchun burst into laughter as if he had just heard a funny joke. You speak amusingly. Then, among our siblings, who do you think will become the young master? It was a clear provocation, and Ma Chol-su gritted his teeth. Our youngest brother aiming for the position of demonic faction lord. Or our adorable Yeonhee, who doesn't care much for family matters. Oh, don't tell me you mean our second brother, who not only got humiliated by the Jin clan's eldest son, but almost cut off our bloodline altogether. Clench, Ma Chol-su wanted to draw his sword and strike right away, but he held back. In terms of skill and influence, he still couldn't compare to Ma Jeonchun. Ma Jeonchun approached Ma Chol-su and whispered quietly. When I first heard you'd gathered the lowlifes from the 1,000-day past to stir things up, I thought you might pose a threat. But seeing how you all collapsed on your own seams, I was worried for nothing. Is that all you have to say? Ha, as if it'd stop there. Ma Jeonchun turned his eyes to Ma Jin-yoon. They had only briefly made eye contact, but Ma Jin-yoon instinctively lowered his gaze. Ha, our little brother, why lower your head like that? What are you so afraid of? And no, big brother Ma Jin-yoon's voice trembled violently. It was only natural. Though they were blood brothers, Ma Jeonchun felt like someone entirely distant and untouchable. After all, who wouldn't fear the man who had once sent assassins after them? So, demonic faction lord, huh? You've got some big dreams, little brother. Ma Jeonchun reached out and ruffled Ma Jin-yoon's hair, leaning in close. Surely you're not aiming to become demonic faction lord just to support Chol-su, are you? Ma Jin-yoon shook his head desperately. Absolutely not, Hyunnim. Right, I believe in you, little brother. He was smiling, but it wasn't a smile. Ma Jin-yoon had never felt that phrase as vividly as he did now. Even if the chances are slim, if our youngest becomes demonic faction lord and supports me from behind, it could create quite a compelling picture. That's enough, Hyunnim. Ma Chol-su suddenly stepped between them with a harsh tone. Ma Jeonchun's face twisted instantly like a ghost's. Ma Chol-su, what the hell do you think you're doing? An overwhelming pressure exploded outward. Ma Chol-su braced himself against it and forced out words. Jin Yeomyung is not a tool for your ambitions. He's a direct descendant of the Ma clan and has every right to pursue his own will. What nonsense. Try saying that directly to the clan head. Ma Chol-su's face twisted in frustration. His own will, the family's interests and glory come first. You two, who don't even have the qualifications, have no right to spout that kind of nonsense. Both Ma Chol-su and Ma Jin-yoon stiffened at his words. Ah, but I suppose there's one way for Jin Yeomyung to prove his resolve. What would that be? It's simple. In the upcoming exchange ceremony with the young cult leader, you defeat the Jin clan's eldest son. Jin Yeomyung, was it? The one who crushed your brother with a single strike. That's. Ma Jeonchun cut off his brother and continued speaking. If you defeat him, you'll have no real competition left. That would make you, in essence, the next demonic faction lord. Even if I don't acknowledge you, the clan head surely will, and your position within the family will naturally be secured. Though the position of demonic faction lord was often considered more of a burden than a prize among the 6 great demonic clans, that didn't mean there was no benefit to having it. If Ma Jin-yoon could take the seat convincingly, the clan head would willingly establish his standing within the clan. So, are you going to do it? Jai Jin-yoon. Ma Chol-soo tried to stop him in haste, but the die had already been cast. Of course, I will absolutely make it happen. For Ma Jin-yoon, refusing here was not an option. But to Ma Chol-soo, it was far too rash a decision. Ha ha ha, that's what I like to hear. That's the spirit of a Ma. Ma Jiangchen laughed heartily and slapped his brother's back. No matter the outcome, it was a proposal with no downside for Ma Jiangchen. Ma Chol-soo bit his lip lightly as he watched the scene unfold. With a satisfied smile, Ma Jiangchen finally left. Only then did Ma Jin-yoon realize what he had just done. Hyungnim, I'm sorry, I've caused trouble for you. No, not exactly. He shook his head, but inside, Ma Chol-soo was deeply conflicted. Aside from his affection for his younger brother, what Ma Jiangchen had said was not entirely wrong. To survive within the clan, Ma Jin-yoon had turned his eyes toward the demonic faction lord position, and if he succeeded, he had silently agreed to use that position to support Ma Chol-soo. But with just one provocation from Ma Jiangchen, not only was their alliance strained, but now they were also dragged into a duel they didn't even need. What's done is done. If you're going to go through with it, you better win. Do you think I can? The atmosphere within the cult is a mess right now. It'll probably be a while before the exchange ceremony is held. Ma Chol-soo expected a delay of at least several months. If you can learn to wield sword chi by then, there might be a chance. Sword chi, you saw it, didn't you? Our eldest brother, no, that bastard's ambition. He's someone who'd eliminate us all just to claim the young master's seat. Ma Jin-yoon nodded heavily. He had already narrowly escaped death several times from assassins sent by Ma Jiangchen. And all of that, not because he'd done anything, but simply because his existence was considered an obstacle. Ma Chol-soo's resolve to bring down Ma Jiangchen, and Ma Jin-yoon's aim to become demonic faction lord using the Chen clan's influence both were born from that reality. It was all to survive against that eldest brother, Ma Jiangchen. I must succeed. Only then can you survive well, I am hearing quite an entertaining story. Who's there? Ma Chol-soo roared at the sudden interruption. This was the training ground reserved exclusively for direct descendants of the Ma clan. No outsider should be able to enter nor should they dare to. My apologies. I came as a guest of the clan head, but since he said he was occupied, I took the liberty of looking around. Ah, you're a guest of the clan head. Ma Chol-soo's demeanor changed instantly to one of politeness. Anyone who came to meet the head of the Blood Dragon demonic clan personally couldn't possibly be of low standing. Who is he? The man was incredibly handsome. With a languid air and dressed not in martial robes but in luxurious silk, he looked like a noble scion from a prestigious family. His apparent age seemed to be in the late 20s, maybe early 30s. But of course, someone that young couldn't possibly meet with the clan head directly, so that apparent age likely meant nothing. I am Jin Yeomyung. Publicly, I am more often referred to by my alias Ma Gunya. After wrapping things up in Eastern Sea Fortress, I returned to the 1000-day pass. Considering we had expected to be there for a few months, this was a much earlier return than planned. But at least when it came to the escort mission for the 9 Moons Blade Hall, I could confidently say we had completed the mission flawlessly. Having returned, I resumed my duties as a pavilion trainee at the 1000-day passer, so I thought. The moment you left the cult, a bloodstorm erupted here. As soon as I got back, I was summoned by Jin Yeomyung, me father, and the clan head. That outing with the young cult leader seems to have stirred up quite a storm. A storm, you say. You know what I'm talking about. Hidden Trace Manor. And now, the Eastern Sea Fortress incident. I kept my lips tightly sealed. Do you know why no pursuit squad was sent out even though the young cult leader left the 10,000 mountain? Please enlighten me. Since the Hidden Trace Manor incident, the cult leader has been secretly hunting down external forces and traitors embedded within the cult. This, I had already somewhat inferred from the words of Yeo-myung, the king of 10,000 evils. So the cult leader used the time while the young cult leader was gone to purge them, huh? Exactly. But even so, Jin Yeomyung let out a slight sigh, a trace of exasperation on his face. I knew it wouldn't end there, but I never imagined someone like the 7th Elder would be involved. Over 1,000 people have already died due to connections with the rebellion. More than 10 separate buildings like Hidden Trace Manor have been uncovered. At those words, my jaw slightly dropped. 20 years ago. From the time everything collapsed, it had been 20 years. I thought we had ample time to prepare, but it turns out the enemies had already burrowed into the cult like parasites long ago. I clenched my fist. Damn it, I was too complacent. Even if there wasn't much I could do in my current state, I still needed to reflect on how mentally lax I had become. And since the seventh elder is involved, there will likely be even more bloodshed to come. It was a massive Skandala cult elder implicated in treason. No one would be surprised if the 10,000 mountain ran red with blood for a while. And yet, Jin Yeomyung looked pleased. I've already received a report through the Guardian Court regarding your accomplishments. You helped the young cult leader capture the colorful flower lord, didn't you? I just got lucky. I let out a small sigh of relief internally. Good, the Grand Protector followed through with my request. Since Jin Yeomyung didn't mention the yin-yang fist demon, it seemed the Grand Protector had honored my plea. I can't allow my full strength to be revealed yet. Though I couldn't stop reports from reaching the cult leader, I had to make sure no one else knew of my full power. I want to ask what you obtained from the tomb of the Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden. I inwardly shouted in celebration. As expected of father so bold and refreshing. That signature boldness of his kind that overlooks anything as long as it benefits the family. But if the martial art you've learned causes harm to the main family, I might personally take your life. Jin Yeomyung knew that I had trained in a martial art not from the main family. The way he said it now implied he even knew it was a technique from the Yu clan. That will never happen. Good. I am relieved to hear that. Whether it was just a bluff or not, his face softened immediately. For now, lie low and act like you're dead. You won't gain anything by getting caught up in the cult's chaos. Of course. Though I had been deeply involved in this incident, his words also meant Jin Yeomyung would take full responsibility for any fallout. Now that Id received all the warnings and advice, what do you want? It was time to receive my reward. Chapter 85, The Flame Knot and the Return 3, Something I Want. Honestly, I had more than enough of those. Even if I didn't go as far as demanding shares of influence within the Jin clan, things like elixirs, rare weapons, or chi-related items if I wanted them. Jin Yeomyung would provide them without hesitation. But those aren't really necessary right now. Unless it was a top-tier item, I could obtain pretty much anything under the authority of the eldest son. There is one thing. What is it? I would like to receive a report through Gu Chil on the full account of how this situation unfolded. I said, through Gu Chil. But in truth, I was asking to share access to the Jin clan's intelligence network. Jin Yeomyung frowned slightly, seemingly caught off guard by my request. Why do you want to know something like that? I've already set foot deeply into this matter. So, once you've made a move, you have to see it through to the end. If I step away temporarily and try to sever ties completely, I won't be able to respond properly if I get tangled in it again. Even with me around, we don't know how far the enemy's hands have reached into our cult. I believe at least a minimal level of information sharing is necessary. HMPH. At best, they're just Central Plains spies. The moment those words came out, I was genuinely shocked. I had assumed Jin Yeomyung knew at least a decent amount of the truth, but to hear him say something so careless. Is he serious? Or is he trying to test me? I bowed my head low, hiding my emotions. If I am to continue contributing to the clan in the future, I believe this much is necessary. I ask for your permission. Jin Yeomyung looked at me with clear displeasure. Despite the merits I had earned externally, he must have realized I was getting too deeply involved in the cult's politics, even though I wasn't the successor. Still, there's no other way. Since I wasn't officially withdrawing from the 1,000-day pass, it was difficult to gather outside intelligence. Using the Jin clan's information network was essential here. After a moment's contemplation, Jin Yeomyung nodded. Fine, I'll have the Shadow Guard deliver information to you every 2 days. Will that suffice? I wasn't leading the operation, so there was no need for real-time updates. That's more than enough. Anything else? Now that I had gotten the most important thing, I could ask for the rest with peace of mind. I've taken in a few subordinates recently, but training them solely with martial arts isn't enough. Could I receive some mid-tier or higher elixirs and weapons? Mid-tier, that's not a problem. Jin Yeomyung agreed without hesitation. Mid-tier might be what he said, but within the demonic heavens Jin clan, mid-tier was the equivalent of top-tier anywhere else. Good, this should take care of the internal energy issue. With this, those 3 underlings could improve dramatically, and so could San Dojian. As I smirked quietly to myself, Jin Yeomyung spoke with a blank expression. I am done with you now. Done with me? That sounded suspiciously like someone else had business with me. Go to the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. The cult leader is summoning you. Damn it, the heavenly demon pavilion. In essence, the cult's holy ground and the residence of successive cult leaders. It had the smallest staff among the 5 great halls, but on the flip side, it was regarded as the most important placethas was the heavenly demon pavilion. First time coming here in this life. Of course, it wasn't a place I visited often in my previous life either. Back then, I had almost never left the golden demon hall I belonged to. Jin Yeomyung of the demonic heavens Jin clan. I come at the great heavenly demon's summons. I respectfully announced myself to the guardian law enforcers of the pavilion. Unlike the ones from the lesser demon hall, these law enforcers were hand-picked elites directly under the cult leader, the CRME de la CRME. Each one was a monstrous warrior whose name struck fear throughout Murim. Wait here. One of the law enforcers nodded and opened the massive gate of the heavenly demon pavilion before stepping inside. I gazed at the slightly ajar door, overcome with emotion. I nearly died trying to open that door back, then even a highly skilled martial artist couldn't budge that solid iron gate without significant internal energy. Then, just for a split second, a powerful wave of lethargy swept over me as a memory from my past life surfaced. It hadn't even been more than a year since Id relived my past life. The final day of the cult still hovered before my eyes, like an unhealed scar burned onto my retina. Flames engulfing everything. Shouts and screams echoing in all directions. And the cult leader smiling as she welcomed me, even while poisoned by absolute severance. The moment I recalled all that, I felt my knees give out slightly. Are you all right? As I suddenly staggered, another law enforcer frowned and asked. Why yes, I am fine. I just got dizzy all of a sudden. If you're going to be the exchange partner for the young cult leader, you should work on strengthening your body. I hadn't been slacking on physical training, so his comment felt a little unfair. I'll keep that in mind. As I gave a wry smile and nodded, the law enforcer who had gone inside returned and called out to me. The heavenly demon grants you an audience. Enter. Yes, I followed him into the heavenly demon pavilion. As expected, dozens of attendants were moving busily here and there, carrying out their duties. Before the audience, I was led into a small tented room prepared for preliminary inspection. Please allow us to inspect your body. As I entered the room, several attendants approached and began patting me down. There was nothing remotely sexual about the body inspection. It was cold, mechanical, and thorough. They even checked the inside of my mouth to ensure I wasn't hiding poison or concealed weapons. Write your name and proceed inside. Apparently finding nothing problematic, they only confiscated the sword at my waist before allowing me entry into the innermost part of the heavenly demon pavilion. At the end of the pitch-black, straight corridor it wasn't Cheon Yura, the heartless demonic empress, who greeted me, but her father. Welcome, little junior. It's been a while. Heavenly demon's return brings boundless prosperity to all. I pay my respects to the great supreme one of the cult, the third heavenly demon Cheon Yura. Though he greeted me with the same relaxed tone he'd used during the previous exchange ceremony, I couldn't afford to respond as casually as I had back then. This was the heavenly demon pavilion. In other words, this was an official occasion. Even if I was polite back then, I have to be even more careful now. One wrong word in this place could easily cost me my life. I heard from Wang Chenjial. You captured the 7th Elder? Damn it! A direct fastball thrown at sonic speed from the start. I clenched my teeth internally. If not for Lord Wang Chenjial having suppressed the traitor's strength, it would have been impossible. Such modesty is admirable. Despite being a direct descendant of the Jin clan, Yura still humble. How could I not like you, little junior? Just as the tension in me began to ease slightly at Cheon Yura's hearty laughter, however. Flinch, here, it's better to speak the truth than to be modest, don't you think? Chills. Even though I had reached the master-level realm and inherited the legacy of the Mystic Maiden, the pressure bearing down on me now was something on another level entirely. It wasn't about using something like formless chi or intentional aura. He was crushing me with nothing but a single word and his very presence. Is this the pressure of a supreme one? Tremble, tremble. My limbs shook uncontrollably, and I felt a tingling sensation behind my knees. For a martial artist at my level, to lose control of his body was utterly humiliating. But still, no one who stood before this being could behave otherwise. While I stood frozen, unable to utter a single word, Cheon Yura smirked oddly and said, You've definitely grown stronger. If you were still at the same level as before, you'd probably be bluffing right now instead. What do you mean by that, my lord? You've come to understand the essence of who I am and feel threatened by it. Ha ha ha, how absurd and impressive at the same time. Jin Yeomyung let out another deep laugh and snapped his fingers. Huh. In that moment the trembling stopped, and the heart that had been pounding like mad suddenly calmed. My breathing became remarkably steady. This is incredible. To be this sharp at your age is truly remarkable. I wasn't even masking my presence, and yet most law enforcers can't sense my aura. But your instincts are keener than a beast's. Of course they were. Thanks to the forcibly awakened sensory abilities I gained as a perk of my past life, my perception at least could be considered transcendent for now. But ironically, that didn't work in my favor in this situation. He's too overwhelming. I don't even feel the urge to resist. Now I completely understand why the heaven-defying society didn't dare confront the cult despite possessing such power. No matter how conditional that power was, when a top-tier existence of the 10 heavenly lord level became awakened, their ability and presence were nothing short of monstrous. The only reason beings like that didn't directly harm the heavenly demon cult and instead operated in secret was likely due to one-man cult leader, the heavenly demon himself. So, can you speak properly now? I have shown an unsightly display. I beg your forgiveness. Thud, I bowed my head deeply to the floor. Ha ha ha, lift your head and relax. This isn't a trial to question your guilt. Thank you, Lord Heavenly Demon. Now, I'll ask again. You captured the seventh elder? Though it wasn't a formal interrogation, this was clearly a session to verify information. It is true I was only able to capture him because Lord Wang Qinjiao suppressed his strength. However, it was thanks to the power granted by Lady Yu So of the Mystic Maiden that I was able to break through the awakened form of Jan Hyol, the yin-yang fist demon. Is that so? Jin Yeomyung showed a rather interested reaction. Of course, the more intrigued he looked, the more it made my chest burn with anxiety. If he tells me to hand over that power or give it up, it's over. After all, Yu So of the Celestial Saintess was a rebel against the cult. She had some sort of ambiguous relationship with the previous heavenly demon, but from what I could tell, the full story hadn't been passed down through the cult. I see, so that's how it happened. Surprisingly, Jin Yeomyung didn't press any further after hearing that. Little Junior. Yes, Lord Heavenly Demon. The fortuitous encounter that Yura, Beon, Yu, and the granddaughter of the Murim Alliance leader had it's called the demonic spirit binding chi current formation. I felt a chill run down my spine at the fact that he knew the formation's name so precisely. Did Cheon Yura tell him? No, from his tone, it feels like he's known about it from long ago. While I was spinning thoughts in my head, Jin Yeomyung continued. And the formation linked to that one is known as the Great Heavenly Demon Subjugation Formation. They say that if you can survive within those two formations for 1,000 days, you'll gain the power to subjugate demons themselves. Why is he phrasing that as a possibility and not a certainty? What exactly was the cult leader trying to tell me? Still don't understand what I'm saying. Then, finally, Jin Yeomyung revealed a shocking truth. You right now have experienced half of the origin flow of the 1,000-day pass, which surpasses even the main flow. Chapter 86, Great Elder 1,000-day pass. A legendary gate said to have been created by the first heavenly demon in order to temper his 6 disciples. Those 6 disciples, who passed through that gate over the course of 1,000 days, each became so powerful they could plunge the entire Central Plains into terror. Jin Yeomyung smiled mischievously. Your face looks like you're wondering, how does he know that? And no, of course not. How could I possibly? Ha ha ha, no need to deny it. I am sure the pavilion master of the 1,000-day pass has told you at least some of the truth. It's only natural to be curious. I hunched my shoulders even further. This place wasn't somewhere you could expect answers just because you were curious. I heard that Ginseng showed you the martial arts repository within the main 1,000-day pass. Ginseng? Ah, Zhou Ginseng, the pavilion master of the 1,000-day pass. No, Qin Ginseng. He was the one being referred to. Yes, that's correct. In truth, no one in the current era knows exactly when that repository was created. Even my predecessor couldn't provide a clear answer. Jin Yeomyung looked at me with a lingering gaze as he spoke. What do you think is inside that repository? My mind started to spin rapidly. Should I just tell the truth? No, there's no point in lying here. It wouldn't work anyway, and I can't read the cult leader's intentions at all. I obediently voiced the hypothesis I had been harboring. I believe it's a plan left behind by the second heavenly demon. And your reason? because of the existence of the one iron gate. That massive gate, for which the absorbing orb served as a key. The one I had seen in the tomb of the Nine Heavens mystic, Maiden bore a striking resemblance to the door guarding the repository. Moreover, the structure that required the same martial art to be executed in order to open it there are many elements that raise suspicion. Jin Yeomyung nodded. Indeed, I've never been to Qinghai, but from Wang Qinjial's report, I am aware that such a gate exists. As expected, the current cult leader was thinking the same as I was. What was the cult leader trying to get from me? I thought he was finally about to get to the point, but you must have had a hard time in Qinghai, little junior. Take some time to rest. Pardon? I unknowingly lifted my head in surprise. It was an unthinkable breach of etiquette, but Jin Yeomyung didn't scold me for it. Why? Is there something else you want to say? I thought for sure you would hold me accountable for something. Me, hold you accountable? Ha 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 ha. Jin Yeomyung waved his hand and laughed heartily. You're too tense. Didn't I tell you earlier? This isn't a place for blame. Since the cult leader had gone so far to reassure me, I figured there was no immediate danger anymore. Still, I felt a strong need to push things just a bit further to get a definitive answer on one particular issue. Then, may I ask why you haven't taken any action despite me learning the martial arts from the heaven-defying clan? For a brief moment, Jin Yeomyung's demeanor grew heavier. I clenched my teeth and pressed forward. The pavilion master of the Thousand-Day Pass told me that simply learning the heaven-defying clan's martial arts is not forbidden. That's right. But even so, that fact alone is surely offensive to the Qin clan and to you, cult leader. Though I realized this truth rather late, I still cannot help but fear potential consequences as a mere subordinate. Heaven-flying boundless divine art no, heavenly divine art. And the 10 heavenly record demonic sword, also known as the celestial deer sword. As long as I was training in these two, I could be targeted at any time, from anywhere. That was a fate I wanted no part of. So that's what you were worried about? Jin Yeomyung nodded, seemingly understanding. Looks like I need to tell you a few more things. His tone now resembled that of a parent soothing a child. First of all, I have no real interest in so-called heaven-defying martial arts or the legacy of ancient ancestors. No interest? I only asked because of simple curiosity. There are clues to a mystery that's lasted hundreds of years. And as a human being, isn't it only natural to poke at them a little? Jin Yeomyung rose from his jade throne. Then he began slowly walking toward me. The pavilion master likely told you this already, but the Yu clan's rebellion happened 1,000 years ago. And in all that time, excluding the Nine Heavens mystic Maiden 400 years ago, the Yu clan hasn't once influenced our cult. Their existence is nothing more than legend. In other words, whether or not I trained in their martial arts at this point, it would no longer pose any threat to the rule of the Qin clan or the 6 great demonic clans. And whatever our ancestors may have left there, it wouldn't be of much use to me anyway. Besides, thanks to your guidance, even Yura received a portion of the ancient legacy. I have even less reason to threaten you. Tap. Jin Yeomyung lightly placed his hand on my shoulder. I have high expectations for you, little junior. I hope y'all continue as you have been. After giving my shoulder a gentle pat, the cult leader turned back toward his throne. As I looked at his back, I spoke. Cult leader, is there something more? He responded without turning around. He had no intention of harming me. He wouldn't interfere no matter what I had trained in up until now, nor in what I might learn in the future. He even affirmed that he wanted my relationship with Cheon Yura to continue as it had. The cult leader had given me every confirmation I could have wanted. There was nothing more to say between us, no reason to continue this conversation. And yet, one last thing, I have just one more question to ask. You really are full of curiosity, little junior. Jin Yeomyung slightly tilted his head, expression devoid of emotion. Considering your contributions, I'll grant you one question. Just one. Which meant if I said anything unnecessary after this, he wouldn't let it slide. I quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. Daring to gauge the thoughts of the cult leader, do you believe, cult leader, that a true supreme must be eternally alone? A heavy silence followed. Jin Yeomyung said nothing. For a moment, I regretted speaking, thinking I had gone too far. But I soon took that regret back. If I couldn't get an answer to this question now, then the path ahead would be no different than a vast sea without a compass. How much time passed? A hellish silence continued. How arrogant. Gah. Jin Yeomyung released the presence he had kept hidden until now. Huff, HRK, GRRRRGH. A sticky darkness pressed down on my senses again, enveloping my entire body. As I twisted like an insect beneath its weight, he let out a faint sigh. "You have excellent senses, little junior," almost annoyingly so. I couldn't tell what kind of look he was giving me. But I was certain of one thing: didn't intend to kill me, at least not now. Still, a promise is a promise. "I'll answer your question." And then, from Jin Yeomyung's lips came the answer I had hoped I wouldn't hear. "Yes, you may leave now." With those final words, Jin Yeomyung's presence vanished completely, as if his very existence had disappeared from the heavenly demon pavilion. Ha ha, huff, only then was I able to breathe properly. Damn it, fuck. I was like a worm before a human. The gap was enough to make it painfully clear why the heavenly demon was called what he was. I couldn't move for a while, doing nothing but catching my breath. I couldn't even begin to move. Adjust. Regaining my composure was overwhelming. Once I had collected myself to some extent. Tusk. You really don't know the value of your own life, do you? As if they had timed it perfectly, a voice echoed from the shadows. This voice. Before long, an old woman in black and gold robes appeared before me. She wore garments nearly as luxurious as the cult leaders. She had a refined, graceful air that suggested she had aged. Beautiful as Yeo-myung, who, a few decades ago, might been a stunning beauty. How curious. You seem to know who I am? Of course, I know very well. That calm and elegant air might fool others, but I had suffered enough in my past life to not to fall for it. To think I'd meet the very person who used to choke me by the neck, yelling at me to do my work properly. "It's an honor to meet you, great elder." Haha, did Jin Yeomyung tell you? I didn't answer that question and simply remained silent. The great elder thousand-handed witch Jin Yeomyung, one of the few female masters in the cult, a monstrous figure who had reached peak demonic mastery, and a heroine who had held the special seat of great elder in the Elder Council for over a decade. She was also the representative of the Chen clan in the Elder Council, acting in the cult leader's stead. Well, I don't care who told you, but boy, do you realize that you just walked the edge of death? I do. I also know I barely survived. If not for the merit of capturing the yin-yang fist demon, it wouldn't have been strange if I had died on the spot. None of the elders have ever been that bold with the cult leader. Yura, a truly fascinating one. Jin Yeomyung gave a strange smile as she asked me, "So, why did you go against the cult leader?" Because there was something I absolutely had to confirm. What was it? Whether he truly intended to pair the young cult leader with someone from the exchange ceremony. Jin Yeomyung's smile deepened slightly. "And did you get your answer?" "Yes, more than enough. Would you care to share that answer with me?" Normally, I would have tried to conceal the truth and read the other person's reaction. But at least with the great elder before me, it was different. She was one of the few people in this cult I could actually trust. The cult leader never had any intention of pairing the young cult leader with someone from the exchange ceremony in the first place. Correct. The great elder confirmed it with certainty. Truly fascinating. How did you figure it out? There was no definitive proof, just a few strong suspicions. The whole event was far too sloppy for something meant to find a partner for the young cult leader, and the schedule had been haphazard at best. There were other eerie signs as well. Most recently, the last words Wang Chinjial had spoken before disappearing completed the puzzle. "You wagered your life against the cult leader on mere suspicions? Have you lost your mind?" The great elder's eyes widened. She bombarded me with questions like a waterfall. "If you knew that much, why not just stay silent? Why provoke the cult leader? I really can't understand you." "Isn't it obvious?" "What is?" "Because I like her." That single, shyly spoken sentence hit the great elder like a bolt of lightning. "Who likes whom?" "I like the young cult leader." "Are you insane?" "I believe I am perfectly sane. As an elder of the Chen clan, it's odd for me to say this, but while that girl is certainly pretty, she doesn't exactly have the kind of charm men usually fall for. With your looks and family background, you could pick from the finest beautisso. Why her, of all people?" I let out a sigh and said, "Beats me." "What?" The great elder looked at me like I was trying to joke with her. Indeed, Cheon Yura had many personality flaws when it came to being a life companion. She was the complete opposite of affectionate, silent, gentle, and despite her status, couldn't be more detached from household matters. Even so, what can I say? It's the sinner's fault for falling in love. Chapter 87. Great Elder 2, the Absolute Supreme must be absolutely alone. There must not be any vulnerability created by another, even if that someone was the one who taught them human emotions. If one becomes too deeply entangled with others, a flaw is bound to form in what was once perfect. The heavenly demon could never be established under such conditions. Ho ho ho, the great elder let out a hollow laugh. From the way Yura charging in without hesitation, Yura definitely a descendant of the Jin clan. In the great elder's eyes, as she looked at me, there was a curious gleam, like she was observing a fascinating creature for the first time in her life. What exactly made you fall for Yura? She's cute, isn't she? What? If you look closely, she has a lot of cute traits. She always looks expressionless, but if you pay attention, you'll notice how rich her expressions actually are in all the subtle changes. How do you know that? She also has a tendency to be surprisingly proactive when experiencing something for the first time. She's quite curious by nature. Like how she had run off from 10,000 Mountain on her own, or especially, if you consider all the cringeworthy things she confessed to me right before our past lives ended. She gets grumpy in the mornings, adorably so. Lady Saw is a bit troubled by it, but from an observer's point of view, all right. That's enough. And above all, she doesn't treat people carelessly. And unexpectedly, she likes to tease those she's close with. I said that's enough. The great elder shouted as she clutched her forehead. Indeed, such detailed observations were only the kind of things one could know from staying close to her. Love. You say it's love. How many decades had it been since she last heard that word? 40 years, not 50. In this heavenly demon cult, ruled by iron and blood, she didn't think she had heard such a luxurious word since her youth. This is a real headache. The great elder cast a strange look in my direction. I never thought someone would genuinely care for Yura. But of all people, it had to be you, with a will stronger than the cult leaders. I bowed my head deeply to the great elder. Please help me. What? For me to become the demonic faction lord, I need your help, great elder. The tribunal had all turned their backs. Even among the 6 great demonic clans, there were traitors. And even the blood relatives from the same Cheon clan stabbed her in the back. But through it all, there was one who supported Cheon Yura to the very end, who stood behind her, held her up, and sacrificed everything for the cult's sake. The great elder Jin Yeomyung. Right now, I needed her help more than ever. The great elder looked at me with suspicion. Don't tell me you're doing this for status? Of course not. I suppose that makes sense. With your current ability, even if all 6 demonic dragons came at you, you could probably crush them with one arm. Snatching the position of the Jin clan's young master would be like drinking cold soup. At those words, I felt a chill run down my spine. Even Jin Gunak hadn't noticed my level, yet here was someone, not even the cult leader, was seeing right through me. Thumping my chest boldly, I declared, even if the young cult leader loses her position, I will still love her. What a brazen little bastard. No, actually, if you think about it, wouldn't that be better? If she loses the young cult leader position, we'd be free to date as we please. The great elder, seemingly dumbfounded, parted her lips slightly. If the cult leader heard that, you'd be torn apart and killed. That's why I am saying it while he's not around. Have you forgotten where you are? This is the heavenly demon pavilion. Even if it is, without the cult leader present, it's just an empty house. He usually takes care of matters in another location, right? Who? The great elder's eyes sharpened. The heavenly demon pavilion might be the cult leader's residence, but the real place he conducted his duties was a small pavilion tucked away in a peak known as Mysterious Elegance Peak. Only a few know that. Where did you hear it? I raised my index finger and winked one eye. That's a secret. Ho ho ho. The great elder slightly raised a fist and asked, "May I hit you just once? Please have mercy." I immediately bowed low in a groveling posture. There was no way I could withstand a single punch from someone known as Thousand Hands Witch. You want my help, do you? The great elder's eyes turned icy cold. In that instant, I felt as if dozens of ice serpents had wrapped around my body and constricted me. It's an enormous yin qi. The great elder was the cult's greatest master of yin cold qi. Literally capable of freezing one's limbs just by casting a glancesh, was a supreme master in every sense of the word. You can endure this much, huh? If it were just a typical late-stage expert, your heart would have frozen and burst. That's a bit harsh, isn't it? They say you captured the 7th elder. If that's true, your level should be at least in that ballpark. It wasn't just a rumor, but it seemed he hadn't taken it seriously. I'll admit Yura, one of the rare interesting ones I've come across lately. However, even so, I can't find a compelling reason to go against the cult leader's will and support you as Yura's partner. I am not expecting that much. The great elder stared at me for a moment, then let out a soft sigh. At the same time, the feeling of being bound vanished from my entire body. Fine, I'll at least share what's in the cult leader's mind. I bowed with my hands cupped. "I'll listen with all due respect. The cult leader wants Yura to be the next heavenly demon after him. If we're just talking about talent, Yura's talent," the great elder hesitated briefly before continuing with difficulty, "might even reach that of the first heavenly demon." I had rated her higher than the public did, but this truly surprised me. Was her evaluation within the Chen clan really this high? That's why the cult leader wants Yura to become a flawless transcendental being, to reign over the heavenly demon cult at the very peak, untouched by worldly emotions. Then, why conduct something like the exchange ceremony? The Blood Dragon Demonic Clan, the Black Gold Saw Clan, the Illusion Clan, and the Hidden Shadow So Clan. Why was the Great Elder listing the 6 great demonic clans? Their clans either currently troubled by successor issues or soon to be. Ah, successor issues. The moment those words were spoken, I understood why the Great Elder was saying all this. The demonic heavens Jin clan is rumored to have your younger brother take over instead of you. Thanks to Jin Gunak's stable leadership, there hasn't been any major infighting. Indeed, unless I stirred the pot myself, that was accurate. The Pa clan has already named the elder twin sister as young master. They're said to have a strong sibling bond, so no unexpected variables are likely. However, the Great Elder raised a finger. The Blood Dragon Demonic Clan is a mess, with outright conflict between the eldest and the second child. More fingers extended. The Black Gold Saw Clan is worse. Including Beon, Yura's attendant, there are 4 people vying for the successor's seat. As expected of the Great Elders had seen right through Saw Beon's ambitions. The Illusion Clan and Hidden Shadow So Clan don't have much external activity either, but their internal struggles are just as fierce, fought beneath the surface. I had only learned of this fact much later in my past life, but the Great Elder wasn't wrong. So, if a variable is introduced from outside Yeo-myung declared as the young cult leader's spouse, do you think would happen? Even without direct manipulation, the successor competitions across the clans would fall into chaos. This was a variable that both the winners and losers couldn't ignore. Exactly. Now what if we actively manipulated that variable? The entire 6 great demonic clans might fall into full-blown turmoil. That wasn't a guess-it with certainty. Coincidentally, the heirs of the current generation of the 6 great demonic clans were mostly around the same age. In my past life, I'd watched like an outsider from across the river, barely paying attention, but I at least knew that a great deal of blood had been shed as a result. I had no idea that was all part of the cult leader's scheme. Yes, if the 6 clans fall into disarray, Yura gains time to grow and strengthen her influence. I had to fight the urge to add one more thought out loud. And it also opens the door for the heaven-defying society to dig their claws in even deeper. I knew how this scheme of the cult leader would end. Failure, a complete and utter failure. Of course, in the past life, variables like the betrayal of the yin-yang fist demon or a massive purge against the heaven-defying society hadn't occurred. Still, the outcome was so disastrous that it left me doubting Chen Tijang's political and strategic skill as cult leader. I don't care if the other clans lose power. What matters is how many more heaven-defying bastards will slither in through the cracks. To my knowledge, the cult leader has already set the chaos into motion. I'm not sure what form it's taking, but since the Heavenly Thunder Corps moved, they won't stop at simple surveillance. Heavenly Thunder Corps? The very unit that led to the transformation of the 4 Great Halls into the 5 Great Halls after 1,000 years. I cautiously asked the Great Elder, "Do you know how the Heavenly Thunder Corps came to be? Aren't you trying to glean a bit too much information for free?" I suspect it was a contingency arranged by the cult leader to support the young cult leader, but I am not entirely sure. In truth, that was exactly its role in my past life. The problem was that its authority had grown too bloated so much so that it even infringed upon the cult leader's own power. Hearing that, a faint glimmer of admiration appeared on the Great Elder's face. "You already know and still ask? Fine. Yes, the Heavenly Thunder Corps was created to support Yura, who is to become the absolute supreme." The Great Elder admitted that the amount of effort the cult leader had poured into the Heavenly Thunder Corps far exceeded what most could imagine. I sighed inwardly upon hearing that. Damn it. Now I understood why things had turned out that way in the future. With the cult leader pushing so hard to support her, the Heavenly Thunder Corps must have grown into an enormous force. But then, for some reason, Cheon Yura's abilities failed to meet Chen Tijang's expectations. As a result, she lost control of the Heavenly Thunder Corps, and the unit went berserk. Perhaps Yura's halted growth was due to interference from that bastard Han Mubik and the heaven-defying society. If not, then how could someone as brilliant and radiant as Cheon Yura now have been degraded to merely the heartless demonic empress in our past life? I now have a clearer idea of what I must do. There was no avoiding it. The heavenly thunder core had to be destroyed, which meant me enemies might not just include the heaven-defying society, but also the current cult leader, Jin Yeomyung. The great elder seemed to have picked up on my resolve. You've steeled yourself for something. Yes. Thanks to you, I've clarified what I must do. The great elder stared silently at me for a moment, and then take this. She tossed a round token toward me. Etched onto the token was a single word. Heaven Ascending Pavilion, the very place led by the great elder herself, one of the 9 demon halls of the cult and a force to be reckoned with. I'll help Yaonce when things get tough. Gr Great Elder, I called out to her, slightly moved. Of course, I can't go against the cult leader's will. That would be treason. But as long as it doesn't go that far, it's fine. From those words, I could feel just how deeply the great elder cared for Cheon Yura. Somewhere deep inside, she too must disagree with the cult leader's ways. If not, she wouldn't have handed me that token. Chapter 88. The second exchange ceremony. 1. The great elder spoke. As a follower of the heavenly demon cult, I cannot deny the cult leader's decisions. I silently listened to her words. But as that child's grandaunt, it's true that I can't just sit back and watch. It was a somewhat irresponsible statement, implying she would only step in to a certain extent. But to me, even that was more than enough for now. Thank you for your help. That alone is more than satisfactory for the time being. For the time being, I am a little worried about what kind of troublemaker you might become later on. Chuckling, the great elder began to leave the heavenly demon pavilion, but suddenly stopped and turned back toward me as if she'd remembered something. Oh, that reminds me. Yes, you caused quite a stir in Qinghai province, didn't you? Excuse me, what incident are you referring to? I panicked for a moment, wondering if I had missed something. What do you mean, what? I heard you turned the granddaughter of the Murim Alliance leader into a demonic cultivator. No, I didn't do that. She acted on her own. Even so, you still bear some responsibility. Who would hold Yura accountable? The child of the family is Yura's subordinate, so she can't be blamed either, can she? I stood there, jaw agape in disbelief. Out of all the false accusations I'd faced in this life and the ones before, this was by far the most absurd. The reason the cult leader didn't bring it up must be because Yura defended you to some degree. But eventually, it's a matter that will need to be resolved one way or another. What I am saying is, when that time comes, you won't be able to dodge the consequences. That's. Of course, since the girl's existence is classified, y'all have some time. Still, it'd be best to start looking for a solution as soon as possible. A reversal of internal energy, It's really strange how such a thing is possible. There are still too many secrets in the world I don't understand. Tusk. Watching the great elder wander off as if the whole thing had nothing to do with her, the gratitude I'd felt earlier vanished completely, and anger surged in its place. Damn it all, nice to meet you. I am San Dojian. I'll be serving young Master Jin from now on, so I hope we get along. San Dojian bowed his head in greeting in front of the 3 attendant and me. In the end, before returning to the main cult, San Dojian decided to follow me and pledged his loyalty. In truth, even from a practical standpoint, pledging loyalty to me was his only path to survival. Had he gone back to the main cult without resolving the matter, he would have immediately been branded a traitor and lost his head. It had been a bit tricky persuading the Guardian Court, but under my strong protection, San Dojian was cleared of suspicion and allowed to resume his life as a cultist at the 1000-day pass. And after that, not long after the extermination of Jan Hyol, the Yin-Yang Fist Demon, and his faction, I began searching for the San clan with the full information network of my main family, practically turning the 10,000 mountains upside down. After some time passed, we finally found traces of the San clan, but what greeted us at the end was not the living. BR brothers, Kug, Q-Hu-Huck, they were already long dead, reduced to little more than white bones, identifiable only by the keepsakes they had carried. It was undeniable proof of just how cruelly San Dojian had been toyed with. Revenge? I want revenge on those bastards who ruined my life like this. Only much later did I finally tell the true San Dojian all about the heaven-defying society. I'll make sure to skin those bastards alive and offer their hides at my brother's graves. Until then, San Dojian had turned his eyes away from the truth and followed them out of stubbornness. But with this incident, It seemed he had found a new purpose to live. Thus, San Dojian joined as my subordinate, but for some reason, the three attendant didn't seem too happy about it. HMPH, senior disciple of the 1,000-day pass, huh? He might be senior there, but here were the seniors. Of course, no doubt about it. What the hell are you guys doing? I stared at the three attendant in disbelief as they randomly started asserting their seniority. Sure, they tended to be overly attached to the title of first subordinates, but this was still a bit much, wasn't it? Well, San Dojian was surprisingly humble for his size, so I figured he'd handle it fine. The Lord told me he had already chosen me as his subordinate before he even took you three in. Huh, Mr. San Dojian. Of course, I should be the Lord's left hand and considered the senior, no? What? What did you just say? The three attendant immediately exploded in rage, charging toward him as if ready to grab him by the collar. But the size difference was so absurd that no matter how you looked at it, the three little ones charging at the grown man just looked like kids throwing a tantrum. What the hell is this nonsense from San Dojian too? I looked at the bunch arguing over such a pointless matter with a sigh. Later on, though, I found out this was actually a pretty sensitive issue within the heavenly demon cult, since the cult was a hierarchical society where the strong reigned supreme. How and when you came to serve a certain master determined your future influence and authority. And once a hierarchy was established, it was almost impossible to overturn, even by force. No matter how much might mattered, there were still things force alone couldn't change in an organization. Because my own status was so high, I had been oblivious to issues like this, but for them, it was quite serious. Then, after listening to the three attendants' complaints, San Dojian responded with a scoff, as if amused. You're right. What's the point of arguing about who's senior with words? This is the heavenly demon cult, where the strong rule, isn't it? Huh, so what? Facing the glaring red and black, San Dojian wiggled his fingers. Obviously, it should be settled by strength. Wiggle, wiggle, all three of you come at me at once. If you manage to take me down, I'll gladly acknowledge you as my seniors. You think we can't? Furious, the three attendant charged at San Dojian, but not recklessly. Oh, of course, they couldn't use real swords in this setting, so they rushed him barehanded. They immediately formed the three talents formation and prepared a starter stance of the tyrant art. Not bad, having passed on the tyrant art to them, fed them elixirs, and even performed something similar to a bloodline exchange ritual. The three attendants' strength was now on another level. I thought they'd lose their cool and charge in recklessly, but surprisingly, they stayed composed and faced San Dojian with strategy. Bixa, the most observant among them, was analyzing San Dojian's condition. Don't let your guard down just because he used to be a team leader. The opponent seems to be seriously injured. There's still a real chance. I know, Yeo-myung. San Dojian had not yet recovered from the blow he had taken from the colorful flower lord. Even though I had provided as much treatment as possible afterward, I hadn't heard that he was fully healed. TSSSSS, a dark aura began to form slowly on the fists of the three attendant. Oh, even chi binding. If infusing energy into the sword to increase its power was called charging the sword, then forming a visible aura in the shape of a sword was called sword chi. Chi binding was the intermediate stage between charging the sword and sword chi, where one could materialize chi to some extent, but it hadn't yet taken a defined form. If they've reached chi binding, then sword chi is just a matter of time. In other words, the three attendant had now reached the threshold between second-rate and first-rate martial artist. At this rate, they'd hold their own even if I threw them into the Demon Dragon Hall. Among the new trainees in the Demon Dragon Hall, there were plenty who couldn't even manage charging the sword, let alone sword chi. At their current level, the three attendant could easily rank among the top tier within the Demon Dragon Hall. Haha, totally worth the investment. That said, it hadn't been long since they'd learned the tyrant art, so their movements still had a few rough edges. San Dojian immediately saw through that and assumed a stance to face them. This might hurt a little. Ignoring him, Bixa shouted, "Attack! Kua!" The three attendant let out a valiant cry and charged at San Dojian. I wanted to see the rest of that entertaining duel. What are you doing? But I had no choice but to turn my head at the curt voice from beside me. The source of my recent headaches was standing there. Ah, Yura here, lady. HMPH, doesn't seem like I am very welcome, though. Of course not, how could that be? I greeted her with the most insincere smile I could muster. Beek Sanga walked up to me and sat down so close she was practically attached to my side. Lady, what? It's not a big deal, right? Her next words left me speechless. Thanks to you, I got demoted a rank, so this much should be fine, don't you think? It was true. Beek Sang-ah had been demoted a rank and was now in the same rank as me. In truth, this was the Pavilion Master's way of ensuring she could stay close to me and recover her stability but from her perspective. It was no different from having her military service extended by 3 months. Given that, the fact she hadn't tried to kill me was proof enough of how exceptional her character was. Would've been nice to close the gap between us a bit more while that girl's not around. Sorry, what was that? Nothing at all. Beek Sang-ah shook her head with a serene, world-weary expression. During the Qinghai province mission, she had experienced a collapse like the sky falling on her. Naturally, it would take time for her to mentally recover from that. As she watched San Dojian and the 3 attendant bickering, she began to speak. I wanted to be known throughout the Murim as the Sword Empress. I quietly listened to her. I was often praised for my talent. Even my grandfather said I had enough ability to succeed the Sword of Namchen. She had every right to both say and hear such things. Her talent was the real deal. But because I couldn't suppress my pride for just a moment, things ended up like this. Beek Sang-ah sighed, scratching her head roughly. Lady, it's my fault. Whip. She suddenly turned toward me and glared. I heard there are rumors about whether you're to blame or not. If I had been more firm in stopping you even then, I wouldn't have come down from that altar. I didn't want to lose to those two. Her will was resolute. I'll stop regretting now. So please stop showing me that guilty face every time you look at me. She was strong and steadfast. I hadn't felt shame in a long time, but I did now. Even if she briefly grumbled, she never actually blamed me. Nor did she direct any resentment toward Cheon Yura or Sabion. Given how tangled things had gotten, it wouldn't be surprising if she had let slip even a single word of blame, but she hadn't. What's done is done. Now I have to find a way to fix it. Do you have one? The moment I asked, I immediately felt another wave of shame. Realistically, what solution could she have? If anything, I should be the one searching for one. She didn't seem to notice my shame and instead looked straight ahead, lips slightly pursed. If there were a way to reverse my internal energy, that would be ideal. But if that's impossible, I'll have to compromise with reality. What kind of compromise? The simplest method would be to completely abolish my internal energy and start from scratch. Though in that case, my dream of becoming a sword empress would be over. There were limits to how much internal energy could be supplemented through elixirs. In fact, to fully absorb the qi from an elixir, one needed a minimal foundation of internal energy cultivated purely through internal cultivation methods. Without that, the qi from the elixir wouldn't merge with the internal energy technique and could instead destroy the body. At least 10 years. It'd have to focus solely on rebuilding my internal energy during that time. And that was assuming she had access to top-tier elixirs like Great Return pills. Once her internal energy was abolished, her physical state would fall below that of a regular person. Just recovering her condition would take several years. Naturally, swordsmanship or any other martial arts training would be completely out of the question. Most of all, there was no guarantee the new internal energy would be purer than before. She was already nearing 20, after all. That's difficult. I had to fight to keep from sighing aloud. Well, if that doesn't work, I'll have to resort to another method. What kind of method? Accepting the current situation. Chapter 89. The second exchange ceremony, too, the simplest method, yet one I couldn't bring myself to suggest. I never expected Beek Sang-ah to bring it up first. You said y'all go along with it. To be honest, if you ignore the fact that the energy currently settled in my danshan is demonic qi, it's no different from gaining a miraculous opportunity of the ages. In terms of both quantity and quality of internal energy. That was true. The purity of internal energy obtained through demonic spirit-body fusion qi flow was unmatched. It couldn't even be compared to the secret arts of the 9 Moons Blade Hall. In other words, I planned to aim for the sword empress position without being struck off the clan registry. Is that even possible? If it were as easy as it sounded, we wouldn't be worrying about it like this. Well, there is one method that might work. I perked up at Beek Sang-ah's words. What is it? If there's anything I can do, I'll help you as much as I can. Really? Yes, really. Then let's get married. What? My thoughts came to a complete halt. What did she just say? There had once been an issue with a clique in old romance novels where the male lead would constantly ask what? After being confessed to by the heroine. Right now, that was the only word flooding my mind. I stared at Beek Sang-ah's face, wondering if she was joking, but she was completely serious. Why does it lead to that conclusion? Well, there's one assumption I absolutely need to establish if I don't want to be rejected by the main family. For some reason, I felt like I already knew what that assumption was: an alliance between the heavenly demon cult and the Southern Heaven's Beak clan. Yes, exactly. You caught on fast. Don't tell me as proof of that alliance. Only then did I understand why she chose the word marriage. If it's the grandson of the demonic heaven's Jin clan, one of the most prestigious families of the cult, then the main family would consider it a suitable match. Besides, it's been a really long time since a war broke out between the heavenly demon cult and the Orthodox faction. The reason such a long peace had lasted was, ironically, largely thanks to the evil overlords of heaven. Since the king of 10,000 evils, Yeomyung, established the evil overlords of heaven in Qinghai province and stirred up trouble everywhere to expand his influence. Both the cult and the Orthodox factions had spent decades monitoring his movements, leaving them no time to fight each other. Though their ideologies differed, and they rejected each other, the current generation of the Orthodox and demonic factions barely held any deep blood feuds anymore. Will definitely be eyed with suspicion by the surrounding Orthodox factions. It might lower my position significantly too, but if there's a chance for me, this is the only path. That may be true, but why me, of all people? At that, Beak Sanga glared at me as if I were trash. Are you seriously asking that? Though I felt wronged, I lowered my gaze. It's not like she likes me or anything, right? Beak Sanga snapped at me. Who do I know in this cult? Who knows what kind of bastard could be hiding in one of the 6 great demonic clans? And no, but still, that's a bit too hasty. Shut up. Be quiet. She was originally cheerful, but after her internal energy converted to demonic chi, her personality seemed to have become more reckless. Was this what it felt like when a little girl suddenly became an older sister? After fuming for a while, her voice eventually softened, as if the steam had finally run out of her head. Sai, I guess you're right. A political marriage isn't something that can be decided by the people involved alone. And more than anything, you already have that woman. I wouldn't say we're like that. Not yet, anyway. I know. I've looked into the position of demonic faction lord a bit. Beak Sanga seemed to be saying she just considered us to be somewhat connected. For now, it's just an idea I am toying with, so please just keep it in mind as a possibility. Okay. Even if that idea became reality, I wasn't sure I could accept it. Truthfully, even without being the young cult leader's partner, the Southern Heaven's Beak clan was a prestigious house that Jin Gunak would gladly welcome with open arms. They were one of the top powers in the Central Plains, to the point that people referred to them along with the Northern Heavens Jin clan before even listing the 5 great families. Whether I can accept that or not is another matter entirely. Looks like that match has reached some sort of conclusion. Beak Sanga stretched and stood up. So much had happened in our conversation that I hadn't even noticed a match between San Dojian and the 3 officers was nearing its end. The result, of course, was San Dojian's overwhelming victory, though honestly, who could focus on that right now? Beak Sanga smiled down at me. If the marriage talks with that woman fall through, I hope y'all remember that you have another offer on the table. Is this really okay? I know things were like this in this era, but wasn't she giving up her own happiness too easily for the sake of a political marriage centered on her family? While I was still stunned by the storm of confusion swirling in my mind, she murmured something quietly. Well, I could just ruin the marriage myself if it comes to that. What? I was just talking to myself. Don't mind it. With that, Beak Sanga told me we'd talk later and disappeared somewhere. Then, San Dojian reappeared with a beaming smile and a few bruises on his face, knelt on one knee and shouted, "My lord, I, San Dojian, offer my respects as your left arm and the leader of these men." Behind him were the 3 officers, all looking disgruntled, yet accepting in their own way. Sure, I nodded weakly, feeling my strength drain out of me. After that, I carried on my life at the 1,000-day pass without much trouble. But even as I did, the 10,000 mountains were caught in a storm, and countless lives continued to bleed out. I heard the Sangwon clan was wiped out. You mean the Sangwon clan that was once said to rival the 6 great demonic clans? That was centuries ago. These days, they were just another mid-tier family. I heard they had less than 100 retainers. The problem is, a family with that kind of legacy was implicated in treason. Ha, this is insane. All that for power joining hands with outsiders. Most of those involved in the recent Great Purge were families that had once enjoyed tremendous golden ages or held prestigious legacies going back generations. In a way, it might just mean the power structure of the cult, dominated by the 6 great demonic clans, has grown too stagnant. SHHH, don't say such things so careless, Lido, you want to get yourself executed. The current state of the 10,000 mountains was utter chaos. So much blood was being spilled so suddenly and so violently that every household and faction within the cult had been holding their breath, praying for the storm to pass. Sigh, what could the heavenly demon be thinking? There's no doubt that there are traitors, but still, so much bloodshed, there's nothing we can do. It's the will of the heavenly demon. Well, that's true. Everyone involved in the conversation was oddly accepting of what was happening. Under normal circumstances, such things would be unthinkable, but in the heavenly demon cult, the heavenly demon was akin to a god, and whatever a god did was always accepted as right. Have you heard? Heard what? They say the heavenly demon pavilion is holding a small gathering to lighten the mood amidst all this. A gathering? A gathering between none other than the heirs of the 6 great demonic clans and the young cult leader. Ooh, though one exchange ceremony had already taken place, the news hadn't reached the general followers of the cult. To them, this was effectively the first. Could it be? Is the young cult leader finally choosing her partner? The heirs of the 6 great demonic clans, they must all be exceptional, promising masters, right? And not just branch family members, surely only direct descendants would be invited. Ah, I can't wait to see it. Rumors of this second exchange ceremony quickly spread among the general members of the cult and brought a brief spark of life back into the otherwise grim atmosphere of the heavenly demon cult. Because of that, unprecedented interest began pouring into this upcoming event. The half-year period I mentioned is up, isn't it? The former pavilion master of the 1,000-day pass had instructed me to gather 6 people who would challenge the main flow of the pavilion within half a year. Yes, that's correct. So, did you gather them all? As of now, including myself, there are 8. Me, Biksa, Hyuksa, Gyeoksa, Sandojian, Cheon Yura. Then Beek Sanga and Sa Byeon also expressed their intention to participate. Jin Sang and Biku, who had initially followed me, eventually gave up and dropped from the ranks of my trusted subordinates. I see. There's no need to limit it to exactly 6. The pavilion master had said multiples of 6 were fine, but I had no intention of forcing unqualified people into a death march. No point in pushing people to die for nothing. Well then, will you challenge the main branch? There was a faint glimmer of expectation in the eyes behind the pavilion master's mask, but I shook my head. No, I won't challenge it just yet. Is that so? A shame. I had hoped to witness the reopening of the main flow during my tenure. You will see it eventually. But for now, there are more pressing matters I need to attend to. Ah, I understand. You mean the exchange ceremony. Originally meant to be a quiet meeting between the young cult leader and the heirs of the 6 great demonic clans, the event had somehow grown into a grand spectacle rumored even among the regular cultists. I was convinced the source of those rumors lay within the heavenly demon pavilion. The pavilion master gave me a sly smile. I've heard that the other 4 clans are sending new participants this time, quite different from last time. Is that so? Don't you find it shameless? All of them essentially lost in the preliminaries, except for you and that little friend from the Ma clan. I shook my head at that. I don't really think so. In politics, worrying about saving face is the stupidest thing you can do. If there was a benefit, they'd chase it down. If there was an opportunity, they'd bite. That relentless nature was one of the reasons the 6 clans had been able to maintain their power for over 1,000 years. I'd rather avoid a repeat of my previous life's ending by trying to play nice. Well, politics is also about knowing when to save face, but let's say you're right for now. The pavilion master nodded and continued. The exchange ceremony will be held in a month. Invitations should be going out to all of the 6 clans within a few days. You even know that, being the pavilion master. You know my true identity is not exactly ordinary, don't you? A blood relative of the Cheon clan. Not a branch member, a bastard child. Unable to aim for the peak, but perfectly positioned to wield influence behind the scenes. In fact, the current pavilion master might wield more power than even the lord of the demon dragon hall. Well, should I give you some time to prepare? I'm not sure what it'd be preparing for, but no need. The result will be the same regardless. Oh, and what exactly do you mean by that? The pavilion master showed great interest in my statement. Isn't it obvious? I tilted my head slightly and narrowed my eyes. no matter who the other clans send. All 5 of those bastards coming this time, I didn't know exactly what the cult leader's goal was in turning this exchange ceremony into a grand event. Neither were so many plausible reasons that I couldn't even pick one. But at the very least, one thing about this ceremony was certain. They might as well give up on walking out of there unscathed. Chapter 90. The second exchange ceremony, 3. The mornings in the Lesser Demon Hall were always predictable. Cheon Yura, the master of the Lesser Demon Hall, rose earlier than anyone else, straightened her robes, and swung her sword in the training grounds before the sun had risen. And almost at the same time, Yeon appeared, stifling her drowsiness to assist in Cheon Yura's training. "I'll stop here. I can't keep going. You've done well, Yeon." Yeon sheathed her sword and stepped back. Her palms, hidden beneath her sleeves, were still throbbing, but she never let it show. Oblivious to the loyalty of her servant, Cheon Yura muttered quietly to herself while looking at her sword. "I've come to handle a power far greater than before, but I still can't control it precisely. If it's you, young cult leader, Yao'll master it soon. I broke through too many walls at once. It'll take quite some time to clean it all up and refine it." Right now, Cheon Yura was harboring quite a bit of dissatisfaction. But that frustration wasn't directed at herself, it was at others. "Of all times, I have to deal with those idiots again. I am sure the cult leader had his reasons for doing this. I am sure he did. But Yeon, you know by now, don't you?" Cheon Yura gave a snort as she slid her sword back into its scabbard. "No matter who comes now, none of them compare to that guy anymore." Yeon didn't respond aloud, but inwardly she couldn't help but agree. Indeed, too many things had changed during this Qinghai trip. "Yeon, what do you plan to do?" "What do you mean?" "Don't play dumb. You now possess enough power to fulfill your dream, don't you? Martial power." It was what she had longed for more than anything. She had planned to devote another 10 years to intense training to obtain it, but she had acquired that power within the tomb of the 9 Heaven Saintess. Of course, that didn't mean the process had been easy. Though only 3 days had passed in the outside world, the time she experienced inside that formation had felt at least 100 times longer. "Yeon, right now, you possess more strength than even the eldest son of your clan. Are you going to wield that strength?" A blunt question. But Yeon shook her head. "I can't. If I reveal my intentions now, I'll be killed without even being able to resist, by the clan elders loyal to my eldest brother." Bihwen, the eldest son of the clan, had already secured such dominance that one could practically call him the heir. The second son, Bimun, and the third son, Bijan, were doing their best to catch up, but even together they couldn't surpass Bihwen's faction. In that situation, if Yeon, who possessed nothing but control over the Black Hour division, revealed her ambitions, she would be crushed like a bug. Personal martial strength is a last resort, something needed for the grand finale. It's not of much use just yet. That sounds like something you'd say. But if you waste your time like this, you might lose even the chance to turn things around. Yeon hesitated slightly before replying. "There's still an opportunity." "What is it?" Cheon Yura showed a flicker of interest. "This exchange ceremony, young cult leader, who's participating? The main family is sending someone named Sa Chungmun to the ceremony." "Never heard of him." "Who is he?" "He's a direct descendant, but without any inheritance rights. However, the notable thing is that he's a close aide to my eldest brother." "Is he strong?" As expected of Cheon Yura, the first question that sprang out was about strength. "He's 27 years old and has reached the peak of the master level. In our clan, he's considered one of the most promising figures of the next generation." Cheon Yura frowned slightly. It wasn't the level of his martial attainment that concerned her, it was something else. A rather precarious age. Considering the youngest participant was the mid to late teen Jin Yeomyung, there was indeed quite a disparity. Still, when compared to the previous representative sent by the Sa clan, who hadn't even reached the first-rate level, it was clear that the Sa clan had put considerable thought into their current decision, at least in regard to the Chen clan. However, on the flip side, HMPH, if that guy ends up humiliated, it'll be a huge blow to the Sa clan's eldest son's reputation. To maximize the effect, the one who humiliates him absolutely cannot be you, young cult leader. "Ah, I know. She hadn't planned to do that anyway. Whoever Sa Chungmun or Sa Jiakmun was, they'd be dealt with appropriately without her involvement." "Then Yao'll owe Jin Yeomyung another favor, won't you?" Yeon's expression clouded a little. "I'll repay it. Someday." "Well, Yeon, whether or not Yao'll ever be able to repay him is questionable." At her teasing master's words, filled with mischief, Yeon puffed out her cheeks slightly. Cheon Yura found that expression quite adorable and burst into laughter. She laughed heartily for a while, stopping only when Yeon began to sulk. So, who's coming from the other clans? From the Ma clan and the Jin clan, they're keeping the same representatives. The Jin clan I understand, but the Ma clan is a surprise. I thought they'd change. That's because the second son of the Ma clan has gathered all the other direct bloodlines to stand against the eldest. Even if they swapped him out, it wouldn't change much. And the others? The Hidden Shadow So clan is sending So Jeongwon, who is a rank above the previously sent So Jeongbang. The Illusion clan is sending a direct descendant named San Ryung, who's at least a first-rate. Doesn't sound like anything special. No. Lastly, the Pa clan is left and they're the only ones who haven't named a specific representative. They either gave up or are preparing a hidden trump card. It has to be one or the other. If they're sending someone, it means the person won't be mediocre. Actually, the former is far more likely. The Pa clan's succession line is stable, and there's no one among their younger generation swordsmen close to your age who's particularly well known. Cheon Yura snorted. Well, that makes sense. They're more obsessed with blades than anyone, so this kind of event probably doesn't interest them. Yes, exactly. Their obsession ran so deep, their clan's name was literally the ultimate Blade Pa clan. They were lunatics who seriously suggested promoting the Sword King, one of the 5 kings, to the elder generation above the 3 supremes. Even though among the 3 supremes was the heavenly demon himself. Ridiculous, but I have to admit, it'll be entertaining. Cheon Yura felt a flicker of irritation at the cult leader's actions forcing a new candidate into the exchange ceremony even after she had dismissed them. However, she quickly suppressed her anger. Because it didn't matter who came, a month passed swiftly. Originally, the new administrative officers were supposed to enjoy a few leisurely months in Qinghai province, but their sudden return had them cursing under their breaths while focusing on their training. I, too, spent the time not worrying about the exchange ceremony, but rather focusing on fully absorbing Yu So's insights. What I had gained this time was simply too immense to properly digest in just 1 month, but that didn't mean I had gained nothing. With 1 day left before the exchange ceremony, I finally returned briefly to the demonic Heaven's Jin clan to prepare. Clan leader, has something bad happened? Jin Gunak, whom I hadn't seen in a month, seemed visibly irritable for some reason, but he brushed aside my concern with a wave of his hand. It's nothing for you to worry about. Given how meticulous Jin Gunak usually was in managing his expressions, this couldn't be an ordinary issue. So I went straight to find Chief Administrator Byok Jisang. Well, the clan leader was so upset about the exchange ceremony that he sent a formal letter of protest to the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. Let me guess it didn't go well. Exactly, he was thoroughly ignored. No wonder. From Jin Gunak's perspective, the whims of the cult leader had effectively erased all the gains they'd made. Of course, he'd be seething. And to top it off, he'd been flat-out ignored. Anyone would be fuming. I exaggeratedly shook my head, stretching out my arms in mock disbelief. The outcome won't change anyway. He's worrying too much. Ooh, does that mean you're planning to showcase your might again at this exchange ceremony? Showcase my foot. Swatting a few flies doesn't count as a display of power. Oh, since I wasn't one to boast often, the chief administrator seemed to take my attitude as a genuine expression of confidence. Well, he wasn't exactly wrong. Now that Id said that, the chief would no doubt run off to tell Jin Gunak everything. And with his sour mood lately, even a little reassurance would do him good. Since I still needed his support, it wouldn't hurt to soothe him a bit. We've prepared a palanquin worthy of the demonic Heaven's Jin clan's prestige. Please, let the clan's name resound across the lands once more. Just trust me, Chief. The next day, the day of the exchange ceremony dawned. In the past, Id deliberately dragged my feet and strolled slowly just to annoy people. But now, there was no need for that. Riding comfortably in a top-tier Jin clan palanquin carried by 8 master-level experts, I made my way to the Lesser Demon Hall, where the young cult leader awaited. I couldn't help but let out a chuckle as I saw the crowds lingering near the hall. Brought more guests than I expected. Looking closer, I could even spot a few ordinary laypeople among the crowd. It was proof of just how much attention this exchange ceremony had drawn. Just as I passed through the gates of the Lesser Demon Hall and was about to step out of the palanquin, hey, a loud female voice suddenly struck my eardrums. A lively one. I smirked and began heading toward the training ground where Cheon Yura was waiting. But then, hey, when someone talks to you, you should respond. The voice was louder this time, no, closer. Only then did I realize that whoever it was had been calling out to me. Hello? Turning my head, I saw a young woman I'd never seen before standing there. And who might you be? At my words, the woman's eyes widened in shock. You don't know me, I don't. Seriously, for real? Do I need to? I quickly gave her a once-over. Hair tied into rare dumpling buns, eyes full of playful mischief. She was objectively a stunning beauty with a naturally energetic, talkative aura. The kind who'd be popular anywhere she goes. The only unusual thing was her outfit. Instead of the usual loose-fitting martial attire, she wore something that clung tightly to her curvaceous waist and legs all clearly outlined. Looks like something people from the northern frontiers or Manchuria might wear. It was definitely not something a proper lady from a noble household would ever wear. Especially not with a chest that big a hum. What the hell am I thinking? I shook off the idle thoughts and refocused on analyzing her. And then I spotted a single detail that instantly gave away her identity. A saber, slung across her back, was an enormous saber. Are you from the ultimate Blade Pa clan? What, you only just figured it out. Her lips jutted out in an annoyed pout. I am Pa Yong-yong, here to participate in the exchange ceremony. You're that famous eldest son of the Jin clan, right? The one who made waves in the Qinghai incident. Her words truly shocked me. No way. Of all people, the young master of the Pa clan had shown up in person for this exchange ceremony. Chapter 91. The second exchange ceremony for Pa Yong-yong, a woman famously known as one of the twin sisters of the ultimate Saber Pa clan, alongside her younger sister, Pa Seol-yong. As she had been designated as the next head of the clan, her status within the ultimate Saber Pa clan was nearly absolute, and she was so popular that she even had followers outside the clan. I looked anew at her as she looked up at me with her body slightly bowed. Seeing her face in her youth like this feels oddly surreal. In truth, I had never seen her face in person before. By the time I had become inner administrator, she had already taken the position of clan head. From then on, she always wore a veil over her face. As one might expect from a member of the ultimate Saber Pa clan who is obsessed with the saber, she barely ever engaged in any external activities aside from martial arts training. Even in elder council meetings, she rarely showed her face, which led to ridiculous rumors that she was some kind of mythical creature. Since we had no real contact even though we were from the same generation, this encounter felt all the more curious to me. Why are you looking at me like that? She narrowed her eyes, scanning me up and down, and I instinctively frowned. Well, the rumors I've heard about you suddenly changed so drastically. How should I put it? Pa Yong-yong tilted her head slightly. You seem kind of unremarkable, but then again, maybe not. Could it be that you're really strong? I was slightly surprised inwardly. The fact that she instinctively sensed some of my strength showed her perception had gone beyond that of ordinary people. I hurried to change the subject. My strength doesn't really matter, does it? More importantly, what brings the future head of the Pa clan to an event like this? Though it was a fairly sensitive question, Pa Yong-yong responded cheerfully. I am interested in the young cult leader. Excuse me. I mean, no matter how curious you are, there's hardly any reason for a woman to attend. Could it be that kind of preference? No way, right? I heard the young cult leader is really strong. There's a rumor going around that she was the one who captured the traitor, the seventh elder. Ah, it was me who had taken down the yin-yang fist demon, the seventh elder, but only a very small number of people, including the cult leader, knew that. Since I didn't want that fact to be widely known, these kinds of rumors actually worked out in my favor. Wait a minute. Then what about the Pa clan? We're giving up, obviously. Honestly, we don't have any real contenders, and there's no need to embarrass ourselves for nothing. Quite a few impressed murmurs flowed out. In a time when every clan was frantically scrambling for even a sliver more power, being able to give up so cleanly. It was just like the Pa clan, who rivaled the Blood Dragon demonic clan as one of the two dominant forces, though Jin Gunnak would never admit it. By the way, now that I've run into you like this, there's something I wanted to ask. What is it? I tensed up slightly inside. Could she be trying to dig up something related to what happened in Qinghai province? Pa Yong-yong leaned in closer to my face, almost uncomfortably so, and asked, You, gulp, what do you think of the Saber King? The question was so anticlimactic it made my tension vanish in an instant. Still, I managed my expression and responded calmly. Are you referring to the Saber Supreme, Lord Hyun-yong-hu? Just the mention of the word Saber Supreme lit up Pa Yong-yong's face like a lantern. You knew something, didn't you? She suddenly grabbed my wrist and started shaking it up and down. Her speed, honed by supreme saber techniques, was impressive enough to draw admiration. Of course, setting that aside as expected, it's easy to win favor with members of the Pa clan. Getting close to people from the Pa clan was simple. Just shower them with praise about the saber. Of course, to maintain that relationship, one needed to back up their words with actions, but still for a cultist to recklessly praise the orthodox faction's Saber King is dangerous. But I didn't really care about such risks, and the effect of that praise was obvious. Pa Yong-yong, now clinging closely to my side, chattered endlessly about the greatness of the Saber King, the elegance of his saber techniques, and the practicality of the saber in general. She was so talkative that the attention of the surrounding crowd began to focus on us. To maintain a good relationship with her, I offered a few moderate flattery lines. Certainly, while the blood dragon heaven-slaying sword art of the Ma clan is the pinnacle of strong sword techniques, in terms of pure strength, it doesn't quite compare to the Pa clan's ultimate demonic saber king technique. Yeah, exactly. Pa Yong-yong beamed like a child, and I had no guilt about belittling the Ma clan and lifting up the Pa clan, because it was the truth. It definitely wasn't because I couldn't stand the Ma clan. Wow, this is really the first time I've connected with someone from the Jin clan like this. I really like you, you know? Haha, you're too kind. To say we were connecting was a bit of an overstatement. It was more like Pa Yong-yong was talking at me the entire time. Of course, that's also because the members of the demonic heavens Jin clan were usually so thick-headed, it was impossible to have a conversation with them in the first place. HMPH. Just then, as she was humming a tune, Pa Yong-yong suddenly threw out a remark in passing. I look forward to the day we exchange sabers. I imagine your saber technique would be quite the spectacle, wouldn't it? Sorry. I'm talking about your saber technique. Saber technique. Don't tell me, after saying all that, you haven't even trained in any saber techniques. Shiver. Looking at her face again, I realized though she was smiling, it wasn't a friendly one. When it came to the saber, the ultimate saber Pa clan did not tolerate falsehoods. My instincts screamed at me that if I gave the wrong answer here, my relationship with Pa Yong-yong would become irreparably damaged. Damn it, do I really have to start learning a saber technique now? Once again, I was hit with the realization of just how unhinged the Pa clan people were. Getting loosely entangled with a big shot like Pa Yong-yong would have been ideal, but for her to assume with such certainty that I trained in saber arts, I have to weasel my way out of this somehow. If not, she might even send someone to challenge me to a duel. Well, I was about to say anything, when Pa Yong-yong's voice cut in. Oh, it's the young cult leader. I hadn't even realized it during our conversation, but Pa Yong-yong and I had already made our way deep into the interior of the Lesser Demon Hall. Ahead of us stood a grand 3-story pavilion. At the very top of the open, expansive structure, Cheon Yura stood, gazing down at us with an emotionless look in her eyes. Seeing her like that, Pa Yong-yong curved her lips into a challenging smirk. She has quite the presence. I wonder just how capable she really is, being the one who supposedly took down the yin-yang fist demon elder. It was great that her interest had now shifted toward Cheon Yura, but for some reason, I didn't feel relieved at all. Damn it. The moment I met Cheon Yura's transparent gaze and the moment saw Beon, standing beside her, looked at me like, "What the hell are you doing?" I instinctively sensed death looming right in front of me. And then I blurted out with all my might, "Ha ha ha. I would absolutely love the chance to witness Lady Pa Peerless saber technique in person one day." Oh, really? Of course. If it weren't for my current focus on the exchange ceremony with the young cult leader, I would have already challenged you to a friendly duel. Ha 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 ha. Whether it was nonsense or not, it seemed to work. I saw the slightest shift in Cheon Yura's otherwise unreadable expression. She looked at me, then at Pa Yong-yong, then slowly turned her body to walk away. Did I survive? Judging by that final expression, maybe it wasn't too bad. Really? Then let's set a date sometime soon. Let's do it after the exchange ceremony. Please. Watching Pa Yong-yong trying to schedule the duel on the spot, I muttered a very small complaint. I had dodged the tiger, only to stumble into a wolf's den, or so it felt. Or was that just my imagination? Woo-ah, young cult leader, hail the young cult leader. Unlike the previous exchange ceremony, which had been so modest it was almost desolate, one was being held with great fanfare. Previously, only direct descendants of the 6 great demonic clans participated, but now the clans had also sent additional members to bulk up the numbers and spectacle. On top of that, The Lesser Demon Hall had been opened to allow even regular cultists to observe from a distance, which made the event scale explode exponentially. Naturally, the results of the last ceremony had faded into obscurity, and for the Jin clan and the Ma clan, it was an infuriating development. Even from far away, the ordinary cultists shouted the young cult leader's name in cheers that echoed through the air. Cheon Yura gave a small wave toward the distant crowd of believers, then began walking toward the area where the Six Clans' children had gathered. In the center of the Lesser Demon Hall stood a circular Aranathe venue for the exchange ceremony where the children of the Six Clans sat spaced apart from one another. Before taking her seat at the highest position, Cheon Yura slowly scanned the round table and said, "Welcome, you trash heaps." From the very start, her choice of words was intense enough to make the eyes of the unfamiliar clan members and the warriors standing guard go wide. Then again, unless you had personally experienced her personality, there was no way you'd have known. As the whole hall fell into stunned silence, Cheon Yura looked around the participants with a haughty expression. "The only thing you worms from the Six Clans need to do here is one thing: earn my recognition." Having heard the rumors of what had happened to previous participants, their expressions stiffened slightly. I too clicked my tongue inwardly. As one's level increases, so too does their standard of judgment. And now that Cheon Yura had reached the peak of mastery, was there truly anyone present who could meet her standards? Of course, that recognition naturally has to be based on martial strength, so she is going there, or so I'd like to say. Cheon Yura's expression grew slightly unclear. But since the cult leader personally requested it, I guess I'll have to keep things relatively peaceful. Now that's unexpected. Had the exchange ceremony proceeded as it had previously, it was certain that more than half of the participants here would have been carried out on stretchers. Taking her seat, she let out a disgruntled sigh toward the crowd. The theme of this exchange ceremony is a talent show. A talent show? The moment she said those words, murmurs spread noisily throughout the area. Then, Yeo-myung, who had been standing by her side, took a step forward. Her clear and resounding voice echoed through the space. Unlike the previous event, this exchange ceremony will not feature one-on-one duels with the young cult leader. Instead, the goal is for each participant to fully express a talent they possess. A talent? What kind of talent? Anything is acceptable as long as it demonstrates your unique skill, even if it's not martial strength. There was no way that condition had come from Cheon Yura herself. It must have been the cult leader's doing. The cult leader would certainly know the level of Cheon Yura's martial prowess. Given that, he likely understood that leaving the ceremony entirely in her hands would result in it being over in the blink of an eye. And just then, hold up. I've got a question. The woman seated next to me, Yeo-myung, raised her hand. "Please speak, Lady Yeo-myung. Then does that mean fighting the young cult leader is off the table?" Of course. Yeo-myung had definitely come here hoping to face the young cult leader in battle. Yeo-myung nodded in response. "Yes, you will not be allowed to exchange blows with the young cult leader in this ceremony." Ugh, really. What a waste of time. I could see a few people nearby let out sighs of relief. Well, I guess that means this won't be very interesting. Wait. Just as Yeo-myung's belligerent momentum seemed to deflate, her eyes suddenly gleamed. "You. Could I fight you instead?" Her blazing eyes now turned directly toward Yeo-myung. "Me, you say?" "Yeah, you." Yeo-myung tilted her head, appearing to think seriously for a moment. "There's nothing in the rules that would forbid it. But as the future heir of the Pa clan, your skill would far exceed my own." "Hee, do you really think I wouldn't notice you desperately hiding your claws? I can see it clear as day, your auras flickering restlessly because you haven't fully digested your recent enlightenment." Yeo-myung couldn't respond and fell silent. Though she kept her face expressionless, it'd been around her enough to read through it by now. That emotion was definitely one of dismay. "Excuse me." When I raised my hand, Yeo-myung looked over at me with a puzzled expression. "Is there really any need to spar or scuffle with the young cult leader?" Yeo-myung tilted her head. "You can't possibly not feel it, right? That girl is crazy strong in that case. Allow me to be your opponent." "What did you just say?" Not only Yeo-myung, but everyone in the hall, including Cheon Yura herself, turned their attention to me with visible intrigue. Chapter 92. Talent Show. 1. Without a doubt, Yeo-myung had encountered an extraordinary opportunity at the tomb of the Nine Heavens mystic maiden. She had overcome two barriers at ancient encounter of such magnitude that even the protagonist of a martial arts novel would be envious. It was truly the greatest opportunity of ancient and modern times. However, the problem was that Seo Byun's talent wasn't quite on par with a martial arts novel protagonist. Of course, her natural aptitude was beyond question. The mere fact that she had survived the demonic energy inside the flowing chi formation meant that, among her peers in the latter stage chi accumulation realm, she ranked among the very top in terms of talent. The problem was, that level of talent wasn't enough to fully absorb the opportunity within the flowing chi formation. I can see the instability in her essence, energy, and spirit. She looks like she's struggling. In a situation like this, with so many eyes watching, it would clearly be more harmful than helpful if she fought someone like Pa Yeong-myung. Even if that weren't the case, I had a rough idea of Seo Byun's ambitions, and I knew it would be unwise for her true capabilities to be revealed in a place like this. Young Master Jin Seo Byun looked like she wanted to say something, her expression hesitant. But I deliberately ignored her gaze and kept my eyes fixed on Pa Yeong-myung. "What will you do, Lady Pa? Yura offering to fight in her place?" She blinked and asked. "Yes, I believe I am more than qualified." That's true. Even if not me, any of the sons and daughters of the 6 great demonic clans here today would be suitable opponents for you. Don't you think so, everyone? In an instant, the expressions of the others twisted. Several people glared at me, shooting accusing glances as if to say, "Why are you dragging us into this?" And I didn't care in the slightest about those looks. Heh, none of you will step up, will you? They might want to challenge her in their hearts, but she was none other than the heir of the Pa clan. And publicly, she was considered the top contender among the 6 demonic dragons. Not even the young cult leader, the host of the exchange ceremony, would casually challenge her. If someone were to recklessly challenge her and get beaten to a pulp, it would be more than just a loss of face. At that moment, even if I don't fight, anyone who dares challenge the heir of the Pa clan will leave a lasting impression. Cheon Yura, seemingly catching on to my intention, chimed in with a casual tone, providing backup. Just then, someone seated on the left began to rise but flinched and sat back down, seemingly after receiving a sound transmission. "Ma Jin-yoon, huh?" He must have been about to jump in out of youthful impulse, but someone had talked him down. Whoever it was, they saved him from disaster, would have humiliated himself with his current skills. After a moment's thought, Pa Yeong-myung finally opened her mouth. "I am not interested in the others. The only ones who catch my eye are the young cult leader, you and that Saw girl." Clicking her tongue, she sat back down again. "So ill pass. Pardon? If it were the young cult leader or Seo Byun maybe. But I don't think I can fight you with my full strength here." Did she catch on? If Pa Yeong-myung and I were to go all out from the start, it would destroy the mood of the exchange ceremony and, even worse, it could overshadow the presence of the young cult leader, who was meant to shine. That was likely not what the cult leader wanted. She might seem reckless, but she has quite the political foresight. Of course, without that level of insight, she wouldn't have made it to the position of heir to the Pa clan. I'll be satisfied with just setting a promise here. A promise? The people around us, unaware of what had passed between us, reacted with confusion. As for me, a chill ran down my spine. "So don't disappoint me when the time comes." Her voice was calm, yet chilling. "Understood." Apparently satisfied with my answer, her tone turned cheerful once again. "Since my original goal has fallen through, I'll just hang around and enjoy the show. That won't be a problem, right?" Given that she was already disqualified by both her identity as heir to the Pa clan and her gender, there wasn't much else she could do here anyway. Pa Yeong-myung. But then just when it seemed things would wrap up quietly, Cheon Yura suddenly turned a piercing gaze on Pa Yeong-myung. "Your tone just now was unusual." "What, young cult leader? Are you trying to scold me?" "No. Not to scold, but to give a warning." "A warning? I'll say just one thing to you. I'm all ears. I really hate having what's mine taken away. Just keep that in mind." Though there was probably a 5-year age gap between them, there was no awkwardness at all in the way Cheon Yura faced Pa Yeong-myung. Authority. Cheon Yura radiated an authority that transcended age. Of course, hardly anyone could understand why she suddenly said such a thing. "Scary, so Yura already marking your territory?" Pa Yeong-myung shrugged at the warning. "What nonsense is that? Deny it all you want. I don't care. It's not like I am interested in that kind of thing anyway. I hope that feeling lasts. But if you ever want to test it, feel free to come find me. I'll make sure to quench your thirst completely." "Oh, that sounds delightful." Pa Yeong-myung's eyes sparkled for a moment. But that was it. Almost as if prearranged, both she and Cheon Yura withdrew their gazes from each other at the exact same time. Looking around, I saw many people wearing expressions that said, "What the hell just happened?" In the middle of the sudden chaos, Cheon Yura raised her hand and spoke. All right, a minor disturbance dragged things out a bit. Let's begin the exchange ceremony now. No one objected. And so, the second exchange ceremony began. The Sa attendants brought out food and drinks to the large round table, while the musicians who had been prepared in advance began to play their instruments. But that was it. At the round table where the main figures were gathered, there was nothing but a quiet, silencino, meaningful conversation. Is this hell? Cheon Yura, who was supposed to lead the room and lift the atmosphere, remained silent as she quietly drank. It felt like she was saying, I've done enough. I am not doing anything more. If the cult leader saw this, he'd probably slap his forehead and launch into a long speech about what it meant to be a member of a cult. I guess I am the one who has to liven things up here. Even though I wasn't hoping for a bloody exchange ceremony, I certainly didn't want it to end like this either. Ahem, I cleared my throat and turned to the seat next to me. Brother So, I jabbed the side of the person sitting next to me. Brother Jin? Ha ha ha, no matter what, the atmosphere here seems a bit too down, don't you think? A cheerful man greeted me with a somewhat awkward laugh. It was So Jeongwon, a direct descendant of the hidden shadow So clan. You've been well, haven't you, Brother Jin? Now you finally greet me. Even though you were right next to me, you were so cold that I was a little hurt, you know. Ah, ha ha ha. The hidden shadow So clan and the demonic heavens Jin clan had always had a strong bond. Naturally, there had been many exchanges between the younger generation, and as direct descendants of our clans, I and So Jeongwon were on fairly friendly terms. However, this guy leaves such a faint impression. He's oddly forgettable. Maybe it was due to the unique martial art of the hidden shadow So clan, but even after having a conversation with him, his presence somehow faded the moment you turned your back. Maybe he was happy that I spoke to him first, but So Jeongwon began to talk more actively. I thought that day was the last time I'd ever see you, Brother Jin. It was good that he started talking, but he suddenly said something strange. Huh, that day, last time, what are you talking about? The words could cause a weird misunderstanding, and some gazes turned toward us. You know, at the Tower of Demonic Heaven in Myeok Fortress. Ah, it's been a while, so I can say this now, but when I saw the Jin clan leader's procession on the street, I thought you were a dead man. Alright, ha ha ha. I had forgotten. But this guy had been one of the later stage chi cultivators who attended that event at the Tower of Demonic Heaven. I thought everyone had run away, but I guess a few stuck around nearby. After that, you suddenly changed and started making major contributions as So Jeongwon kept rambling. The previously tense atmosphere began to ease up little by little. Master Ma, how is the second son doing these days? Ah, yes, my second brother is still as busy as ever. As the conversation picked up, the long silent round table slowly began to come to life with more voices. Cheon Yura still hadn't spoken, but I saw Sabion give me a slight nod from her seat. She was probably expressing her thanks. Ha 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 ha, Master, have a drink? Indeed, the power of alcohol was formidable. Though Cheon Yura remained silent as drinks started flowing, everyone gradually began to loosen up. Clack. Then someone roughly set down their cup and stood up. That guy? He had been silently drinking the whole time with a sharp, cold look. I am Ryung of the Illusion Clan, young cult leader. Flying Phantom Sword, Hwan Ryung, one of the top talents among the graduating class of the Demon Dragon Hall. Apparently, he was somewhat well known as people began to murmur his name in admiration. I blinked in surprise too. The Phantom Slayer Sword, Hwan Ryung. Though I'd never seen him in person, I remembered his name from my previous life. He eventually became a top-level master who led the Dream Shadow Unit, a direct division of the Illusion Clan. He's not someone who usually leaves the Illusion Clan, yet here he is. They must really care about this event. Still, whether he was fit to be the young cult leader's husband. What is it? As Lady Sa mentioned earlier, the theme of this exchange ceremony is to appeal to the young cult leader. That's right. So, to liven up the mood, I would like to perform a sword dance. Would you permit it? The Illusion Clan was known not just for its formations and mechanisms, but also for its sword techniques, which emphasized transformation and illusion. There's no reason to refuse. Cheon Yura gave a quiet nod. With her approval, a faint smile crossed Hwan Ryung's face. Then, allow me, he stepped into the small performance space beside the round table and drew his sword. My humble skills, but I shall perform for you. Chhhhhh? Ooh. As he gripped his sword and began his flow of energy, thick mist began to pour out from his blade. That's the mist dance sword, Wow, to see the Illusion clan's secret sword art in a place like this. Oh, releasing sword chi in the form of mist was not only difficult but incredibly inefficient in battle. But through their secret internal techniques and numerous refinements, the Illusion clan had succeeded in turning it into a legitimate sword style rather than just a technique. Each time Hwan Ryung's sword moved, the surrounding mist shimmered and danced to match the movement. Dreamlike, illusory, mesmerizing. Everyone at the table became entranced by the sword display, and even the regular cultists far in the back shouted praise for his sword art. Right now, he's performing in a flashy way, but if he spreads that mist further, he could actually execute a one-man sword formation. That wasn't ordinary mist. It was sword chi in the form of mist. Regardless of efficiency, it would be a real pain to deal with in combat. The key would be figuring out how to break through the mist's defense. While many people watched Hwan Ryung's mist dance sword and pondered how to counter it, that's all. He pulled back the multicolored mist and ended the sword dance. Woo-ah! Thunderous applause and cheers erupted all around. What do you think, young cult leader? Hwan Ryung's swordsmanship was undeniably impressive. But since I knew Cheon Yura's personality, I could already guess exactly what she was about to say. Not impressed. Hwan Ryung's expression twisted in disappointment. Chapter 93, Talent Show 2 is that so? Hwan Ryung's lips trembled. His expression screamed, everyone else is reacting so positively, are you being like this? I clicked my tongue at the sight of Hwan Ryung. Tusk, it's obvious he cares too much about others' reactions. But no matter what others say, he should have paid attention to just one person's response. In short, Hwan Ryung had chosen the wrong opponent. That's right. It's decent as a visual trick, but to be honest, it's not impressive. Just as the atmosphere was about to shatter again, Jin Yeomyung. Yes, you evaluate it. Tell us just how full of flaws that rookie Hwan Ryung's swordplay was. Wait, why me? My head suddenly ached as Cheon Yura abruptly dragged me into the matter. Judging by the expression that said "Y'all do well," I could guess what she was thinking. Sure, I had planned to help out, but dumping this on me without warning what I supposed to do with that, huh? Seriously, I wish Shed developed some political tact. I wondered if she was doing it on purpose, but remembering her past life, the truth was probably just that she lacked social awareness. Hwan Ryung, slightly hiding his clenched fists, asked the young cult leader, "You want that junior from the Jin clan to evaluate my sword?" That's right. Cheon Yura coolly crushed Hwan Ryung's spirit. Because Jin Yeomyung is way stronger than you. Huck! Gasps spread around us, followed by a surge of murmuring. No way. Was that rumor true? That he caught one of the 10 evils of the martial world in Qinghai province? Come on. That's gotta be nonsense. Even if he's the Jin clan's heir, he's probably just a late-stage energy cultivator. How would he take down that pervert? But where there's smoke, there's fire. Just look at how the young cult leader is reacting. The comment caused such a stir that even the surrounding warriors forgot their duty to guard and began debating fiercely. It was clearly a shock to them. So, the Jin clan's greenhorn, not even from the Demon Dragon Hall, but from the 1000-day pass, is judging my sword. Hwan Ryung was a 4th year at the current Demon Dragon Hall. In terms of skill alone, he was nearly on par with the 6 demonic dragons. And now, he was being compared to a junior who had nothing to his name but some strange rumors and his enrollment in the 1000-day pass. Imagine the blow to his pride. Jin Yeomyung, hurry up and speak. Sigh. All right then. Urged by Cheon Yura, I let out a soft sigh and rose to my feet. After surveying the area and giving a respectful martial bow, I cautiously began speaking. I am Jin Yeomyung of the Demonic Heavens Jin clan. At the young cult leader's command, I will dare to give my junior assessment of senior Hwan Ryung's display of the mist dance sword technique. Immediately, the attention of dozens focused on me. Hwan Ryung also glared at me with arms crossed, as if to say, let's hear what kind of crap you're about to spout. The sword form senior Hwan Ryung performed just now was 9 of the 18 total forms of the mist dance sword technique. W8? How do you know that? However, before that, let me say this. The mist dance sword, also known as the illusionary kill sword, is a technique that aims for extreme illusion. In fact, if the forms are seen through by an observer, one could argue that the execution of the mist dance sword has already failed. Flinch, struck in the heart, Hwan Ryung shut his mouth. Well then, if I were to recreate the forms senior just demonstrated, I drew the sword from my waist and began reproducing the moves I had seen earlier. The first mistake, senior, was that the flow of the blade from upper to lower arm lacked fluidity and came off far too stiff. The fifth mistake, it seems, lies in the improper flow of internal energy at this part. Gradually, the surrounding atmosphere grew silent. At first, Hwan Ryung's face had been full of anger and killing intent, but with each explanation, his expression grew darker and more twisted. The ninth form had an issue in the connection between the chain movements. W8. Hwan Ryung hastily interrupted me. Yes, what is it, senior? That's enough. I understand now. I made mistakes. What do you mean, that's enough? I dared to critique my senior's technique. If I'm going to do it, I need to do it properly. I completely understood Hwan Ryung's pain in being corrected by a junior, but stopping midway would be even more disrespectful. If he quit here, neither his pride nor his skills would grow. If he could fix all these flaws, Hwan Ryung's swordsmanship would surely improve tremendously in the future. And no, after a short while had passed, Hwan Ryung sat down with a look that made it abundantly clear to anyone what it meant to be completely out of it. His blank expression as he stared up at the sky was enough to stir even the iron-blooded young cult leader, Cheon Yura, into feeling a twinge of sympathy. Seo-myung leaned in and whispered quietly to Cheon Yura. That was rather cruel, wasn't it, young cult leader? Cheon Yura herself responded with a hesitant murmur. I didn't expect him to go that far either. I do wish young Lord Jin had more political sense. Giving Hwan Ryung such a public humiliation like that will be hard to clean up later. If a certain someone had heard this, they'd have likely gone on a rampage, screaming about how they had to suffer because of who exactly. Well, still, it wasn't too bad. You mean it? The martial theory he's built up isn't bad. Oh, you meant that part. For a second, I thought she was complimenting Hwan Ryung. Seo-myung shrugged and shook her head. Cheon Yura raised her voice to address the audience. His skills weren't great, but he showed a rare sort of spirit for someone from the Illusion clan. It was entertaining to watch. It was a sentence that delivered both praise and mockery at once, but Hwan Ryung still hadn't recovered his senses and showed no particular response. So then, who wants to perform next? It doesn't have to be one of the six standing here. A moment of hellish silence followed. After seeing Hwan Ryung so thoroughly shamed and knocked out of the running, who would have the nerve to step up right away? But someone actually did have that nerve. If I may be so bold, may I step forward? Oh, a young man stepped out, one with a somewhat cold and bleak demeanor, noticeably different from Hwan Ryung. However, his appearance seemed a bit off for someone supposedly in this group's age range. What stood out most was that, despite his martial air, his attire was outrageously flashy. Only 2 of the 6 great demonic clans were known for uniforms so distinct they revealed affiliation at a glance. If I remember correctly, your name was Seo-myung. I am honored you remembered my name, young cult leader. Seo-myung, the representative of the Black Gold Sa clan, bowed respectfully toward Cheon Yura. I like the boldness it takes to volunteer in this atmosphere. So, what exactly do you intend to show me? What I plan to present may be very different from what you expected, young cult leader. I have no intention of showing off my martial arts. What? Cheon Yura's expression hardened slightly. Just as she seemed about to show her disappointment, young cult leader, I know myself well. At my age already nearing 30, even if I display my martial skill, it's unlikely to leave a strong impression. That much was true. Among the 6 young men and women participating in the exchange ceremony, Seo-myung was, in fact, the oldest. Even if he demonstrated a mastery as advanced as drawing out sword aura, it likely wouldn't be too impactful. So then, what do you plan to show us? I wish to display the way of the written. Cheon Yura's face began to distort sharply. Of course, I am well aware that in the heavenly demon cult, reciting the words of ancient sages would disqualify me not only as a participant in this event, but as a cult member. And you say that knowing full well, but what if it's within the realm of commerce? Commerce. I believe that the demonic faction lord, who is second only to the cult leader in the heavenly demon cult, must be multi-talented in areas beyond martial strength. Seo-myung gave a respectful bow as he glanced around the audience. The position of the demonic faction lord is effectively the grand chancellor of the heavenly demon cult. He must support the cult leader above, and below, comfort and guide the cult members who rely on the main sect. Externally, he must deal firmly with both the orthodox and unorthodox factions, while internally overseeing the cult's talents and ensuring they fulfill their duties. As his tongue wagged on, Cheon Yura's expression soured in disgust. In contrast, Sa Byun's expression hardened completely, seemed to have realized what Sa Ching-mun was trying to do. One of the key abilities needed to assist the next cult leader is talent in commerce. Historically, emperors whose granaries were empty never wielded power for long, and even if they did, they eventually crumbled. Though Sa Ching-mun was the one saying all this, I couldn't help but agree with the point. One of the reasons the main sect had collapsed in my previous life was because the Heavenly Thunder Corps had bled our finances completely dry. So what is it you intend to show us? I wish to display my business acumen. However, it wouldn't look very good if I simply showcased my knowledge on my own, would it? Wouldn't it be better if I had someone to engage with? A partner, you say? Almost as if he had been waiting, Sa Ching-mun turned his head to the side. Young Lord Jin, would you be willing to join me for a moment? Hoo boy, ha 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 ha. This bastard is trying to use me as a stepping stone. I let out a dry laugh inside as I stared at Sa Ching-mun, who was now looking at me with a meaningful smile. So all that tongue-wagging was just a setup to corner me like this, huh? Just then, Sa Byun, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up in haste. How could young Lord Jin respond to this when he has no knowledge of commerce? The only thing that matters is the will of the young cult leader. But her words were cut off before she could finish. This isn't something for a mere bystander to meddle in. Do you understand, Lady Sa Byun? Crack. Even though they were both from the main bloodline, it was no secret that internal factions within the family had divided a long succession. Lineso, the animosity between Sa Byun and Sa Ching-mun was all too obvious. Cheon Yura spoke up. Why Jin Yeomyung, of all people? Among the others, the only one who at least appears suitable on the surface is young Lord Jin. His blatant provocations swept over the entire crowd, causing killing intent to leak out from the other 6 clan scions. But none of them could step forward now. If they did, they'd have to test their knowledge of commerce against Sa Ching-mun. Is that all? That's not all. Now that he seemed to think he had control of the situation, Sa Ching-mun began revealing his true intentions outright. Looking at everything that's happened up to now, I concluded that surpassing young Lord Jin is the fastest way to gain the young cult leader's recognition. It was something many had vaguely sensed, but hesitated to accept a quiet, implicit assumption. Sa Ching-mun had now dragged that unspoken belief into the open, using it to attack me directly. Heh heh, a man of the Sa clan stirring up a dispute over commerce with someone from the Jin clan. How amusing. Despite her words, Cheon Yura's expression was completely devoid of a smile. So, young cult leader Sa Byun spoke anxiously, but Cheon Yura raised her hand to silence her. Jin Yeomyung? Yes, young cult leader. Can you do it? I slowly stood up and answered. If it is your will, then do it. As you command. The anger in her gaze began to fade, replaced by a barely concealed glimmer of anticipation. If you so wish it, even if it were the head of the Sa clan instead of this minor scion Sa Ching-mun, I would face them without hesitation. All right, then let's see just how impressive this direct heir of the Sa clan's business acumen really is. As a former chief administrator, I'll face him properly. Chapter 94, Talent Show 3, Sa Ching-mun and I faced each other across a table. Meanwhile, the other direct descendants took their seats slightly away from us like an audience. Just as I was about to sit down, hey, Lady Pa. For some reason, Pa Yong-yong grabbed my shoulder tightly to stop me. Are you crazy? What were you thinking accepting that provocation? I replied with a faint smile. Do you also believe I have no chance of winning, lady? Of course not. That bastard Sa Ching-mun used to work for the current gold branch in Shanxi. He's closely connected to the commerce circle. You know quite a bit. Was it because they were of similar age? I hadn't expected Pa Yong-yong to know so much about Sa Ching-mun. With a sigh, Pa Yong-yong said, he and I are both from the same intake at the Demon Dragon Hall. He used to work under that scumbag Sa Bihwen, doing all sorts of dirty work. You've seen it too, may look like a rat, but he's no easy opponent. I see, I slowly nodded. The fact that he referenced the story of Chen Ping showed he could wield his tongue skillfully. But if he had quoted the words of an ancient sage to argue, I might understand. But picking a fight with me in the realm of commerce was a mistake. Huh, what are you talking about? There's only one thing that matters in commerce: precise numbers. All problems and their solutions come from those numbers. Well then, just watch. With that, I turned away from Pa Yong-yong. As soon as I sat down, Sa Ching-mun smiled thinly and said, ha ha ha, I really didn't expect you to accept. I have one question though. What is it? Are you truly aiming for the title of demonic faction lord? Perhaps he hadn't expected that question. Sa Ching-mun's expression briefly froze. Of course, and why is that? Is it because you have feelings for the young cult leader? What? Pu-yu-hu-hu. He lowered his head and let out a mocking laugh as if the question amused him. You're quite the funny one, aren't you? You find that funny? Of course, it's ridiculous. Talking about romantic feelings in a place where the fate of a noble clan is decided. Even if they're not from one of the 6 great demonic clans, no heir of a high-ranking family would ask such a foolish question. Perhaps you're right. Sa Ching-mun leaned in closer, lifting one corner of his mouth into a smirk. She's a female cult leader, something that's barely existed in our history. Imagine how much power and profit you'd gain by being her husband. If I could obtain that, my status within the Black Gold Sa clan would be solidified. Not a single word came from his mouth in consideration of Cheon Yura herself. Haha, I bet every man gathered here is thinking the same thing. You're softer than I thought. Did I overestimate you? Indeed, it might be Sa Ching-mun who is clever, and I the fool. The higher one climbs the social ladder, the more impossible love marriages become. Even a successor is no more than a cog operating solely for the interests of the family or group. My attitude of defying this truth me will might be what's truly abnormal. But it was for that very reason that I wanted to make her someone who could live as a human being. And in order to do that, the very first step I had to take was eliminate every man who thinks like that. If you'd like to display your mercantile prowess, would you hear my proposal? A proposal? What is it? Feigning generosity, Sa Ching-mun straightened his shoulders and asked. I restrained myself from grimacing at his arrogance and continued. A QA match. We each ask and answer questions related to commerce, competing in knowledge and insight. I raised 3 fingers. Each person has 3 chances. If the opponent can't answer, the turn doesn't pass, and the questioner retains the right to keep asking. Choosing 3 turns instead of just one might seem like a safeguard at first glance, but it was actually a structure that could inflict even greater humiliation on the opponent. Oh ho, so that's how you want to play it, but are you sure about this? Noticing the trap, Sa Ching-mun's smile deepened. For the famed young master noble player of the demonic heavens Jin clan, known as a carefree scoundrel, to challenge me like this you must read a few books on commerce, Are you in or not? Of course I am. It's a completely risk-free proposal for me. Swish! In fact, let's raise the stakes. Sa Ching-mun suddenly rose from his seat and turned toward Cheon Yura. I have a suggestion for the young cult leader. Though she frowned slightly, Cheon Yura responded. What is it? As you yourself acknowledged, young Master Jin is essentially your shield. And, if I manage to break through that shield, wouldn't it be reasonable for me to be rewarded in some way? His argument had some logic. After all, she had publicly acknowledged giving me a command, which practically revealed our relationship to everyone. What is it you want? I won't ask for anything extravagant. All I wish is that, should I win, I be granted some private time with the young cult leader independent of the exchange ceremony. What's his angle? Private time? That's it. Cheon Yura asked without even blinking, and if you lose, pardon. Do you intend to only claim the rights of the victor? You should also be prepared to accept the consequences of defeat. That was essentially her agreeing to the wager. Sa Ching-mun smiled brightly and bowed his head. I will accept whatever punishment is deemed fit. Good. You'd best not forget those words. Cheon Yura's indifferent gaze turned toward me. I read the emotion behind her blank expression. Though it appeared cold at first glance, the feelings she now showed me were worry and trust. Amused by the contrast of those emotions, I let out a quiet chuckle and shook my head. Don't make that face. After all, a bright smile suits you much more than a blank expression. Someday, I hope to see that sincere smile you once showed me again. Well then, shall we begin? Sa Ching-mun's provocative smile snapped me out of my thoughts. I let out a sigh and took my seat. Let's. Who goes first? You choose. You go first. Oh, confident are we? Sa Ching-mun nodded without objection to my suggestion. Then, let's start off lightly, shall we? Thus began the duel between Sa Ching-mun and Muthout Swords. He asked, do you know the total tax revenue of the empire last year? Round off the thousands and just give the number starting from 10,000s. A question that could get one accused of treason right from the start. Without hesitation, I answered 38,640,000 nyang in silver. Oh. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if he hadn't expected me to know. The Empire's tax revenue was a top-level secret, but with the intelligence network of the heavenly demon cult, it wasn't something beyond reach. How did you know that? the Black Gold Saw clan isn't the only one with connections in the Ministry of Revenue. Though I said that, it was something I'd learned while studying during my time as chief administrator. Judging by your reaction, I got it right. Now it's my turn. I calmly opened my mouth. Since our cult's expansion toward the southwest was blocked, we've been looking for other ways to extend our influence. One of those ways was pioneering trade routes. However, after a failed attempt to push south of Yongyang in Hubei province 30 years ago, there have been no more such efforts. What do you think the cause was? What? Can't answer. Wait a moment. Flustered, Sa Cheng-mun waved his hands and furrowed his brow, digging through his memory. Right. It was because the waterway pirates around the Hanshui River, a tributary of the Yangtze, joined forces with the orthodox factions and indiscriminately raided our trade convoys and goods. Was that really the true cause? I tilted my head slightly. It was a top-level secret, but the real reason was something else. Damn it. The real cause was that the Qin and Sa clans, attempting to form another top-tier merchant guild, were exposed by the orthodox faction. Correct. How the hell do you know a secret from 30 years ago? Unless one had read the original records or heard directly from someone involved, there was no way to know. Sa Cheng-mun let out a quiet sigh. Phew, fine. I admit I let my guard down a bit. My turn now. Apparently surprised by how strong I came out from the start, he raised the level of his questions. Under Minister Zhang of the Empire's ministry, the single whip law has been implemented for 20 years. It only saw moderate success near the Central Plains and had little effect on the borders. Paradoxically, however, our cult benefited from it. Why do you think that is? Of course, the heavenly demon cult doesn't pay taxes to the imperial family. But for farmlands secretly operated outside of the 10,000 mountains, taxes had to be paid, and the single whip law was a system governing that. I took a few seconds to organize my answer and began. The Zhang family's policy emphasized a silver-based tax system centered on land. However, silver currency wasn't smoothly circulated in the border regions, making tax payments difficult for commoners. That's all, just as Sa Cheng-mun's lips began to curve in a smirk. But our cult had long accumulated wealth through the development of vast silver and gold mines north of the 10,000 mountains. Thanks to that, a stable economy centered around the 8 demon seals was established even in the border regions. Because we held massive amounts of silver, we benefited from the new tax system. We could offer silver to those who didn't have it. Sa Cheng-mun's expression twisted, which Mentai had answered correctly again. My turn. The murmurs around us grew louder. How can the Jin clan's young lord know all that? Maybe he really did prepare this hard to become the demonic faction lord. Regardless of the match, Sa Cheng-mun's claims about the responsibilities of a demonic faction lord had left quite an impression on the surrounding warriors. Because of that, the fact that I was spewing out knowledge usually ignored by martial artists began to change how they viewed me. And so the questioning continued for nearly half an hour. By now, most people would be tired of it, but the surrounding martial artists were still keenly observing, eager to see how it would all end. It's about time. I sensed weariness in Sa Cheng-mun's expression. Time to go for the decisive blow. As Pa Yong-yong warned, Sa Cheng-mun truly had vast knowledge. At this rate, we could keep going for hours without a winner. 2 years ago, at the request of Minister Wang Pil of the Ministry of Revenue, a massive hunt took place in the 10,000 mountains to obtain the hide of the silver tiger for delivery to the royal family. Though the hides were acquired, deep wounds on the forehead and back significantly lowered their value. This caused 5 types of damage to our cult. Name 3 of them. At my question, Sa Cheng-mun leapt from his seat in shock. Wait. How do you know that? You can't answer? Foaming at the mouth, Sa Cheng-mun began to rage. That was a mission led by none other than the patriarch himself. Only a handful in the family even know about it. This has nothing to do with the exchange ceremony. Enemorethes could cause major conflict between the Jin and Sa clans. Is that so? I turned my head slightly. At the end of my gaze was Sa Byeon. Though she tilted her head in slight confusion, Sa Cheng-mun, interpreting my action however he pleased, shouted at her with venom. Why, you damned wench. Did you dare sell out the family's secret to another clan? Chapter 95. Talent Show 4. I didn't know how Sa Cheng-mun interpreted my actions, but he was seething with rage. He was so furious he completely forgot where we were and began hurling profanities at Sa Byeon. In contrast, Sa Byeon threw me a bewildered look before furrowing her brows and warning Sa Cheng-mun. Whatever nonsense you're spewing, I suggest you watch your mouth. Shut up. That's not the problem right now. If there truly was a leak of information, then it's the clan's judiciary that should hand down punishment to me. You have no authority to speak to me like this. Sa Byeon slowly walked up to Sa Chang-mun, her eyes narrowing sharply. Unlike you, I hold a direct bloodline and possess succession rights. Do you understand what that means? Even if the probability was low, within a clan of the level of the 6 great demonic clans, the difference in power between having succession rights and not was absolute. If Sa Byeon used the insult just now as a pretext to report him to the clan, she could easily bring about Sa Chang-mun's downfall. And we're being watched by many. Are you even aware that you've just gravely tarnished the clan's honor? That's only then did Sa Chang-mun seem to realize his blunder, his face turning red as he bowed his head. Borrowing the prestige of the grand heir was one thing, but making a mistake in such a public setting like this where so many onlookers were present was truly a fatal blow. I apologize. I made a terrible mistake with my words for a moment. Hesitation flickered across Sa Byeon's face. It was the kind of hesitation that clearly showed she was debating whether to ruin him completely right now or not. Instead of deciding for herself, she looked to me and I replied with a shake of my head. Even if he loses his position now, as long as the clan has a grand heir, it won't be long before he claims a seat in the main family again. In that case, it would be better to thoroughly destroy him in this exchange instead. Sa Byeon seemed to understand my intention and relaxed her fierce expression. Remember this, you now owe me a debt. Why yes. Sa Chang-mun, completely dazed, sat down again, looking as out of it as Hwan Ryung had earlier. He didn't seem to be in a condition to properly answer my question just now. I haven't received your answer yet, but shall we move on to the next question? Let's do that. Sa Chang-mun nodded, desperately trying to regain his composure. He'd essentially wasted one chance, but there were still 2 more opportunities to answer left. As long as he answered one properly, he could restore the chance count back to 3. I continued firing off questions disguised as attacks. 35 years ago, the mysterious gold trading company destroyed the Myriad Vault Trading Company, which was at the time one of the 5 great trading companies, in order to rise to their position. At that time, the Black Gold Sa clan's secret units, Diamond Blood Blade Squad, and the White Gold Demon Squad were dispatched to Xi'an in Shanxi Province to carry out an operation. Can you tell us how that operation led to the downfall of the Myriad Vault Trading Company? Sa Chang-mun stared at Sa Byeon with eyes wide like he'd seen a ghost. Naturally, Sa Byeon gave no response. Sa Chang-mun turned to me with an expression full of injustice. That has nothing to do with the exchange ceremony, does it? It does. Young cult leader, what do you think? As expected, Cheon Yura was on my side. I believe it's related. That can't be. If you're not satisfied with my answer, we can ask the other attendees here. What do you all think? The other heirs of the 6 clans, excluding me and Sa Chang-mun, smiled and responded in unison. Of course it's related. I think so too. What nonsense is this? Everyone else agrees. Why are you the only one being stubborn? The reason the others agreed was simple. The question I had thrown out referenced an operation that had been carried out secretly, even within the Sa clan. Only the Chin clan and the Sa clan themselves knew the truth. If he answered the question here, it would mean exposing a hidden and shameful secret of the Sa clan to all of the 6 clans. Sa Chang-mun's hands trembled, and he eventually lowered his head. I'll skip this question too, is that so? But I absolutely must hear the answer. Surely you wouldn't ask a question you don't know the answer to? It was a reasonable demand, but he had picked the wrong opponent. I sent Sa Chang-mun the answer to the question through sound transmission. After hearing it, his shoulders slumped as he asked me, how the hell did you know that? Let's talk about how I found out after this exchange ceremony ends. Right. Well, definitely have to do that. If you still have a position in the Black Gold Sa clan once this is over. With the repeated attacks, Sa Chang-mun's spirit looked completely worn out. You look exhausted, so I'll keep the final question simple. I threw out the final trap I had prepared, hoping he would fall right into it. You asked me about the Empire's annual tax revenue, didn't you? Then let me ask you something similar. What was the Heavenly Demon Cult's annual tax revenue last year? Ha 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 ha. At that, Sa Chang-mun laughed confidently and answered immediately. Of course I know. It was 357,000 silver. To be exact, 2,860 silver on the 1,000-unit level. Ah, is that so? It was an astronomical figure for something not even on the level of a provincial government. Of course. That kind of information is obvious for you, Toha? Wait a second. The moment I replied with a questioning tone instead of correct, Sa Ching-mun blinked. You knew the answer to that? Of course not. Only the inner administrator and the cult leader know that top-secret information within the cult. How would I possibly know? Sa Ching-mun's face instantly turned an ashen gray. He finally realized what kind of mistake he had just made. T this? W8? No, Young cult leader. Sa Ching-mun desperately sought out Cheon Yura, Grand Protector, yes, young cult leader. The one who had been standing guard beside her, the red-faced stallion Wang Chenjial, responded. Subdue that traitor. As you command. W8. Though he hadn't fully recovered from his injuries, Wang Chenjial was still a top-tier martial expert, even if somewhat worn down. Sa Ching-mun couldn't resist in the slightest and was promptly struck in all his acupoints and subdued. Right after, Cheon Yura shouted ferociously, Guardians of the Lesser Demon Hall, heed my order. Yes, Mom. Restrain everyone from the Black Gold Saw clan. If they resist, you may kill them. We obey. The guardians who had been stationed near Cheon Yura swiftly launched into action and surrounded the guards of the Black Gold Saw clan. Caught completely off guard, the warriors of the Saw clan didn't even think of resisting and instead threw down their weapons in a panic. We have no intention of defying the young cult leader. We surrender. Please don't point your swords at us. We are not traitors. The sudden turn of events left the rest of the audience at a loss for how to react. As the atmosphere in the hall spiraled into complete chaos, phew, one problem resolved. I let out a sigh of relief inwardly and leaned back comfortably in my chair. Needless to say, this incident was likely to be a major disgrace for the Black Gold Saw clan. Even if they held the cult's financial authority, the fact that a direct line member had carelessly revealed the cult's tax revenue was undeniably a fatal mistake. Depending on how they negotiated with the cult leader behind the scenes, the severity of the consequences might vary. But would the cult leader, who's already itching to create trouble, really let this go? Most likely, they'd be ruthlessly hounded. Well, it'd leave that to the high-ranking figures to handle. Once this wraps up, the exchange ceremony will probably resume in a few days. Id stirred up one of the 6 clans with a well-placed trap and bought the cult leader some time to make moves on the others. It couldn't have gone better. It was a conclusion that upheld both the cult leader's plan and Cheon Yura's authority. After the warriors of the Black Gold Saw clan were swiftly subdued, it seems continuing the exchange ceremony any further would be difficult. Cheon Yura declared the ceremony adjourned. Members of other clans excluding the Saw clan and Mysel filed out of the Lesser Demon Hall with reluctant but accepting expressions. Just as I was starting to feel the drain from my long verbal battle with Sa Ching-mun, a familiar voice tickled my ear. Lady Pa, had she not left with the others already? Pa Yong-yong looked down at me, her expression unusual compared to her normally lively demeanor. That last question, did you do that on purpose? I nodded frankly. Yes, to a certain extent. P. Yong-yong clicked her tongue. Scary. It felt like you had this overwhelming obsession to utterly destroy your opponent. He was just a harmful influence to the young cult leader. I figured it'd be better to completely remove him. The young cult leader, Hushi, mulled over the words a few times, then took a small step back and said, Today was impressive. I never imagined that Sa Ching-mun, who tormented me so mercilessly before, would be taken down so easily. I am glad it was entertaining for you. It was a great show. I've had plenty of times when I wanted to kill him myself, never mind the alliance with the Saw clan. At her words laced with killing intent, I reflexively shrank my shoulders a little. Next time, I'll see if your sword skills are as sharp as your tongue. Well, I probably won't be attending another exchange ceremony anyway. After all, her status was that of the lesser clan head of the Extreme Blade Pa clan. Unlike other direct line descendants, the scale of her escort and protection detail was on an entirely different level. So even if this visit appeared casual, it was likely an extraordinary undertaking in reality. Yes, if the chance arises, I hope we meet again. Lady Pa, just call me Yeo-myung. Excuse me? You can even call me Yeong-mi if you'd like. Ah, no, she looked at my flustered face as if savoring it. Pew-hoo-hoo. If you call me that and the young cult leader hears, you and I are both as good as dead, aren't we? I am very afraid that's exactly what would happen. Thank you very much. Well, maybe Yeong-mi is going too far. Just call me Yeong-myung. Or you could call me Nuna. Ah, I like that. Hey, try calling me Nuna. Lady Yeong-myung, I look forward to seeing you again. You're no fun. I am leaving. Pouting slightly, P. Yeong-myung spun on her heel and walked away. From start to finish, she truly was like a whirlwind of a woman. I am sorry. I failed to meet your expectations. A young man, a boy lowered his head solemnly to the figure before him. That boy was none other than Jin Yeomyung of the Blood Dragon demonic clan, one of the participants in the exchange ceremony. Pot, the one receiving his apology, opened a folded fan with a flourish and smiled. Ah, don't worry. In a situation like that, standing down was the wisest course. Since it ended the way it did, another opportunity will surely come. Lord Demonic Grace. As I told you from the start, the condition I placed on you in exchange for teaching you was just one thing: to eliminate all the other candidates. Exactly. Clap, clap, clap. Magunya Jin Yeomyung lightly applauded and nodded in satisfaction. The exchange ceremony will resume in a month. Until then, perfect your technique. Once you've done that, no matter which heir from the other clans steps up, none of them will be able to match you. Yes, I'll do my utmost to perfect the technique. Jin Yeomyung clenched his fists tightly. Jin Yeomyung, next time I will defeat you. Chapter 96. Each other's hearts, one, drip, drip, drip. One of the most secret places in the 10,000 mountain range, mysterious Elegance Peak. The clear sound of water flowing through the valley echoed gently. And the area, filled with peach trees blooming in pink flowers, appeared at first glance to be nothing more than a paradise that had forgotten the seasons. But if anyone knew even a little of this place's true nature, they would all refer to it in the same way: the worst demonic zone of the heavenly demon cult. So, that young junior of ours caused all that trouble? Yes, cult leader. At the center of that demonic zone, a man sat cross-legged while another knelt before him, bowing his head deeply. They were Jin Yeomyung, cult leader of the heavenly demon cult, and Jin Yeomyung, the demonic nobleman. Jin Yeomyung reported the events of the recent exchange ceremony in detail. Thanks to that, everything went smoothly. The Black Gold Sa clan sent a statement, desperately denying any involvement and pushing all the blame onto Sa Chungmun for acting independently. Ha, the inner administrator must be having a hard time. Considering the seriousness of the matter, I believe the replacement of the inner administrator is inevitable. Even if such things had been tacitly permitted, once they were brought to light, someone had to take responsibility. Would the person responsible for this, who had essentially ousted the inner administrator of such a massive organization with mere words, even realize what he'd done? That young junior is certainly useful in many ways. Jin Yeomyung faintly smiled as he stroked his chin. If only he weren't so presumptuous, I would have kept him close and used him well. Do you believe, cult leader, that the Jin clan's brat orchestrated all this with the outcome in mind? At Jin Yeomyung's question, the cult leader simply shrugged. Perhaps. That's remarkable. Though his tone was calm, the cult leader could tell that Jin Yeomyung was genuinely surprised. If his insight truly runs that deep, wouldn't it be better to recruit him into the Heavenly Thunder Corps? As far as I know, the Jin clan's successor has already been decided. Why? Planning to keep an eye on him? Of course not. I just thought that with a mind like his, he could be of use in the Heavenly Thunder Corps. Where we're short on talent, his hasty excuse was cut off with a single wave of the cult leader's hand. I don't particularly mind. If he's capable, it's fine to recruit him. But, don't underestimate that young junior. Even if you are the master of the Heavenly Thunder Corps, you're not immune to the blade lurking right under the lamp. Jin Yeomyung's expression hardened. No, beyond just hardening, a subtle trace of anger flickered in his eyes. He had lived for decades in this den of demons, rising all the way to become the leader of the Heavenly Thunder Corps, one of the 5 great divisions. And now he was being told to watch out for a mere youth who had just passed 20? You don't believe it, do you? No, how could I dare y'all find out soon enough? If you can bring him in, that is. Anyway, let's put that topic to rest. The cult leader's tone shifted slightly lower. How's the investigation on those bastards going? Jin Yeomyung immediately answered. The purge of the former 7th elder, the Yin-Yang Fist Demon, and his faction has been completed. The problem is no matter how much we interrogate their closest followers, we haven't gotten any useful information. I see. The only relief is that there no longer appear to be any of their puppets left in the Elder Council. Are you sure? I stake my life on it. If Jin Yeomyung was willing to stake his life, then it must be certain. At least for now. If I may be so bold, it seems that those people are now focusing their efforts not on our cult, but on the Orthodox faction, more precisely, the affairs in Anhui province. Is the situation in Namshan really that bad? Evil overlords of heaven has withdrawn his support. At this rate, the fall of the Sword King is only a matter of months. The cult leader's face twisted slightly, clearly displeased. It's good that the orthodox faction is in chaos, but it's unpleasant that those bastards are the cause of it. Shall we intervene? The cult leader shook his head. No matter how you look at it, our cult can't go that far. Intervening in the distant affairs of Anhui province would require significant resources. The heavenly demon cult wasn't a righteous organization trying to maintain peace in the martial world, and those bastards hadn't even revealed themselves publicly. Just protecting the Sword King's granddaughter is enough for me to say I've kept my loyalty. Don't you agree? Jin Yeomyung said nothing. He was well aware of the current state of the Sword King's granddaughter. In any case, handle the current matter flawlessly. Stay within the appropriate bounds. Understood? Of course. The result you desire will be achieved without fail. You may go, as you command. Jin Yeomyung bowed deeply and retreated, walking backward slowly. It was the epitome of deference. Even though he stood before the cult leader, it was hard to believe he was the de facto third-in-command of the Jin clan. Once Jin Yeomyung had disappeared, a faint smile curled on the cult leader's lips. I will get the result I want. With the mind you possess. Gulp. The cult leader raised the bottle on the table and took a deep swig, then murmured meaningfully. But whether the process will go as I desire that, I am not so sure about. So far, so good. For now. And more importantly, he had gained an unexpectedly promising hand to play with. I am quite looking forward to seeing whether that young junior will once again read my intentions. The cult leader happily emptied the rest of the bottle. And so, the second exchange ceremony essentially ended in failure. Cheon Yura and I were now walking together through the garden of the Lesser Demon Hall. Though the interior of the Lesser Demon Hall was still buzzing with activity from the aftermath, Ithe's central figure remained oddly calm, like the eye of the storm. You did well, Jin Yeomyung. Don't mention it. I'm just glad I could live up to your trust. But are you sure y'all be all right? It may have ended like this for now, but the pressure y'all face going forward will be on another level. Truthfully, she was largely responsible for pushing me into this situation, but what mattered now was that she was worried about me. Feeling quietly pleased inside, I replied, "It doesn't matter. Whether sooner or later, this was my fate anyway." Fate, Cheon Yura repeated the word, as if savoring its weight. I've never liked that word much, but somehow, it feels a little different this time. Of course it did. For her, fate had always been like an imposed task bestowed by others because of her innate talent, something she was forced to bear. Young cult leader. No, Lady Yura, I met Cheon Yura's gaze. Normally, she would have retorted proudly. But for some reason, she blinked and stammered. What is it? You said earlier that you hate having what's yours taken from you. I did. Well, I am the same. Her eyes widened slightly. I also hate it more than anything when someone tries to take what's mine. I see there are still mountains ahead of us, no? Not just mountains, maybe even the sky itself we'll have to overcome. I look straight into Cheon Yura's eyes, unwavering. But even so, I won't give up. She lowered her head, her eyes trembling. A clear shift from her usual self, a surge of raw emotion. Why would you go so far for me? Slowly, I raised my hand and cupped her cheek. Normally, that would have earned me a slap for overstepping my bounds. But strangely, I had a strong feeling she wouldn't push me away this time. Well, it's because just as I gathered the courage to finish that sentence, young cult leader. The moment that familiar voice rang out from a distance, the space between Cheon Yura and me instantly widened by 2 full steps. The hand that had touched her cheek swiftly hid behind my back. All the guests have left. All cleanup has been completed, and the Guardian enforcers have returned to their usual duties. All that remains is to monitor the response from the main clan as Seducing, who had been leading the cleanup effort, appeared to report. I shot her a slightly resentful glare. Master Jin? Why, young cult leader? Apparently, I wasn't the only one glaring. Did I do something wrong? It's nothing. Cheon Yura quickly returned to her cold tone and let out a faint sigh. Seducing, quick on the uptake, immediately realized what she had interrupted. Her face went pale and she began fidgeting nervously. I apologize, there's no need. Truly, nothing happened. Well, more accurately, nothing had happened yet before she barged in. Seducing, as you said, the Black Gold Saw clan will face quite a harsh ordeal after today. Yes, that's certainly true. Seducing nodded once, regaining her composure. In my opinion, if you miss this opportunity, you might never get another. Flinch. At Cheon Yura's cold but honest assessment, Seducing bit her lip slightly. Yes, I am well aware of that. In my past life, The one who became head of the Black Gold Saw clan was the eldest son, Saw Bihwin. And after I became inner administrator, I never once saw Saw Byeon again. Hoping that she was simply living quietly somewhere in the clan would be nothing more than wishful thinking. And Saw Byeon, too, was clearly aware of that grim future. They say the worst crime a person can commit is treason. My eldest brother would never leave someone like me alive. Then what do you plan to do? With so little personal power, she didn't have many options. Saw Byeon thought carefully, then opened her mouth. Thanks to Master Jin's actions, Saw Ching-mun has publicly disgraced the cult's prestige. And Saw Ching-mun is one of my elder brother's closest allies. I have to use this to bring him down. You think that's possible? On its own, probably not. The key is to use this chance to expose more of my brother's weaknesses. There's no such thing as someone who's clean when shaken hard enough. Normally, that kind of internal investigation would be impossible. But if external threats keep coming, there'll definitely be an opening. I see. Cheon Yura didn't seem particularly reassured, even though Saw Byeon appeared to have a plan. Even if an opening existed, slipping through it was a deadly gamble. The real problem was that Cheon Yura had no way of helping her. Jin Yeomyung, is there any way? Both of their eyes turned toward me, holding the faintest hope. Of course, neither of them had high expectations. No matter what it accomplished so far, this was an entirely different scale of problem. But there is. Both women widened their eyes in shock. I grinned and said to Cheon Yura, however, "I'll need your permission first, Lady Yura." My permission? I am, after all, your strategist. If I get involved in this, I'll be serving Lady Saw for a while, and it's only proper I get your approval first. Saw Byeon asked in a trembling voice. Why, you really have a way? I do. To her, it must felt like grabbing onto a straw. At this point, she probably only had a broad direction, with no real detailed plan. No, if she did have one, it likely wasn't very realistic. Cheon Yura didn't hesitate at all. Please do it. Help Saw Byeon, as I always say if you wish it. Chalk, I joined my hands and cupped my fists in salute toward her. Chapter 97. Each other's hearts, too, the golden flow demonic emperor, Saw Bihwin. In my past life, he had been one of the 5 elders of the heavenly demon cult. His nickname, which literally meant flow of gold, stemmed from the fact that he had amassed an unimaginably vast fortune in that life. When the Heavenly Thunder Corps seized power and began their rampage, he colluded with them and became one of the main culprits who rotted the cult from within, and more than anything else he's one of those damn traitors who stabbed the cult in the back. The reason I had confidently told Saw Byeon that I had a method despite her slim chances of victory was simple. He had committed so many shady dealings behind the scenes that, even though before he had become the head of the Black Gold Saw clan, there was already a mountain of dirt I could use to drag him down. What a twisted world. I guess even those Heavenly Thunder bastards can come in handy sometimes. After all, the ones who had gathered this information were none other than the members of the Heavenly Thunder Corps in my past life. Back then, the relationship between Saw Bihwin and the Heavenly Thunder Corps had been one of hostile symbiosis. They had allied for mutual benefit, but in the end, it was inevitable that they'd eventually point their swords at each other. Naturally, both sides had poured immense resources into uncovering the other's weaknesses. It was during a visit to the Heavenly Thunder Corps leader that I happened to discover the Black Gold Saw clan's secret accounting book in his study. Saw Bihwin, if possible, he's someone who absolutely must be removed. He was arrogant, violent, and worst of all, filthy behind the scenes. He was such an unmatched piece of trash, even among the next generation of 6 great demonic clans' heirs, that there was no need to say more. What method is it? I admit I'm honestly curious. Cheon Yura, who usually wouldn't show much interest in these matters, seemed to make an exception when it came to Saw Byeon. I can't say it just yet. I still need to move beneath the surface for now. Then what is it I need to do? There's definitely something. In fact, from now on, y'all need to act proactively. Lady Saw, you must now draw the clan leader's attention. The clan leader's attention? Up until now, Lady Saw hasn't been able to participate in the clan's affairs, right? Yes, that's true. The issue here likely isn't just because of Saw Bihwin's obstruction. It's also the natural inclination of the clan leader himself. Nod, but this time, things are a little different. Since the cult leader personally intervened, even the Black Gold Saw clan may need to accept help from tiny hands. Then I suppose I must become those tiny hands. Yes, exactly. Cheon Yura raised a valid question. But even if you do that, will anything really change? Tiny hands are just tiny hands. At best, it might improve Bion's standing slightly within the clan, but a reversal is impossible. Of course, that's why we need to gather everything else we can as well, but this specific action has only one goal. One goal: to make the head of the Black Gold Sa clan perceive Lady Bion as surprisingly capable, preferably more so than her other two brothers excluding Sa Bihwin. Sa Bimun and Sa Bijan, Sa Bion's elder brothers. They weren't as bad as Sa Bihwin, but still far from deserving any praise. If Lady Bion can personally resolve this crisis, it would be ideal. True, even the clan leader would have to acknowledge that kind of merit. As her voice trailed off, I raised a single finger. And one more thing. What is it? Lady Bion must maximize the influence she currently holds over the black market. The black market's influence? In this situation, there's only one real use for the black market, isn't there? Information. The black market existed throughout the 10,000 mountain region. Not all, but at least over half of it was currently under Sa Bion's management. Keep close surveillance on Sa Bihwin's every move. At the very least, when he leaves the Sa clan compound, every moment of his actions should reach your ears. Outside? Yes, outside. If you put the measures in place now, it'll eventually prove useful. If it was inside the Black Gold Sa clan, that'd be a pipe dream, but outside was a different matter. The manpower and intelligence network of the black market was comparable to the Hao sect within the heavenly demon cult. If we concentrated all its capabilities on one point, even someone like Sa Bihwin wouldn't be able to completely slip through the net. Sa Bion nodded silently. Understood. I'll follow Master Jin's suggestion. Although she hadn't yet grasped my full intent, she seemed convinced there was some greater plan at work. It's earlier than planned, but striking while the iron's hot is probably best. Unlike my previous life, if Sa Bion became the head of the Black Gold Sa clan, then not only would I gain a solid ally, but it'd also secure a reliable source of funding. For the first time in a while, I felt genuinely motivated. All right, time to gather some cards. Just as I passed the entrance of the Lesser Demon Hall, Master Jin. For some reason, Sa Bion had followed behind and called out to me. Is there something you wish to say? Turning around, I saw Sa Bion wearing an indescribable expression. A complex mix of emotions stirred within her eyes. Eventually, she brought her hands together and bowed deeply at the waist. Thank you for your help. Honestly, I never imagined you'd go this far for me. Her voice trembled slightly. That meant to her, my assistance was completely unexpected. That's because the young cult leader, even if the young cult leader asked you to, this matter could still bring grave danger to you. If it fails, you could lose everything you've built up until now. Well, yes, that's true. Interfering in a succession struggle, and not just any clan, but one of the 6 great demonic clans. If I succeeded, it would be incredible. But if I failed, it wouldn't be strange at all if Jin Gunak offered my head to the Black Gold Sa clan as an apology. You know all that and still want to help me? Yes, I answered without hesitation. I want Lady Sa to survive, and I want to speak with you again like we used to. Regardless of my role as the one supporting Cheon Yura from the shadows, isn't it only natural to want a friend you get along with to make it through? A friend? Am I wrong? At least that's how I see it. In my previous life, I was the inner administrator who managed all the cult's internal affairs. And Sa Bion, who was sharp in matters of commerce and finance. Frankly, among our peers, we were the most compatible in terms of conversation and disposition. Even when I worked temporarily as manager of Sea Moon Platform, the person I consulted most about its operations had been her. When you say that, Sa Bion, who had seemed like she was about to say something more, suddenly shook her head vigorously. Then she lightly covered her mouth with the edge of her sleeve. No, never mind. I will never forget your help, Master Jin. You'd better remember those words well, Lady of the Black Golds. A faint blush appeared on Sa Bion's cheeks. How is it? Are you getting by all right, Myung-o? Nod. Myung-o, show proper respect to the young master. As Gu Chil glared beside her, Myung-o reluctantly opened her mouth. Thanks to your cursed charity that kept me alive, I am barely surviving. I'm glad. Good to hear Yurei holding up. What kind of auditory system do you have to interpret that as holding up? Whack! Myung-o's head slammed forward as she was struck on the back of the head. What was that for, senior? Manners. Gu Chil's unyielding expression made it clear he had no intention of compromising. Myung-o stuck out her lips in a pout. Then, in a slightly more polite tone than before, she said, I am not completely healed yet, but thanks to your efforts, I am nearly recovered. I see, to treat a beauty like me so roughly. Senior Byokno, Gu Chil, you're so cruel, aren't you? You talk more than I expected. I was a bit taken aback by how much of a chatterbox she was. When she had acted under the alias of Jiok Ryong, an instructor at Thousand Day Pass, she had seemed quiet, if a bit coy. She's always been like that. Not exactly a fitting temperament for an assassin. Your speech is the one that doesn't match. What's with that farmhand accent anyway? Gu Chil glared again, and Myung-oh quickly looked away, unable to meet his eyes due to the gap in both age and skill. What a funny pair. I chuckled to myself internally. In any case, since I went through all that trouble to save you, your path is set. Myung-oh's expression grew serious. I heard from Gu Chil Sr. that you can help me kill Demon Lord Jin Yeomyung and Death King Enforcer Jin Jumun. As far as I know, there are more involved in the Death Spirit Order than just those two, but you're not wrong. Those two need to be eliminated someday, no matter what. Especially Jin Yeomyung, who currently held the position of Heavenly Thunder Corps leader even in this era. That bastard, who wielded overwhelming power in Cheon Yura's time alongside Sa Bihwen, was at the very top of my kill list. Myung-oh knelt before me. Then she bowed deeply. If what you say is true, and if you're willing to help me with my revenge, I'll gladly give you this life of mine. Young master, please accept Myung-oh's loyalty. Gu Chil, too, bowed deeply alongside her. I smirked and asked Myung-oh, HMPH, can you really offer up your life? Oh well, that is as expected. Her expression immediately froze up. Isn't this the part where she's supposed to shout, of course? Without hesitation, Gu Chil, who was also bowing, let out a quiet but cold curse. This damned bringing shame to the Ghost Command Unit, where had the determined resolve she showed in Qinghai Province gone. She was acting like a completely different person now. I mean back then, I was completely cornered and thought I was going to die, so I lost it and went wild and. Now that I've somehow survived by the skin of my teeth, I just don't want to throw it away so easily. Myung-oh twirled her red hair around her finger, laughing sheepishly. Judging by Gu Chil's clenched fist and the way his jaw tightened, I thought he might punch her pretty face any second, so I quickly cut in. Well, fine. I don't expect someone I just took in to lay down their life right away. Thank you for your understanding. Crack! As Gu Chil's fist audibly popped, Myung-oh quickly bowed her head in panic. Then I said something to her, almost in passing. You won't be able to offer your life for me until you've avenged the subordinates you lost so meaninglessly. For a moment, Myung-oh's expression went cold so much, so I questioned if she was even the same person. The Underworld Kings unit. The subordinates she had spent 10 years nurturing. They were a doomed unit that had been wiped out in a head-on clash with the secular Kunlun faction in Eastern Sea Fortress. Young Master I wasn't trying to mock you. I am just stating facts. I squatted down in front of Myung-oh and met her gaze. I respect your revenge. There's no need for you to die for me. But there's one thing I can never forgive: a betrayal. Of course. If I ever betray Yawather by my own will or someone else's, I'll gladly die by Senior's hand. Good. That level of oath is enough. I rose to my feet and added offhandedly, don't you want to rebuild the Underworld Kings unit? A visceral reaction erupted from Myung-oh. Of course, it won't be a unit solely yours. If I create another assassination squad, the leader will naturally be Gu Chil. Yao'll be the vice captain. But I'll let you keep the name Underworld Kings unit. At least more importantly, this new unit would be my private force, independent from the demonic Heaven's Jin clan. Myung-oh's eyes lit up with fire. That would be more than I could ever ask for. I wouldn't dare hope for more. A spark of life returned to Myung-oh's once hopeless eyes. Gu Chil asked worriedly, young master, are you sure about this? Not right away, of course. For now, I'll need you two to suffer through some tough work. Leave it all to us. Overflowing with motivation, Myung-oh looked ready to breathe fire. Seeing her charge forward without a second thought, Gu Chil once again raised his hand. Chapter 98. The Master Level Scheme 1? No. It's only natural for me to work hard for young master, but that's not what I meant. Then what? To raise an assassin unit on the level of the Underworld Kings unit, it would require an astronomical amount of money. Given the covert nature of the assassin profession, even hiring instructors was a monumental task, and securing a place where they could be secretly trained was equally essential. Above all, it couldn't be done in just a few days. It required steady investment over years, making it a money-devouring beast with an insatiable appetite. It's fine. The money, I mean. Excuse me. Even if it's you, young master, there's no way your father, no, the inner administrator would give you that kind of money. especially if you start using the Jin clan's funds. Then it wouldn't be my own unit, it'd be subordinated to the Jin clan. Don't worry about that. I covered my mouth with a fan and smiled contentedly. I've built up a little secret stash this time, and it's quite the sum. Yeah. Plus, the collection isn't even complete yet. There's still plenty more to come. Is that good? Sure, the idea of rebuilding the Underworld King's unit or acquiring a large number of subordinates was exciting, but the men and women couldn't bring themselves to smile mostly because their master's grin was far too villainous. As you said, young master, the restoration of the Underworld King's unit is something for later. Do we have any urgent tasks to handle now? Yes, and for a while, it'll have you running so much your feet will blister. I turned my gaze toward Myung-oh. Myung-oh? Yes, young Masno, my lord. If the restoration of the Underworld King's unit happens, it'll take place in the secret region hidden by the yin-yang fist demon. Understood. Myung-oh responded calmly, knowing this was only the preamble. You can tell me, right? Every single stronghold and group of the heaven-defying society within our cult that you know of. Of course, I can tell you everything. Even if the heaven-defying society operated in cells within the cult, they still needed some means of communicating orders. And Myung-oh had been one of those communication agents. She might not have the knowledge of a top-tier leader, like a 10 heavenly lord-level figure, but she surely knew more than the average member. Since returning to the cult, I've heard of many strongholds being taken down, but after some investigation, I confirmed that there are still active lines and remnants lurking throughout the demonic cult. Good, very good. Honestly, I don't know every contact, but with just the information I do have, I am confident I can deliver a fatal blow. Myung-oh seemed proud of how helpful she was being. Shall we set a trap to wipe them out in one stroke? With luck, we could even gather them all in one place. No, just leave them be. I shook my head. Excuse me. Why? Even if I wiped out a bunch of small fry, I wouldn't gain much. Frankly, it's just annoying. I've got martial arts to train, secret scheming to manage. I've got mountains of work. Secret scheming? You two are my loyal hands and feet, helping with all that scheming. Until now, I only had Gu Chill, but with Myung-oh Somyeon of comparable skilljoning, the possibilities would increase exponentially. You only have one task this time. Anything, just say the word. As they knelt before me, I revealed the crux of this operation. Fabricate evidence. 5 Great Halls, Elder Hall. The Elder Hall known as the summit of power in the heavenly demon cult, where all major and minor matters were handled. Of course, final authority rested with the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, but nearly every other policy and plan was conceived in the Elder Hall. The Elder Hall was composed of 14 individuals, starting with Jin Yeomyung, the cult leader and heavenly demon himself. Then Jin Yeomyung, the thousand-handed witch, who led the Elder Council as the Grand Elder with an honorary seat. And below them, 12 more elders from 1st Elder to 12th Elder completed the group. Yura late today, 3rd Elder. With the heavenly demon's seat set aside separately, Jin Yeomyung, seated in the highest position of the Elder Hall, turned toward the entrance and spoke. A graceful middle-aged man just passing through the entrance lowered his head to her. My apologies, I had too much to take care of. His identity was none other than the 3rd Elder and the head of the Black Gold Saw clan Sa Myongrin, known as the Thunder Essence Fiend, the Golden Demon. I suppose, with treason pinned on your clan, you must been running around like a mad dog trying to destroy evidence. Only one person would dare to mock the 3rd Elder like that. The Usura King, Jin Gunak, also known as the Battle Demon. Sa Myongrin ignored Jin Gunak's words and quietly took his seat. Not all the elders are present, but the heads of the 6 great demonic clans are, so I think we can proceed with the meeting. Impudent bastards. How dare they skip a gathering like this? The one who growled that out in a low voice was Ma Seongwon, the lord of the blood dragon demonic clan praised by many titles, such as the heavenly piercing demon sword, the sword demon, and the demon sword supreme. Responding to that, a giant man seated next to Jin Yeomyung, rivaling even Jin Gunak in size, shouted out, "Yama Blade is allowed. This is the busiest time for his sword technique training." Ma Seongwon's expression instantly twisted. That sword-mad bastard, do you even remember that Yura, the 1st Elder of our cult? The man who'd made such a baffling comment was none other than Pa Waryong, head of the Saber Demon Pa clan. HMPH. I don't need to hear that from a sword freak like you. What did you say? As the atmosphere turned tense in an instant, Jin Yeomyung stepped in to mediate. All right, that's enough. I'll issue warnings to the absent elders later. For now, hold your tongues. Once the two clan heads fell silent, Jin Yeomyung finally turned her gaze to Sa Myung-rin. I am sure you've guessed it, but today's meeting might be a bit uncomfortable for you. The information that Sa Ching-mun from your Black Gold Sa clan blurted out might have been tacitly tolerated to some extent. But in truth, it was a strictly forbidden secret that should never have been spoken aloud. And worse, the timing and place were terrible. The authority to access information and the authority to disclose it were two entirely different things. And Sa Ching-mun had disastrously violated the latter. Q-hu-hu-hu! The 6 clans and even ordinary followers were crowded around, and he shouted it out with his internal energy. What more needs to be said? Jin Gunak openly chuckled, deliberately provoking Sa Myung-rin. Who, well, he's not wrong. So, after discussing it with the cult leader, we've decided on the level of punishment to impose on the Sa clan. Ordinarily, such decisions would be made by a full gathering of the elders. However, things were different when it concerned one of the 6 great demonic clans. One wrong word or move could shift interclan relations dramatically and trigger a political storm. I hope the punishment's nice and fiery. Of course, that didn't apply when they were already on bad terms from the start. Well, I wouldn't know anything about that. As expected, Sa Myung-rin feigned ignorance. Sure, you can say that, Sa clan head, but you can't block out the sky with your palm. I'll now share the cult leader's judgment. Jin Yeomyung calmly announced the sanctions placed on the Black Gold Sa clan. At first, Sa Myung-rin listened quietly, but as Jin Yeomyung's explanation dragged on, his expression began to shift dramatically. Wait a moment, dismissal of the chief administrator, and even stripping part of our shares in the mysterious gold merchant company and reclaiming our rights in southern Mongolia? There were 5 total sanctions imposed on the Black Gold Sa clan, but those 3 were especially fatal to the clan's interests. That's how it's been decided. I can't accept this. Especially the dismissal of the inner administrator. It's far too much. The reason he was so livid about the dismissal was that the current inner administrator bore the surname Sa. Kekek, and what will you do if you can't accept it? Run off crying to the cult leader and beg for mercy? Jin Gunak, do you have a death wish? Sa Myung-rin finally glared at Jin Gunak as though he'd kill him. He had tried to ignore him, but he kept needling at every opportunity, making his blood boil. Naturally, Jin Gunak, who feared nothing, replied cheekily, "Oh, is it okay for you to be this angry at me? If it were me, I'd be using this time to get back and come up with a countermeasure." You! Sa Myung-rin, seasoned as he was, clearly understood that losing his temper here wouldn't help him in the slightest. As his face flushed red with fury, clicks of tongues echoed from around the hall. Lord Usura is really going after Lord Thunder Essence today. The 11th elder, Gwang Rahi, known as the Mad Naked Princess, Yeo-jing clicked her tongue lightly. Heh, it's not like this is anything new. Let it go. The 9th elder, King Garak of the Bloody Yin Claws, shrugged as if it couldn't be helped. Seems the matter's settled. Can we go now? The one who made the brief but heavy remark was So Muniak, head of the Hidden Shadow So clan known by the name 10,000 Killer and the moniker Killing Demon. Go where? We're not done yet. As the atmosphere in the Elder Hall suddenly turned noisy again, Jin Yeomyung let out a deep sigh and shook her head. Now that things have gotten this far, even for the Sa clan, we can't just let it slide. Even if it was entirely Sa Ching-mun's doing, can we really say his words are only his responsibility? But still, the punishment is far too severe. You'd wipe out nearly 1/5 of our clan's strength just because of a single brat's slip of the tongue? For Sa Myung-rin, it was completely unacceptable. If they accepted this, the entire power balance among the 6 clans would collapse instantly, but Jin Yeomyung was immovable. The cult leader has already made the decision. I can't overturn it. However, Jin Yeomyung looked at Sa Myung-rin with a strange glint in her eye and continued. The cult leader has granted the Sa clan 1 week to make an appeal. Depending on the contents of that appeal, the intensity of the punishment may be revised. Sa Myung-rin stared at Jin Yeomyung with a baffled expression. The Black Gold Sa clan had already submitted a long written appeal to the Chin clan, clearly stating their position. They had thoroughly pinned the blame on Sa Ching-mun to the point that nothing more could be added or manipulated. And now they were being given an extra week. The cult leader is far too lenient with the Sa clan. Silence, Jin Gunak. Snapping back to his senses at Jin Gunak's grumbling, Sa Myung-rin grew serious. Regardless of the reason, he now had 1 more week. He had to make something happen. We're grateful for the cult leader's generous opportunity. In that case, I'll take my leave to make the most of it. See you in a week. I hope you come back with a bigger palm this time. You can't cover the sky with your palm, but the palms of the 6 great demonic clans were big enough to rival the heavens. Whether Sam Yongrin understood his meaning or not, he quickly bowed to those present and exited the hall. After that, if it's over, I'll be heading out too. Same here. Ma Xianghun, head of the Blood Dragon demonic clan, along with the heads of the Hidden Shadow So clan and Illusion clan, promptly rose to their feet. In contrast, the Pa clan, Jin clan, and the lower-ranking elders were more relaxed. What's the rush? You look like a dog desperate for the loot. A cheap provocation, hardly worth a response. Still, Ma Xianghun snorted and replied, You wouldn't understand. You leave everything to your underlings and just wave a sword around. Not because your house is on fire. Ma Xianghun's eyes cooled instantly. What exactly do you mean by that? Pa Waryang shrugged. Nothing in particular. I just figured something must be up if even your heavy ass is suddenly moving so fast. Was I wrong? Ma Xianghun stared at him deeply for a moment, then muttered. Not you. You wouldn't have the brains for that anyway. What kind of bullshit is that? See you in a week. Done with the conversation, Ma Xianghun abruptly turned his head and strode out of the hall. Immediately, the masters of the Blood Dragon demonic clan, who had been waiting outside, carried him off in a palanquin and vanished from the Elder Hall in a flash. Maybe something really is going on. Watching him go, Pa Waryang blinked in genuine confusion. Jin Yeomyung burst into hearty laughter. QQ Cuckoo, you may be a blockhead, but sometimes your intuition is frighteningly sharp. Chapter 99, The Master Level Scheme 2, Pa Waryang frowned. Hey, old hag. You know I hate complicated talk. What are you going on about? I meant no harm. It's just a gut feeling. That perhaps it's thanks to that very instinct that you've managed to handle the blood-striking Pa clan without issue all this time. HMPH, my kids are good. They don't cause any problems. I'm sure they don't. If they did, their heads would probably be smashed by your fists. The title of the heavenly demon cult's first elder wasn't earned through gambling. The peak of tens of thousands of warriors under the direct command of the heavenly demon, below only the heavenly demon himself. The one who stood at the pinnacle was none other than the tyrant Saber Demon Pa Waryang. I am bored. I think I'll go pay a visit to Yomra. He should still be at the 10,000 Jang Blade Cliff. Blood Tier Spear should be there too. Pass on a message for me, will you? If he skips another elder meeting, it won't be fun for him. HMPH, even I find your warnings a bit scary, old hag. I'll make sure he hears it. Please do. And don't go jumping out of 10,000 Mountain again saying you're off to meet the Saber King. With that, even First Elder Pa Waryang departed from the Elder Hall. Following him, the lower-ranking elders from the 6 great demonic clans also vanished. In the end, only the Grand Elder Cheon Yura and 4th Elder Jin Yeomyung remained in the Elder Hall. Usura King, is there something you wish to say? I am curious about the cult leader's intentions. Jin Yeomyung, now with arms crossed and a stoic expression, was a completely different man from the middle-aged one who had earlier teased Sam Yongrin with flippant ease. Judging from how things unfolded, it looks like some trickery was pulled on the 4 clans except for the Pa clan and ours. HMPH. Why were the Pa clan and we left alone? Do you really want to know? Cheon Yongha's words were a roundabout way of asking if Jin Yeomyung could handle the truth. Normally, I'd let it slide, but this time I am really curious. Well, fine. It's not really a big secret. At least not from you. Jin Yeomyung's eyes narrowed slightly at the cryptic response. The Pa clan, well, you know them. They're not ones to fall for schemes. Unlike foxes with bear-like frames like you, they're actual bears. If you poke them carelessly, you might end up dealing with more trouble than expected. Then what about us? It's because of your eldest son. What? The cult leader holds your eldest son in rather high regard. Just for that. Of course, it's not just that. He's done a great deal for the young cult leader. The cult leader is taking that into account. He had thought his son had made significant contributions to the family, but did the cult leader really think that highly of him? Jin Yeomyung felt a bit conflicted. The Heavenly Thunder Corps commander also wants to recruit him into the Heavenly Thunder Corps. The Heavenly Thunder Corps, one of the 5 great Halsit, wasn't a bad choice. Although the Chen clan practically dominated the Heavenly Thunder Corps, they wouldn't assign his eldest son to some backwater post. But if he joins the Heavenly Thunder Corps, wouldn't that mean saying goodbye to the position of demonic faction lord? That doesn't matter, does it? It's not like the cult leader ever intended to match her with anyone in the first place. Jin Yeomyung's expression twisted grimly. Did you just say that out loud? Still, I am quite fond of your son in my own way. Cheon Yong-ha cut off Jin Gunak's outburst. Just as he was about to explode in anger, Jin Gunak paused, calming down at the unexpected statement. What do you mean by that? Exactly what I said. The cult leader has no intention of pairing Yura with anyone, at least for now, but the great elder's opinion is different. It's just my personal support, that's all. Wordplay again, I mean it. Right now, no one can oppose the cult leader. It was infuriating, but true. In the Central Plains, people liked to speak of the three supremes, placing the cult leader on the same level as two others. But from Jin Gunak's perspective, that was just the orthodox factions clinging to their pride. That's how absolute the current cult leader's presence was. Damn it. So what, we're just supposed to dance to the cult leader's tune now. Why would you? The ones with fires under their feet are the other four clans. In Cheon Yong-ha's eyes, Jin Gunak had it easy, just had to sit back and watch the fireworks. You're lucky. You raised a good son. If not, no matter how much merit he earned, the cult leader would surely found an opening to strike. KHM, they say praise could make even the Usura king dance. Jin Gunak, who had been acting all high and mighty, let a proud smirk slip. Cheon Yong-ha brushed it off as luck, but raising a child was a skill in itself. While the other clans were waging bloody succession wars, the descendants of the Jin clan remained as close as ever. Feels like you're thinking something a bit shameless, so shut up now. So, in short, this whole situation is a golden opportunity for me. Did you even hear a word I just said? Cheon Yong-ha glared at Jin Gunak sharply. Why do you think I told you all this? There's only one reason, don't make a move. This mess might take time to settle, but it will end without greatly disrupting the balance between the clans. But if you act now, the balance will definitely collapse. And once that balance collapsed, the cult leader who had so far only moved from the shadows would come forward in full force. When that happens, even you won't be able to handle the cult leader's wrath. KKHM, who said I was going to do anything? Even for the great Jin Gunak, this threat struck a nerve. If you really feel like interfering, just help your son a bit from the sidelines. I won't say anything about that. Well, a father supporting his son's wishes is his duty, after all. Do you have any idea how much your shamelessness hits differently today? Among the heads of the 6 great demonic clans, the only one who showed even a shred of humanity was from the Pa clan. And even that was just because the indifferent parents had happened to raise 2 twins who grew up well on their own. Rest of the 5 clans were just Cheon Yong-ha felt a headache she thought had long vanished, creeping back in, and unconsciously pressed her forehead. Phew, you should get going now. I need to report this incident to the cult leader. Do as you must. Having heard all the truths he wanted, Jin Gunak left the elder hall with light steps. Left alone at last, Cheon Yong-ha fell into silent contemplation for a while, until something suddenly came to mind, and he spoke. By the way, I wonder if that guy even knows his own son has come back a monster. Assemble everyone in the main conference hall within the hour. The head of the Black Gold Sa clan, Thunder Essence Fiend Sa Myungrin, summoned all the senior members of his clan the moment he returned home. More than 100 people packed into the space like sardines, and Sa Myungrin, completely unlike his usual cold and calculated self, roared furiously. How the hell did you people handle this matter? The elders and senior members of the Black Gold Sa clan lowered their heads, silently enduring the wrath of their clan head. They had thought they had resolved everything flawlessly, or so they believed, but the moment Sa Myungrin returned from the elder hall, he became a living demon, unleashing his fury on his subordinates. 1 week, you all need to figure out exactly why the cult leader gave me a week. Uncover the full extent of his intentions. Could it be that he wants the matter resolved in a different way? Then what is that different way? Well, I don't really know. You open your mouth without knowing how to fix it. Crack, crackle, C-clan head, please calm silence. The elder who had spoken was struck directly by Sa Myungrin's heaven-bestowed divine thunder demonic art and went flying into the corner of the hall. With black soot covering his body and smoke drifting off him, it was hard to tell whether he was even alive, even with the eyes of a seasoned martial artist. Damn that Jin Gunak, I was utterly humiliated. If we can't resolve the blow to my pride and the fate of the Black Gold Sa clan right here, then all of you had best be ready to strip off your robes and retire to the back room. Everyone in the hall was stunned. None among them held a position lower than a senior executive, whether within the clan or in the external branches. Especially in the case of the Black Gold Sa clan, many of them were key figures in the heavenly demon cult's economic affairs. If they were all forced to step down, over half of the 8 great demonic seals would become non-functional and paralyzed. In other words, while it seemed like he was threatening to purge the clan's executives, it was in fact a veiled threat to declare war with the Cheon clan without any backing. That outcome had to be avoided at all costs. However, no matter how much he yelled, a solution wasn't going to magically appear out of thin air. While the hall remained locked in a hellish silence, Sa Myung-grin turned his metaphorical gun barrel toward his own eldest son. Sa Bihwen, this entire mess was caused by one of your trusted subordinates. How do you plan to take responsibility? Clan head, aye, Sa Bihwen stammered, unable to form a proper response. His trusted man, Sa Chung-mun, had long since become a cripple, his danshan destroyed and his body confined in the clan's prison. The only reason they kept him barely alive was to avoid accusations of silencing a witness. Speak. If you fancy yourself close to being the young clan head, then prove your capability. Clan head. The eldest son stood there trembling, utterly unable to offer a single plan. Beside him, the second and third sons kept their heads down, saying nothing. To think I ever considered those fools fit to be heirs. A flicker of thinly veiled contempt showed in Sa Myung-grin's eyes. Still, even with the silence of the seasoned elders and council members, grilling his eldest wouldn't magically produce a plan. Damn it all. As Sa Myung-grin ground his teeth in frustration from the farthest end of the room, someone raised their hand. Clan head, the voice was so small and delicate that it could have easily gone unheard. When Sa Myung-grin recognized the speaker sitting in the corner with her hand raised, he looked slightly puzzled. Beon, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at the Lesser Demon Hall? His eldest daughter and fourth child. Though she technically held a place in the line of succession, she had long been considered a pawn for a political marriage unless she proved herself as a direct aid to the young cult leader. What's that girl doing here? Clearly caught off guard by her appearance, Sa Bihwen clenched his teeth and shot her a glare. Receiving the full attention of the entire hall, Sa Bihwen responded calmly and smoothly. How could I remain comfortably in the Lesser Demon Hall while the clan faces a crisis? Under normal circumstances, Sa Myung-grin might have at least offered a token word of praise for her loyalty, but right now, he had no time or mental space for such things. So, why did you raise your hand? I have a method. What? Is that true? What sort of method are you referring to? The elders of the clan voiced their surprise and immediately pressed her for answers. The previously silent hall was quickly filled with overlapping voices. Silence, rumble. Only after Sa Myung-grin released his thunderous chi did the chaos subside. He then spoke, his voice far gentler than before. All right, my daughter. Do you truly have a way to resolve this? Yes, clan head. What is it? Before I explained, Sa Bihwen, who had been slightly bowing her head, raised her eyes and met Sa Myung-grin's gaze directly. Please grant me the responsibility and authority to resolve this matter with my own hands. Responsibility and authority? Yes, clan head. She was saying, I will take responsibility. So give me the authority. What level of authority are you asking for? At the very least, her eyes briefly passed over Sa Bihwen. I would like authority on the level of the young clan head. Chapter 100. The Master Level Scheme 3. So, the authority of the clan heir, is it? Ordinarily, even if she was his daughter, such insolence would have been punished severely, just like the elder lying over there. But now, Sa Bihwen was essentially saying she would drink from a poisoned chalice. What nonsense is this? Bihwen, how dare you spout such outrageous nonsense? Sa Bimon and Sa Bijun, who stood beside Sa Bihwen, instantly exploded with rage. And then crackle, zap, aarg, forgive us, clan leader. The two of them paid a horrific price for opening their mouths without permission. It was a pain like having their teeth ripped out and the nerves inside them scraped raw without anesthesia. Even as they foamed blood from their mouths and lost consciousness, their bodies continued to convulse, unable to escape the agony. Remove them. Yes, clan leader. The elite guards of the clan leader, waiting nearby, dragged the unconscious Sa Bimon and Sa Bijun out of the room. There was a slight commotion. So, my daughter, are you truly asking me to give you the seat of clan heir? At those words, Sa Bihwen's shoulders trembled noticeably. But Sa Bihwen ignored it and answered swiftly. I do not dare hope for such a thing. I merely believe that, to resolve this issue, I need temporary authority equivalent to the clan heir. And what solution could possibly require that? Sa Bihwen straightened her back and spoke confidently. If you grant me that authority, I shall tell you. What? Even Sa Myung-grin and the surrounding elders widened their eyes in disbelief. to show such audacity before the clan leader. Sa Myung-grin narrowed his eyes with a flicker of anger as he glared at Sa Byeon. HMPH, even as my daughter, your impudence knows no bounds. Boom! In an instant, a massive pressure bore down on both of Sa Byeon's shoulders. It was a murderous pressure that someone at the late-stage chi refinement realm could never endure. Everyone in the hall expected it. That Sa Byeon would soon have her forehead smashed to the ground, forced to bow. However, crunch, crack. Even though her bones and muscles were surely being twisted under the pressure, Sa Byeon faced the clan leader with the same proud demeanor. A true merchant never gives away her goods and knowledge for free. That was the very first lesson I received from you, clan leader. Oh, a glimmer of intrigue shone in Sa Myung-grin's eyes. Even if he hadn't used his full power, the fact she endured his mental pressure so well. Does that apply even to family? You said it yourself, clan leader. Transactions with family, relatives, and acquaintances must be even more meticulous. Whoosh, the pressure pressing down on Sa Byeon vanished. Yes, I did say that. Muttering softly to himself, Sa Myung-grin looked at Sa Byeon with a trace of pride. I like your guts. Were you always this bold? I had an excellent reference nearby. Reference? Ah, you mean the young cult leader. Sa Myung-grin nodded to himself, convinced. His anger had subsided considerably, and his demeanor had returned to reason. The authority of a clan heir, if you can truly resolve this matter, then of course I cannot refuse such a request. But I detest people who only talk and do nothing. Speak, how exactly do you plan to resolve this? In effect, that was as good as an agreement. Sa Byeon was quietly surprised. Looks like the situation was worse than I expected. Just as there is opportunity in crisis, this solution might prove even more effective. Simply pushing all the blame onto Sa Chang-mun isn't enough. Not enough. No matter how cleverly we manipulate the evidence, in the end, it's just a game of blind man's bluff, a vain attempt to hide the sky with a palm. Hearing her echo the same words he had heard hours earlier from someone else made Sa Myung-grin's gut twist. So, what do you propose? We need merit. Only with merit can we cover a fault. Sa Myung-grin's face grew clouded at the seemingly ordinary solution. Do you think I haven't considered that? This was a setup orchestrated by the cult leader. No ordinary merit can undo it. And there's no way to earn such merit in just a week. Even if they forged merit, it wouldn't be enough to convince the Chen clan. But then there is a way. There is. Sa Byeon pulled out her trump card, which she had received earlier from a certain someone. The former 7th Elder Jan Hyol, the yin-yang fist demon, was connected to the remnants of the heaven-defying society seeking to overthrow our cult. Since even the Chen clan failed to catch them, capturing those remnants would be more than enough to erase our faults. Is that true? Even the elders, not to mention the clan leader himself, were stirred. It worked. This would definitely work. With a trembling voice, Sa Myung-grin asked, how did you come to know this? I used the intelligence network of black market that I oversee. After identifying them, I kept them under watch in case something like this happened. I am glad I can be of help to the clan. Then the authority of the clan heir, I want to command our clan's martial forces directly to ensure their capture. Indeed, since she had prepared this thoroughly, entrusting her with the operation wasn't unreasonable. In fact, giving her this much command was necessary to ensure all the merit would be hers. Instead of the silent clan leader, it was the elders who became frantic, urging her forward. Clan leader, we must act quickly. Although Sa Myung-grin had just gained an unexpected solution, for some reason he didn't seem ready to make a decision right away. Sa Byeon grew tense at the clan leader's indecisiveness. Could it be he's suspicious? After all, Sa Byeon was a close confidant of the young cult leader. And the young cult leader was not only a member of the Chen clan, but also the daughter of the cult leader. It was entirely possible for him to suspect that this was part of the cult leader's ploy to subjugate the Sa clan. But fortunately, Byeon. Yes, clan leader. I'll assign you 5 elders and 3 armed units. Handle this matter thoroughly. With the clan leader's decision, Sa Byeon's expression brightened. I will carry out the mission you've entrusted me with, thoroughly and without fail. She quickly bowed her head before the clan leader, which was why she failed to see it that the face of her older brother, the first son, Sa Byeon, had turned ashen and grim. Young master, what is it? Lady Sa just sent a signal. She said it was a success. I, who had been leisurely chewing on some jerky somewhere in a mountain valley, finally stood up when I received Sa Byeon's success signal. Ugh, took her long enough, didn't it? It's already been half a day. For a major clan like the Black Gold Saw clan, that's actually incredibly fast. You should know that well. We're even faster than that. We don't even hold meetings to begin with. Well, I can't argue with that. With an absolute monarch like Jin Yeomyung in charge, family meetings were no more than formal announcements at best. Myung-oh, are we ready? Not even worth calling preparation. These guys are too easy. Myung-oh waved a letter she was holding in her hand. And since it wasn't just suspicion but fact, it's even simpler than the accounting work at the 1,000-day pass. Right. Who'd have thought that at a time like this, Seo Bi-won would be in collusion with those bastards? I looked at the letter in Myung-oh's hand with a face of disbelief. It was none other than a secret request that Seo Bi-won had sent to the Yin-yang fist demon. Seo Bi-won, huh? He's far more rotten than I imagined. With this level of content, even if it's not outright treason, it's enough to raise red flags about collusion with outside forces. Only the Yin-yang fist demon and his direct subordinates had access to that letter, which was why even Myung-oh hadn't known about it. In other words, right now, inside that wooden building in front of us were direct subordinates of the Yin-yang fist demon. He clearly didn't care what happened to the cult as long as he could protect his own position. Thanks to that, we can cut out the rot before the infection spreads. I skimmed through the letter again, tilting my head slightly. Even if we hand it over like this, it'll definitely ruin him, but there's one uncertain part. At the time this letter was sent, Seo Bi-won probably hadn't known the Yin-yang fist demon would later be branded a traitor. Which meant, technically speaking, he could claim it was just backdoor dealings with a cult elder, not treason. So let's make it airtight. How? Forge the handwriting. You can replicate the seal too, right? There's no way someone would stamp a seal on a letter like this. Forging the handwriting alone is more than enough. Perfect. Then change the contents as I say and slip it back in. We left the part about the deal with the Yin-yang fist demon intact. What changed was the content. No, it implied clearly that Seo Bi-won knew about the existence of the heaven-defying society. That should be more than enough to bring him down. We were merely preparing the stage. From here on, it was up to the lead actor, Seo Bi-won. It's done, young master, as expected of Gu Chil. As a top-class assassin, he was a master at all things involving forgery and infiltration. All right, then just put the letters back where they were. Should we seal it too, just in case? Good idea. If someone tries to burn them, it'll be a pain. Chuckling, we completed the final step of the plan. Just as we were about to wrap up the operation neatly, oh-ho, what a delightfully interesting little scheme you've cooked up. A playful voice came from behind us. Huh, what? A chill ran down my spine. A figure who had completely evaded the senses of two top-class assassins and my own, someone whose perception had surpassed even the peak of the master level. Like machines, Gu Chil, Myung-oh, and I slowly turned our faces toward the voice. And there, well, such familiar faces in such an unfamiliar mountain valley. A beautiful man clad in an elaborate white scholar's robe that didn't suit this remote setting at all. The first to recognize him was Myung-oh, and her expression twisted like she'd seen a ghost. Da-da-da, Myung-oh, calm down. Gu Chil came to his senses a second later and urgently tried to stop Myung-oh, but it was too late. Demonic gentleman, boom! With explosive speed like a cannon shot, Myung-oh charged straight toward the handsome man. Despite facing Myung-oh's fierce and vicious energy head-on, the man didn't even flinch. My. It's been over 10 years, and you still can't control your emotions. He calmly struck his own palm with the folded fan in his hand. Well, I suppose having such rich emotions is what allowed you to escape the killing spirit back then. Isn't that right? I'll kill you. With your skills, you could die 10 times and still not touch me. The handsome man thrust his folded fan directly toward Myung-oh. From the fan, a devastating wave of demonic energy burst forth, spreading like a tidal wave to swallow Myung-oh whole. Damn it, Gu Chil was horrified. The difference in level was just too much. No matter how they fought, even if all three of us attacked together, the chances of victory were near zero. And just then whoosh. A burst of pitch-black sword chi flew from behind Myung-oh, ripping through the demonic energy like tearing apart cloth. Oh! A glimmer of interest flickered in the man's eyes. To dismantle the form of wind demon cloud fans so easily. I stepped forward, past Myung-oh, and stood in front of the surprised man. Then I held my sword in a reverse grip and respectfully bowed with a clasped fist. What brings you here? Hiding my killing intent as best I could, I stared at the man who stood before Meth Brain of the Jin clan. Jin Yeomyung, the demonic gentleman of the Heavenly Thunder Corps. Chapter 101. An unexpected variable one. What brings you here, Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Thunder Corps? Demonic gentleman Jin Yeomyung slightly furrowed his brow at my polite greeting. He looked surprised, as if wondering how his identity had been discovered so quickly. You know who I am? Of course I do. How could I not recognize the master of the Heavenly Thunder Corps? Most people might try to skirt around the issue, but Jin Yeomyung was not someone that could be taken lightly. But you wouldn't know my face, would you? I'd wager even the Usura King wouldn't recognize it. That may be true. He hadn't attended Elder Council meetings, nor had he made any official appearances. Though the Heavenly Thunder Corps held one of the 5 seats of the 5 Great Halls, it was true that their activities during this time were shrouded in mystery. That was how thoroughly veiled Jin Yeomyung, the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Thunder Corps, had kept himself during this period. But even if I didn't know your face, there are still certain traits one can infer from. For example, I glanced sideways at Myung-oh, who was still glaring at Jin Yeomyung like a rutting beast. You can tell just by observing how my subordinates reacted. That much is true. Jin Yeomyung nodded, seemingly convinced. But that alone isn't enough. Just now, your behavior wasn't probing or testing. It was like you already knew me personally. Damn, he's sharp. I cursed at him silently. Truly, the reputation of being the sharpest mind in the cult wasn't for nothing. We've seen each other before, though we didn't exchange greetings. You've seen me? You participated in the recent exchange ceremony, didn't you? You disguised yourself as one of the escorts from the Blood Dragon demonic clan. You figured that out? Whack. Jin Yeomyung opened his fan and covered his mouth. That was a habitual, unconscious tick of his whenever he was flustered, something I knew from my previous life. You wore the Blood Dragon robe, but you didn't cover your face. It was easy to tell. If that's true, then your perception is quite impressive. Jin Yeomyung looked at me with an oddly intrigued gaze. When I realized the emotion behind those eyes was greed, I couldn't help but be taken aback. Why? Fine, let's say you managed to figure out who I am, but you still haven't said what you all are doing here. Why should we tell you that? Myung-oh practically growled the words, dripping with hostility. But Jin Yeomyung remained unfazed. You seem to be misunderstanding something. I am not asking you're being interrogated. What? For all I care, you might be Byok Cheon, who went under the demonic heavens Jin clan after the Soul Reaper Order incident. But as for Yao, just a lackey under their leash, I could execute you on the spot, and no one would say a word. Understand, how do you know that? You thought I didn't? I've known for quite some time. KGH, while Myung-oh seethed in frustration, I quietly studied Jin Yeomyung's expression. And I became sure of it, it's bluff. He's bluffing. Though he spoke smoothly with a smirk, I could sense the subtle incongruity that only a liar gives off. More than anything, if Jin Yeomyung truly knew the truth, there's no way he would have stood by and let things get to this point. He would have acted in the Heavenly Thunder Corps interest from the start. I stepped in front of him and said firmly, Myung-oh is one of my subordinates, Pavilion Master. So what? In other words, she's currently a member of the demonic heavens Jin clan. If you touch her without my authorization, it could be interpreted as interference in the internal affairs of the 6 great demonic clans. My firm statement left Jin Yeomyung momentarily speechless. His eyes narrowed sharply and the corners of his lips twisted ever so slightly. He's considering killing me. With someone of his caliber, even my status as the grand heir of the Jin clan held little sway. Still, I was certain he wouldn't act rashly. If I think about why someone like him would come all the way out here, there could only be one reason. I quickly continued speaking. You asked what we were doing here, didn't you? I did. I threw bait at him, now that the atmosphere had turned cold. We're here scheming to change the successor of the Black Gold Saw clan, Yeo-myung Master. What the hell are you saying? Gu Chil and Myung-oh turned pale at my words. This wasn't just throwing oneself under the bus, it was a full-blown suicide move. Why would I say something like that to someone like him? But then did you just say scheming? Jin Yeomyung's voice suddenly rose several tones. Yes, one could say it aligns with the very reason you came here, demonic gentleman. How do you know why I came? To stir discord within the Black Gold Saw clan, of course. My words clearly landed. Jin Yeomyung's expression froze for a brief moment. Even though it appears the Black Gold Saw clan is being crushed under the pressure of the cult leader, a clan of their caliber wouldn't waver just from external force. Do you really believe that? Their financial influence within the cult is absolute. Even if you collapse the clan, there's no one in the cult currently capable of handling the chaos that would follow. Jin Yeomyung silently stared at me. It was a look that said, "Go on, let's see how far y'all take this." Great empires fall not from external attacks, but from rot within, and the most surefire method is infighting among successors. Indeed, Jin Yeomyung's tone suddenly shifted to something far more casual. The reason demonic gentleman personally came all the way here, isn't it? Because you thought you might be able to destabilize the Black Gold Saw clan's fixed succession line. And if the heaven-defying society were involved, it'd be easy to pin the blame on them, too. Why, young master, it's dangerous. Before I knew it, Jin Yeomyung and I were close enough to reach out and touch each other, staring straight into each other's eyes. Ignoring Gu Chil's warning, I asked with a provocative smile, "Is it not?" Ha! He didn't explode in anger. Instead, he let out a small laugh and shook his head. "I can see now why the cult leader praised you so highly." What did he say? He said, if you hadn't harbored such presumptuous thoughts, he would have kept you by his side and used you with importance. Presumptuous thoughts? How much had the cult leader figured out about my intentions? Or did he simply dislike me getting close to Cheon Yura? That, I couldn't be sure of just yet. Yes, you're right. That place is practically the secret hideout of the yin-yang fist demon. I flinched slightly at Jin Yeomyung's words. You knew, of course. Unlike with Myung-o's case, this time he wasn't lying. I carefully adjusted my tone, concealing my inner turmoil. I see, so you deliberately left it untouched for a time like this. Puh, you're really clever. The more I see, the more I want you. Jin Yeomyung's eyes widened, transforming into a four-wide-eyed stare. How about it? Have you ever thought of joining the Heavenly Thunder Corps? Heavenly Thunder Corps? Yes. If you join, I might be willing to overlook everything that happened today. I'll even turn a blind eye to your involvement with that foolish girl, and I won't place you at the bottom either. I'll keep you directly under me and use you well. This was quite an enticing offer. I had, at some point, considered infiltrating the Heavenly Thunder Corps. And now, its commander himself was extending the invitation, an ideal opportunity to slip in without raising any suspicion. The most secretive organization of the cult, almost nothing about it had been revealed even during Cheon Yura's era. This might be the perfect chance to dig into its core, but I'll have to refuse. Perhaps he hadn't expected me to reject it outright, because Jin Yeomyung's lips twitched slightly. You're turning me down? Your offer would be the ultimate path to success for any cultist, and yet you still refuse. Because if I enter the Heavenly Thunder Corps, I'll never be able to accomplish my true goal. At least, not now. If I joined, the position of demonic faction lord would be completely out of reach. Worse, Jin Yeomyung would practically cut off any relationship I had with Cheon Yura. The cult leader really was right. Even though you grasp his will, you still refuse to cast aside your arrogant ambition. Perhaps as a rebound from having held back this long, an overwhelming formless chi began pressing down on my shoulders. Interesting. Very interesting. Other than the cult leader, no one's ever turned me down. Damn it. Maybe I should have played it a little smarter. I had made a clean refusal because I believed I'd still survive in this situation no matter what. But the pressure now radiating from Jin Yeomyung was far beyond playful. Crack, kriak, Gu Chil and Myung-o stood on edge, ready to draw their weapons at any moment, watching Jin Yeomyung's movements warily. Then Jin Yeomyung, why are you still loitering here? Russell? A brawny man brushed aside some branches and appeared, and the moment Gu Chil saw him, he dropped his arms as if all hope had been lost. God damn it. Apparently, Myung-o felt the same. Her face turned pale, and she began trembling as she stumbled backward. Seeing their reactions, I instinctively understood. There was a chance I might not make it out of here alive. But strangely, Jin Yeomyung withdrew the pressure he had directed at me and responded nonchalantly. Apologies. Something interesting came up. Interesting? You know very well that not even a moment should be wasted if we are to carry out the cult leader's orders. It was only then that the man seemed to notice the others in the clearing. Byok Chanun and Myung-o, so you're still alive. Gu Chil nodded weakly. It's been a while, Commander. At those words, I also realized who he was. Commander of the doom-wielding ghost unit, Deathbringer Investigator Cheon Yura. The elite who led the Heavenly Demon Cult's most lethal assassination squad doom-wielding ghost unit, and in terms of sheer power alone, said to be second only to the cult leader himself. I thought it strange no body was ever found. Seems you really did survive. I wasn't sure about Myung-o, but I figured you, Byok Chanun, were still alive. A peak-level expert who once slaughtered countless assassins from the doom-wielding ghost unit single-handedly during the Soul Reaper Purge. The fact that Gu Chil, wasn't even showing a will to fight meant the idea of resistance had likely been deeply rooted out of him entirely. What are you planning to do with us, Commander? What do you mean? Jin Yeomyung tilted his head and replied as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The Soul Reaper purge is over. Return, y'all be useful, our return. Gu Chil and Myung-oh stood frozen, mouths agape in disbelief. Jin Yeomyung casually dropped a bomb on them. If you survived, then you return. That's how it works. Even I was dumbfounded at this point. He's completely insane. According to Gu Chil, the number of people this man had personally slaughtered was easily in the dozens. He had killed his own subordinates with his own hands, and now he says what? What kind of twisted logic allows someone to spew that kind of crap with a straight face? Even Jin Yeomyung, of all people, looked awkward as he muttered. Yeomyung. I normally wouldn't say this, but in this situation, don't you think that's a little off? Really? Yes. Jin Yeomyung looked genuinely confused, as though he truly couldn't understand why it was strange. He's a lunatic with no sense of common logic, but that confusion didn't last long. Well, think about that later. For now, we need to carry out the cult leader's orders first. About that I have something to say. What is it? I think we can take care of that order right here, right now. Jin Yeomyung waved his hand and turned his gaze back toward me. He looked at me with a regretful gaze, as though he had just let a prized catch slip away. It's rare for me to be this generous. I suppose I'm lucky then, extremely lucky. This would have been the perfect place to eliminate all evidence. Chapter 102, An Unexpected Variable 2, what's that supposed to mean? I felt an odd sense of discomfort at Jin Yeomyung's words. If it hadn't been for Jin Yeomyung, he would have wiped us out. It was basically the same as saying that our lives were spared only thanks to Jin Yeomyung's presence. Well, while we're at it, may I ask just one thing? Go ahead. Even if we share the same objective, wouldn't it be possible for us to disagree on who to put forward? I let out a small chuckle at such a feeble provocation. There can be no disagreement on this matter. Jin Yeomyung's smile deepened. And why is that? Would a powerless puppet truly be able to shake the clan? Especially when the clan head is still very much alive and watching. A puppet, the clan's great heir, Sa Bihwin, isn't without ability. No, rather, he's quite outstanding. That saying about personality and ability being inversely proportional it fit Sa Bihwin perfectly. After all, pulling off backdoor dealings is no easy feat without the proper skill. Sa Bihwin had been doing such things for over a decade and left the main cult without ever being exposed. Sa Bimon and Sa Bijan are essentially just Sa Bihwin's puppets. Surely, you're not suggesting we support the likes of them? You seem to know a great deal about the Sa clan's heirs. Jin Yeomyung's words were practically in agreement to what I had asked. Very well. If it's the young cult leader's claim, then she is not without qualifications. I'll let things proceed according to your will this time. I appreciate the sentiment. I clenched my teeth inwardly. He made it sound as if he had extended me some grand favor when all he was really saying was that he wouldn't interfere. Even though he had absolutely no reason to hinder me. What are you two talking about? Jin Yeomyung, unable to follow our conversation, tilted his head in confusion. Jin Yeomyung placed a hand on his shoulder and explained with friendly ease. This friend here will be taking care of the task we were assigned. Makes things much easier, wouldn't you say? Truly a shameless bastard. I tried my best to suppress the boiling rage rising within me, but then that is not right. Jin Yeomyung, who had been standing there with his arms crossed and a bored expression, suddenly began saying strange things. The cult leader entrusted this task to the both of us. Delegating that heavenly mandate to another is a betrayal of that trust. Now what's this? Hey, Yeomyung, even if we let that kid handle the job, we must support him in some way. Only then will we be able to stand before the cult leader with honor. I subtly glanced over at Jin Yeomyung. As I suspected, his expression clearly showed how troubled he was. For some reason, Jin Yeomyung no longer tried to convince Jin Yeomyung. Fine. I'll lend a hand to make things easier for him. That should be enough, right? Had he concluded that persuading him was hopeless from the start? Jin Yeomyung gave a slight nod. That much is acceptable. After a bit of negotiation, Jin Yeomyung twisted his lips and shot me a glare. You really are disgustingly lucky. I can't break my word in front of that guy, so I'll help you properly. However, if you fail, I'll be gravely disappointed. There's no need to sugarcoat the threat that you won't let me off. Hess, bold as ever. My offer to join the Heavenly Thunder Corps still stands. Let me know if you change your mind. There it is. That's the hideout Lady Saw spoke of. At that moment, a commotion arose in the distance as several presences approached. Seems the Sa clan elites have arrived. Damn it, I grimaced. Because of the sudden appearance of Jin Yeomyung and Jin Yeomyung, I hadn't been able to fully stage the fabricated evidence. I need to leave this letter behind. No matter how skilled Gu Chil and Myung-oh were, sneaking in cleanly amidst this chaos would be impossible. That's when Jin Yeomyung made me an unexpected offer. This whole incident was partially my fault, so allow me to clean it up for you. What do you mean? That letter, hand it to me. I'll place it safely on your behalf. Indeed, if it was Jin Yeomyung, he just might be able to pull it off. But why? I briefly considered Jin Yeomyung's motives, but soon shook my head. Refusing him here might only lead to trouble later, even if he tampered with the letter somehow. I calmly cupped my fist and bowed my head. I humbly thank the Lord for your generosity. Ho, do you not suspect me? I believe you're not the kind of person who would trample on another's goodwill. You, however, trampled on mine. Seriously holding a grudge, you son of a bitch. If I hadn't experienced many years as the chief administrator, I might let my expression slip right there. Tusk, no fun to tease at all. Seeing that I had no visible reaction, Jin Yeomyung clicked his tongue with disappointment and shook his head. Still, since you rejected my offer, you'll have to resolve matters concerning those two on your own, right? My expression slightly stiffened, and only then did Jin Yeomyung flash a satisfied smile. It's not like the Usura king would step in over a couple of mere servants, so you'd best prepare thoroughly. True enough. The Jin Gunak, I knew, wouldn't risk antagonizing one of the core powers of the Jin clan over a couple of underlings. More likely, he'd give them up as a show of goodwill in exchange for something else. Let's go, Yeomyung. Growing bored of our conversation, Jin Yeomyung perked up and followed after him. I didn't say another word until they were out of sight. Gu Chil walked up to me. Young master, you must leave. There's nothing good about being discovered by the Sa clan's people. Right. We also no longer had any reason to remain here. And shortly after we left, hundreds of martial artists from the Black Gold Sa clan stormed in and seized the Yin-Yang Fist Demon's hideout. The operation itself concluded successfully. The elders and elites of the Sa clan raided the remaining hideouts of the Yin-Yang Fist Demon, suppressed the remnants, and reportedly uncovered significant evidence of corruption implicating high-ranking members of the cult who had yet to be exposed as being linked to the Yin-Yang Fist Demon. Thanks to that, Sa Byeon, who had led the entire mission, saw her standing within the clan rise sharply. In contrast, Sa Byeon, who was found to have ties to the Yin-Yang Fist Demon, saw his former position crumble and found himself driven into a dire predicament. The clan head's expression, as he finished overseeing the operation and headed toward the Elders' Council, was the brightest I've seen in years. Sa Byeon had sent someone to report to me the entire sequence and outcome of the event. Thanks to this, Lady Sa Byeon has gained substantial support from the elders who had remained neutral until now. The only issue was that the person who delivered that report was none other than the 7th of the Black Guards. I looked at her, completely dressed in black from head to toe, and spoke with some reluctance. Lady Sa, was it really necessary for you to come here in disguise? I am the 7th of the Black Guards. Sa Byeon, the 7th of the Black Guards, cut me off coolly. No, I said I am the 7th of the Black Guards. The person you refer to as Lady Sa is my lord. Please mind your words. Is denying the obvious with a straight face one of the Sa clan's signature traits? With no choice, I decided to play along with her ridiculous insistence. Yes, Lady 7th of the Black Guards, you may speak more casually. Fine. Excellent. Her satisfaction was evident, even beyond the mask. I sighed and asked, so? 7th of the Black Guards, why did you come all the way here? If it was just to deliver news, couldn't you have sent someone else? Well, I came to convey a request from my lord. A request? Yes. My lord said the internal power struggle within the Sa clan will become more intense from here on. Makes sense. This wasn't some half-baked factional strife. It was a hellish race that could only end when one side was completely destroyed. To reach the finish line marked clan heir, you couldn't approach with a half-hearted mindset. This whole situation was something the cult leader was likely aiming for anyway for the time being. I know. Can't you just talk normally? I mustn't. There are rules I must uphold even outside. Ahem. In any case, my lord says she won't be able to visit the Lesser Demon Hall due to the intensifying conflict within the Sa clan. Even if she was Cheon Yura's personal attendant, in this situation, she couldn't possibly continue tending to her while engaging in such dangerous work. Cheon Yura must have known that too when she asked me to help. So, while my lord is absent, she wonders if the young master could look after the young cult leader for a while. Look after her? I asked back in disbelief. Wasn't that treating Cheon Yura like a child a bit too much? It's not like Yurei the only attendant she has. Besides, it's not even the time for the exchange ceremony. Is there really a need to visit the Lesser Demon Hall? Even though thanks to Sa Cheng-mun's meddling, my relationship with Cheon Yura was somewhat exposed, openly maintaining contact like that wouldn't benefit anyone. That's true. But the young cult leader needs a channel to receive updates on outside matters. She has the Divine Ghost Unit, which reports directly to the Guardian Council. Their intelligence-gathering ability is unmatched within 10,000 mountains. How do you know so much about the Chen clan's internal affairs? Her eyes twisted in sheer disbelief behind her mask. The existence of the Divine Ghost Unit was considered top secret even within the Chen clan. Even most of the direct bloodline of the 6 great demonic clans didn't know about it unless they were part of the Guardian Council. Sa Bion only knew because she'd grown up practically as a sister to Cheon Yura. Anyway, when I kept expressing my refusal, the 7th of the Black Guards finally raised her voice in frustration. Just take the task, will you? I am recommending you with great consideration here. Great consideration? That is. She suddenly began flailing, clearly trying to come up with something to say. I still feel sorry for interfering last time, even if it wasn't intentional HMPH. So she was still carrying that around with her. And the young cult leader doesn't have any official duties scheduled for a while. She has no friends her age in the Lesser Demon Hall, so she'll probably need someone to talk to. As far as I know, there are a few of similar age from the Chen clan's side branches. Aren't they her friends? No, she answered decisively. They're more like enemies than friends. Fire burned in her eyes. They lack talent but still shamelessly treat her with hostility. It's not a mutual rivalry, it's one-sided and baseless. In any case, they're certainly not on good terms with the young cult leader. I see. With her pushing this far, I couldn't really say no. I let out a sigh and nodded. I won't be able to visit often. Once or twice a month at best. After all, I was still a trainee of the 1,000-day pass. Even though I could slip out discreetly from time to time, I still had official duties to tend to. That much will suffice. The heir struggle in the Sa clan might drag on for years. Given that, it made sense that Sa Bion would worry about Cheon Yura even if she wasn't physically involved. Let's just hope nothing major happens in the meantime. I chuckled faintly. Chapter 103. An unexpected variable, 3. Indeed, this should be sufficient. Jin Yeomyung nodded as she read through the report submitted by the Black Gold Sa clan. Well then. Sa Cheng-mun, who conspired with outside forces of the cult to commit treason, shall be executed. As for the Sa clan, a small fine shall be imposed for the negligence in managing their direct bloodline. That will be the end of it. This was more than enough to say they had covered the sky with their palm. All other charges and dispositions against the Sa clan are to be rescinded. You've worked hard, clan leader. As the expression on the Thunder Essence fiend, Sa Myongrin, brightened, the sound of someone clicking their tongue openly echoed around them. Tusk, disappointed, Jin Gunak, to be honest, yeah, would've been nice if they suffered a little more. Don't push the Sa clan too far. They've already drained their mental energy over the past week. HMPH. Normally, Jin Gunak wouldn't have stopped at just mocking them for expending a little mental effort. But this time, he ended his provocation with just a scoff. That was because he knew all too well that the chaos awaiting the Sa clan was only just beginning. All right, let's wrap up the Sa clan's case. Here, Jin Yeomyung swept her gaze across the elders seated in the Elder Council. It seemed that some of the lower-numbered elders, who had been absent before, had shown up with sullen expressions, perhaps heeding the previous warning. All elders were present, except for the now vacant seat of the 7th elder. Everyone looks rather displeased. Well, we were dragged here by force. Not surprising, since those guys hold all the voting rights anyway. The 8th elder, Blood Flow Spear Yang Sabyang, grumbled. Yang Sabyang, who had only one eye, was notorious among the elders for being an absolute martial arts fanatic. Accordingly, he also held the record for the lowest attendance rate among the elders. Even so, as an elder, you should at least fulfill your basic duties for the sake of your clan's standing. The Yang clan of Sincheng, Yang Sabyang's original clan, had been a prestigious spear clan since before the Northern Song dynasty. While their influence didn't reach the level of the 6 great demonic clans, they had consistently produced peak-level masters across generations, making them a prestigious house in their own right. However, because of their orthodox roots, they had long been the target of significant scrutiny and pressure, despite their reputation. But why do those old coots look so grim? Doesn't seem like it's about the Sa clan issue. At Yang Sabyong's remark, the expressions of several heads of the 6 great clans twisted. Just as Yang Sabyong raised an eyebrow, sensing he had hit a sore spot, Jin Yeomyung let out a sigh and said, "You still haven't fixed that habit of running your mouth without reading the room." Oh, something really happened? It's good to train your martial arts, but maybe try listening to the outside world a bit too. I am not that bad. At least I am not openly dozing off like that guy over there. Everyone's eyes turned to one corner. There sat the 12th elder, Yama blade endless, arms crossed and eyes closed in silence. From the evenness of his breathing, it was clear he was in a deep sleep. Well, yeah, he's better off asleep. No need to wake a beast unnecessarily. If awakened, Yama blade was an even greater headache than Yang Sabyong. In fact, letting him doze quietly as he was now was the ideal outcome. Enough chit-chat. Let's get back to business. Jin Yeomyung clapped her hands, shifting the mood in the room. Now that the Sa clan issue is settled, let's move on to the next matter. Some of you may already be aware there's been an incident in the Hwan clan. The 5th elder and head of the Heavenly Illusion Hwan clan, White Horse General Illusion Demon Hwan Pyong, spoke quietly. The Phantom Soul demonic sword has been stolen. That's not something one can just steal, is it? Nine Cloud Blood Claw Wang Garak blinked in disbelief. Several other elders, hearing this for the first time, had similar expressions. The Phantom Soul demonic sword was the sacred relic of the Heavenly Illusion Hwan clan equivalent to the sect leader's seal in the 9 great sects. Have they caught the thief, clan leader Hwan? If they had, this matter wouldn't have been brought to the Elder Council. Jin Yeomyung answered Gwang Rahi Yojin's question. The one who stole the Phantom Soul demonic sword is none other than a direct descendant of the Hwan clan Flying Phantom Sword Hwan Ryung. Flying Phantom Sword Hwan Ryung. Even if he was a direct member of the Heavenly Illusion Hwan clan, he wasn't someone memorable among the ranks of clan leaders except that some had taken note of him due to a recent incident. He participated in the recent young cult leader exchange ceremony, didn't he? That Sa Chungmun guy too. Why are all the participants in that thing causing trouble? The Elder Council erupted into noise. I heard that kid was humiliated pretty badly by the eldest son of the Jin clan. At those words, someone's nose lifted proudly. That person shrugged with a smug grin. Ho 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 ho. Well, Yeo-myung just did what he always does. Nothing particularly noteworthy. Would you at least wipe the grin off your face when saying that? Shameless. If my son did that, I'd be carrying him around on my back. Though complaints were thrown from all directions, Jin Gunak paid them no mind. Even in his eyes, the feat his eldest son had pulled off this time was overwhelming. Could it be that, from the shock, he stole the Phantom Soul demonic sword? We can't rule out any possibility. To be honest, we haven't identified any clear causality. Hey, maybe you should have managed your kids better. Jin Gunak teased Hwan Pyong in his usual laid-back tone, but Hwan Pyong famous for his unreadable expression, rivaling even so Munyak showed no reaction. Instead, other clan leaders shook their heads in resignation. Damn, never thought I'd see the day when a Jin clan brat gets to show off as an heir. Back in our day, not causing trouble was considered good upbringing. At that level, he's worthy of praise. It's just hard to stomach. So, where's that Hwan Ryung guy now? Hwan Pyong replied, he fled north toward 10,000 Mountain. The clan's elite are pursuing him, but somehow, he's shaken off all of their tracks. What? Is that for real? Given Hwan Ryung's current level, at best he was between a first-rate martial artist and master level. He absolutely shouldn't have been able to escape the Hwan clan elite's pursuit. He has an accomplice. Only then did the elders begin to understand why this issue had reached the Elder Council. Them, is it? I can't be certain, but the possibility is high. Jin Yeomyung rested her chin on her hand and spoke. He may have been humiliated at the exchange ceremony, but all Hwan Ryung received for it was a light punishment. And yet, he still caused trouble. Are you sure we all agree on the definition of light here? That probably not. From what I heard, the punishment was something like secluded meditation. Unless they had severed one of his limbs or crippled his dantian, it could indeed be considered light. Then why? That's exactly the issue. There was no reason for him to act out. That's why I am asking Jin Gunak. Did your eldest son have any other conflict with Hwan Ryung outside of the exchange ceremony? Jin Gunak shook his head after a moment of thought. Not that I know of. If he attacked out of embarrassment just because someone pointed out his martial arts flaws, then he's a world-class idiot. Who that does seem to be the case. A deep worry cast over Cheon Yongha's face. In any case, Hwan Ryung fled north toward 10,000 Mountain and vanished at some point. Judging by the direction he took, it wouldn't be strange if he passed through the 1,000-day pass. If he carelessly approaches the 1,000-day pass, he'll be captured right away, won't he? If he has an accomplice, any kind of variable is possible. So, Grand Elder, what exactly do you want to do? Yang Sabyang asked with a slight curl of his lip. I don't want this matter to spread too far. Cheon Yongha's will press subtly on the entire Elder Council like a formless force. HMPH. Several elders, unable to withstand her pressure completely, cleared their throats. I intend to assign one of the elders to join the pursuit party. Going that far, if an external force is involved, then this isn't just the Hwan clan's problem. And if someone was able to evade the Hwan clan's tracking forces, then this much is necessary. Surprisingly, there was little resistance. In the face of external threats, the 6 great clans always set aside their differences and united. It was an unbroken, unwritten law among them. Then who? The heads of the 6 clans will be difficult to spare. I'd like to take volunteers from among the other elders. Is there anyone willing? Silence quickly fell over the room. Naturally, no one wanted to volunteer for such a troublesome and thankless job. Just as if she had anticipated this result, Cheon Yongha was about to offer a bait. If someone participates in this matter, I will personally go. But before she could finish speaking, someone volunteered. White-faced demonic palm elder? That's unexpected. The 10th elder, white-faced demonic palm Jang Gilsan, who had remained silent until now, stood from his seat. Haven't had anything to keep me busy lately anyway, so I just need to catch the kid? That's right. Will I be going alone? Not quite. The Cheon clan will assign a subjugation unit under your command. Just take them with you. One of the 34 demon squads? At Jang Gilsan's question, Cheon Yongha shook her head with a slightly apologetic expression. It'll be the true blood unit. A faint twitch crossed Jang Gilsan's face. That's the rookie squad, isn't it? Still, in terms of individual skill, they're not inferior to most of the 34 demon squads. The Jin Blood Unit, a team of young bloods, mostly in their 20s, selected from the Cheon clan's branch families. The number was around 20. Naturally, being selected into the Jin Blood Unit meant they were essentially future pillars expected to lead the next generation of the Cheon clan. However, no thanks if I have to babysit brats. The Cheon clan an apex family, its members, and youth acknowledged for their strength and talent. When all that's combined, it amounted to a group of troublemakers, each with strength and pride to match. If it's not due to your own fault, even if they're all annihilated, it won't matter. It's about time those kids got some real combat experience anyway. This is a good chance. Cheon Yongha looked at Jang Gilsan with earnest eyes. At the very least, they won't drag you down. As Jang Gilsan fell silent, regretting having stepped up prematurely, this will be a good opportunity for Elder Jang. That is, if you manage to get on their good side. Who knows? Maybe instead of us climbing one step up to fill the 7th elder's seat, Elder Jang might take it directly. Other low-numbered elders began sending words of encouragement to Jang Gilsan. In their eyes, it was crystal clear that none of them wanted the job. Letting out a long sigh, Jang Gilsan said, I won't take it back, so do shut your mouths. At those words, silence instantly fell over the Elder Council. Cheon Yongha clapped her hands and nodded. I'm very pleased that Elder White-Faced Demonic Palm has volunteered. Preparations will be completed immediately, so please stay behind after the meeting. At that moment, someone urgently asked, Elder Chief, is that the end of today's agenda? Yes, it is. Then, I'll excuse myself. Something urgent came up. The speaker was none other than Jin Gunak. With a stiff expression on his face, he stormed out of the Elder Council chamber. What's gotten into the Usura King all of a sudden? Gwang Rahi Yojin widened her eyes. Click, click, he must realize something. Nine Cloud Blood Claw clicked his tongue. Realized what, exactly? Obviously, after glancing briefly toward the head seat, he lowered his voice to a whisper. That this whole incident isn't going to end here. Chapter 104. An unexpected variable 4, it won't just end like that. Yojin blinked in confusion. At her naive reaction, Wang Garek clicked his tongue. Well, I suppose you wouldn't care much about the internal matters of the cult unless they concern the cult leader. What do you mean by that, elder of the blood resonance chamber? Nothing much. I only meant that your loyalty is quite strong. Wang Gerak shrugged his shoulders as the eerie chill from Yeo-jin washed over him. The cult was full of lunatics who'd go berserk at the slightest provocation, making it an exhausting place for someone as rational as himself. So, what do you mean it won't just end here? Well, it's not something I should say here. Wang Gerak led Yeo-jin out of the elders' hall. Only after they reached a place devoid of any presence did he finally speak up. Obviously, this could all be a self-fabricated incident orchestrated by the Hwan clan. A self-fabricated incident? Lady Yo, let me tell you one thing. The Hwan clan isn't the kind of place that would handle things this sloppily. The Heavenly Illusion Hwan clan, along with the Hidden Shadow So clan, had the least external activity, forming an extremely closed and rigid society. They're the ones with the most meticulous hierarchy and rank system. It's not a place where a single loach can muddy the waters. Then the reason the Usura king rushed out? He must have truly thought his eldest son was in danger, because of the Hwan clan's scheming. If this really was the Hwan clan's self-fabricated incident, was it to keep the Jin clan in check, or was there another hidden intention? As of now, any guess could either be right or wrong. Then do you think the cult leader knows about this? I don't know. But seeing the Grand Elder, the de facto full proxy of the cult leader, respond so carelessly, who knows? I really can't tell how this is going. Lady Yo, if you're thinking of going to the cult leader over this, don't. Perhaps he had read her thoughts, as Yeo-jin flinched in surprise and waved her hands hastily. And no, I wasn't planning on that. You've noticed it too, haven't you? That the cult leader currently wants chaos within the cult. But Yeo-jin hesitated slightly before speaking. This feels different from the kind of chaos the cult leader wants. Different how? Yes. This matter with the Hwan clan maybe, it's something the cult leader didn't intend at all. Wang Gerak paused for a moment at her words, but his expression soon hardened again. Even so, don't get involved unnecessarily. Small folks like us meddling in a battle between whales like the 6 clans, well, get our backs torn open. Yes, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Brother Wang. Yeo-jin bowed her head obediently, but that's why Wang Gerak didn't see it. The glint in her eyes had changed completely from before. Surprisingly, I don't have much to do now. After finishing the day's routine at the 1000-day pass, I washed off my sweat in the valley stream and gazed blankly up at the sky. After getting involved in the Black Gold Saw clan's affairs and running into both the demonic gentleman and the king of the underworld investigators. Aside from waiting for the next exchange ceremony 2 weeks from now, I had been enjoying a peaceful daily routine of training at the 1000-day pass. Hey, don't move even if it hurts. Your bone's sticking out. GRRRRGH, I think my leg's broken. Carefully, move him to the medicine hall. Well, of course, it's undeniable that life at the 1000-day pass was soaked in violence and injuries. I called out to the 3 attendants, who were dunking their faces in the stream nearby. You guys, how's your progress with the Conqueror's art? The 3 attendant Bixa, Hyuksa, and Gyeoksa hurriedly lifted their heads. Progress is going well, it's just really difficult. Why yeah, I can feel myself getting insanely stronger. The training is just really intense. Save me hem, not bad. I stroked my chin, ignoring Gyeoksa's final words. With the transmission of the Conqueror's art and the secret methods of the 9 Moons Blade Hall, the 3 attendants' internal energy had grown to the point that they were now considered top tier, even within the 1000-day pass. And since I hadn't held back in passing down the supplementary martial arts from my clan, even a collateral branch member of the Blood Dragon demonic clan like Ma Jinseong would now need to take things seriously if facing them one-on-one. D-Disciple, y'all die if you collapse here. He's swallowed too much water. Get him out quickly. Of course, it was only natural that their skills had come from training that could only be described as hellish. Damn you, Black Iron Ball Gyeoksa muttered those final words before letting his head droop. Anyone who saw this would think he had died gloriously in battle. They're the ones who said they wanted to wear the same ones as me. Tusk originally, the weights on the 3 attendants' limbs were lighter iron ones. But after purifying their internal energy at the 9 Moons Blade Hall and downing a few elixirs, their confidence shot up. They strongly requested to wear the same black iron ball weights I used. And since I wasn't stingy when it came to investing in my subordinates' growth, I readily granted their request. Since then, the 3 attendant had always ended up like Thishaf dead corpses. Reaping what they sowed, really. Biksa and Hyuksa gave me pitiful eyes as they dragged Gyeoksa away, but I only shrugged and shook my head. I had no intention of taking back their choice. They've got a lot more to go, so they'd better endure this. Do they even know how much I invested in them? At this rate, in a few years, they wouldn't be called the three demonic snake anymore, they'd be the three demonic dragons. Just as I wrapped up training and was about to head back to the dorm Jin Yeomyung. It was Ma Jinseong, who usually didn't initiate conversation with me. What is it? You want black iron ball weights too? Sorry, but check with your clan. I don't have any spare to hand out to someone from the Blood Dragon Demonic clan. That's not it. Ma Jinseong waved his hands frantically. After training with me to some extent, he too had started wearing the lighter iron weights on his limbs, but honestly, even from his perspective, wearing the black iron ball was nothing short of suicidal. Then what? You've been training well lately. Hit a wall or something? That's not it either, what is it then? Ma Jinseong hesitated, glancing at me nervously. It was a stark contrast to his usual reckless, head-on attitude. You unlike us, you can leave the 1,000-day pass freely, right? Especially if it's for an exchange ceremony with the young cult leader. So, there's something I want to ask you. Why was this guy suddenly bringing up the exchange ceremony? Don't tell me he'd suddenly taken an interest in Cheon Yura. If that's the case, I definitely can't let it slide. I waited for Ma Jinseong's next words, ready to take action if necessary. It's about brother Ma Jin-yoon. Ma Jin-yoon? Why was Ma Jin-yoon being brought up so suddenly? Didn't something strange happen with brother Ma Jin-yoon during the exchange ceremony? Something strange. I furrowed my brow and recalled the events of the previous exchange ceremony. Ma Jin-yoon, he had definitely prepared something, yet remained unusually quiet, hadn't he? Not really. Is that so? Ma Jinseong nodded, as if he had expected that response. Well, it's not like you tell me the truth anyway. I don't know what you're misunderstanding, but seriously, nothing happened. I then explained in more detail what happened during the exchange ceremony. Hearing that Ma Jin-yoon had remained silent the whole time, Ma Jinseong's expression grew even more serious. Now I am the one getting curious. I had a hunch from his behavior that Ma Jinseong was hiding something. Did something happen? Well, Ma Jinseong hesitated to speak. If he was coming to me for advice, then it was probably something serious. If it's hard to talk about, you don't have to. I have a favor to ask Jin Yeomyung. A favor, suddenly? Let's hear it first. In the exchange ceremony, eliminate brother Ma Jin-yoon. I blinked in disbelief at what I'd just heard. He said his most respected figure was Ma Cholsu, and now he was asking me to eliminate Ma Jin-yoon Somyeon close to that same Ma Cholsu. Are you with the first son side? By first son, I meant Ma Jeongchun, the eldest of the Ma clan. And no, I still want brother Cholsu to become the clan head. Then why ask me to eliminate Ma Jin-yoon? Well, that's Ma Jinseong clammed up again. Just as I was starting to get irritated by his hesitation, his next words shocked me. Brother Jin-yoon apparently killed someone. What? During a spar, they said his strike was too excessive. Almost like he couldn't control his demonic energy, my expression grew grave. A demonic cultivator losing control of their demonic energy and going berserk, or falling into chi deviation, was not that uncommon. But that's unusual to happen at lower levels. No clan, from the 6 great demonic clans, would teach demonic arts so carelessly. Unless someone was a discarded child like me, elders or instructors from the clan would strictly supervise and train them. Even Ma Jinseong in front of me would have received martial arts instruction that way. What happened afterward? They said nothing serious occurred. His energy was a little fierce, but the elders examined brother Jin-yoon's condition right after. Then wasn't it just an accident? But Ma Jinseong's eyes widened as he shouted in frustration. I can tell. Brother Jin-yoon isn't someone who would kill by accident. Something's definitely wrong. I sensed a subtle dissonance in Ma Jinseong's behavior. You're hiding something more, aren't you? Spill everything. Only then can I decide whether I can help or not. He wouldn't have come to me just for this one issue. There was definitely more he wasn't saying. Brother Jin-yoon, he's secretly receiving martial arts instruction from someone in the Cheon clan. What? Brother Cholsu told me. He said brother Jin-yoon's temperament had slowly begun to change because of it. With that, it felt like a thread had unraveled, and I grabbed hold of the truth. The demonic gentleman, Jin Yeomyung, the man who disguised himself as a Ma clan bodyguard during the last exchange ceremony and stayed close to Ma Jin-yoon. At the time, all I knew was that he was an elite martial artist, and only later did I piece together his identity. If Jin Yeomyung was with Ma Jin-yoon, that explained a lot. The cult leader's plan. The plan to throw the entire 6 great demonic clans into chaos to buy time for Cheon Yura's growth. If Jin Yeomyung was involved, then Ma Jin-yoon was clearly being used as one of the pawns for that plan. As I fell silent in thought, Ma Jin-seong's face gradually filled with anxiety. This is getting messy, what do you mean? You don't need to know. Twung. As I infused a bit of internal energy into my wet robe, it rippled with force and shook off all the water. Seeing a technique that most seasoned martial artists wouldn't even dare attempt, Ma Jin-seong's eyes twisted in disbelief. You monster bastard, I'll seriously consider your request. Depending on how Ma Jin-yoon behaves in the next exchange ceremony, things might change. Why, you will. But of course, any favor requires compensation. What kind? Information on the Ma clan. Especially anything involving Ma Jin-yoon and any Cheon clan figurehead, that to me as soon as it comes in. If that's all, though he flinched at the word clan information, Ma Jin-seong was prepared to accept that risk for the sake of his respected brothers. Of course, if he got caught, he'd be dragged back to the clan and thoroughly punished. This guy's nuts too. To hand over clan secrets without a second thought? Clearly, even if they seem calm on the outside, the members of the Blood Dragon demonic clan are insane at heart. Just as the conversation with Ma Jin-seong was wrapping up young master. Suddenly, Gu Chil appeared before me wearing a mask. Gu Chil, I told you not to make contact during the 1,000-day paths activity hours. The clan head has sent you a letter. Chapter 105. Chin Yujeong 1, a letter from the clan head. I was inwardly quite flustered. Jin Gunak had never sent a letter like this unless something truly serious was going on. Let me see it. Gu Chil cautiously handed it over. I tore open the seal on the letter and began reading its contents. As my expression grew increasingly stiff while I read through the message, Gu Chil, restless, asked, "What did the clan head say?" He said I must not leave the 1,000-day pass under any circumstances until the next exchange ceremony. Actually, if possible, I should even skip the ceremony altogether. What? Gu Chil was stunned. Jin Gunak, of all people, saying something like that. Hwan Ryung, just what is the heavenly illusion Hwan clan up to? The fact that he even offered to send elite members of the clan with me if I insisted on attending the exchange ceremony showed just how seriously Jin Gunak was taking the situation. After I recited the contents of the letter, Gu Chil tilted his head. You're saying this Hwan Ryung guy might try to attack you? At least, that's what the clan head thinks. But why? Good question. Letting out a deep sigh, I burned the letter. Wasn't it said that when you can't discern the cause of an incident, there's usually a conspiracy unfolding somewhere beneath the surface? The clan head mentioned he would make a separate request to the pavilion master of the 1,000-day pass, but he also said I should be extra cautious within the pavilion itself. Well, it is odd that a mere late-stage chi practitioner managed to shake off the Hwan clan's pursuit. If it were truly elite members of the Hwan clan on his tail, even someone like Gu Chil would be risking his life. An accomplice. Jin Gunak had explicitly mentioned the existence of an accomplice aiding Hwan Ryung in the letter. He seemed nearly certain of that person's existence, but could there really be an accomplice? At a time like this, given my grasp on the current situation, I couldn't help but be skeptical. The heaven-defying society must be lying low right now. Palgun, the yin-yang fist demon, was exposed, and even colorful Flower Lord, the noble player, met a tragic end. The remnants were being swept away helplessly. Even if some high-ranking members of the cult had allied with the heaven-defying society, they would not be able to act so freely under these circumstances. Which meant, in the end, what remained was a staged incident? A staged incident? I am saying the heavenly illusion Hwan clan is fabricating this incident with some ulterior motive. What would they be after? Who knows? It's impossible to say right now. At least for this incident, there didn't seem to be any substantial link to the heaven-defying society. That's what my instincts were screaming at me. I guess I'll figure this part out with time. Still, this has become a bit troublesome. I had planned to visit the Lesser Demon Hall a couple of times this month, but with how things were unfolding, it would be difficult to go out. Even the pavilion master of the 1,000-day pass wouldn't be able to allow outings under these circumstances. If this really is a staged scheme by the Hwan clan, maybe it'd be better for us to strike first. With the incident involving Ma Jin-yoon overlapping with Hwan Ryung's situation, My thoughts were growing increasingly tangled. It's highly likely that Hwan Ryung has been cast aside by his clan. The real question is, what are they trying to gain by using someone like him? Organizing my thoughts, I called out to Gu Chil. Gu Chil. Yes, young master. Take Myung-o and monitor the vicinity of the 1,000-day pass. See if Hwan Ryung is really lurking around nearby. What should we do if we find him? You probably won't be able to handle him with force. If I were the Hwan clan head, I would station some guards near Hwan Ryung. In that case, I'll just snatch the information and bring it back. I am counting on you. Gu Chil disappeared again like a shadow. The flying phantom soared Hwan Ryung. Grrr. In his past life, he was someone who'd carved out a position of his own within the heavenly illusion Hwan clan. Jin Yeomyung. Now, he had fallen to the level of a soul-lost man, his will completely subdued. All because of one reason. He had tarnished the Hwan clan's honor during the exchange ceremony. We'll be entering the 1,000-day pass shortly. Surrounding Hwan Ryung were numerous black-clad figures, their faces completely covered. One of them, holding a lantern that emitted a peculiar aroma, asked, "What about the security at the pavilion? We can deceive them perfectly. The problem is timing. The key is to synchronize with the Queen's arrival." Good. We'll begin as soon as we hear from that side. Understood. The leader of the masked figures lifted the lantern and spread the incense. To ordinary people, it would have been nothing more than a slightly odd smell, but, combined with a special forbidden technique, it became a heinous sorcery capable of controlling a person's mind. The moment he inhaled the scent, a power far beyond the late-stage chi practitioner level exploded from Hwan Ryung's entire body. Ha! Kakang, kagagagang. Twin swords sparkled in a dazzling spray, sharper than before and striking at vital points with deadly intent. It was Beek Sanga's Heaven Wolf Twin Star sword technique, now fully transformed by her descent into demonic madness. You don't even plan to counterattack? As Beek Sanga attacked me with a reckless abandon, as if she didn't care if she lived or died, cold sweat broke across my brow as I shouted. This works better for me, C.H. Warwick. Her twin swords, which had been flurrying forward in a straight line, suddenly curved elegantly, shifting forms mid-motion. I flinched slightly at the sudden change, but quickly adapted to the flow and blocked Beek Sanga's strike. Even that, however, had been a trap laid by Beek Sanga. Heaven-piercing strong break. Gok, a double shift. Beek Sanga, who had been dancing about wildly, suddenly withdrew her swords and delivered a powerful thrust. I hurriedly raised my blade to block it, but the strike, infused with sword chi, was so precise that I couldn't completely deflect it. Kwang. In the end, I was sent flying across the training grounds. You okay, Master Jin? Though many torches lit up the training ground, it was still the middle of the night. Beek Sanga called out as she approached me. Don't tell me you actually got hit. Having landed disgracefully, I clutched the back of my neck and got up. That's going too far. Using sword chi in a simple spar is over the line. Well, not a scratch on you, as expected. And yet you still complain. That's not the point, is it? Grumbling, Beek Sanga sheathed her swords. I've thought about this for a while, but I think you're about 2 steps stronger than me. Even after reaching the peak level thanks to a fated opportunity, there were still varying levels within that realm. Well, I am the eldest son of the Jin clan. In terms of talent, I am definitely not inferior to you, my lady. With that much talent, how'd you end up losing the heir position to your younger brother? Cough, cough, that one stung. I could only cover it up with a dry cough. Hugh, in any case, good work today. You haven't completely consolidated your realization yet, but it's only a matter of time. Like Sabion, Beek Sanga had also leaped over several barriers at once. As a side effect, her vessel had overflowed almost to the point of cracking. To mend that vessel and help her consolidate her enlightenment, I had been facing off against her every night. Her strikes, once easy to block, had recently become much more ferocious. In any case with this strength, I could probably twist off my damned uncle's arms. What a shame. As I've said before, my lady, you must never reveal your current level to the outside world. I scolded her with as stern an expression as I could muster. Ah, I know, there's nothing to gain from being a needle poking out of the pouch. Yes, you must not let your identity as the granddaughter of the Orthodox Alliance leader be rebranded as a promising young martial artist of the demonic faction. No matter how cordial our current relations were with the Southern Beek clan, the heavenly demon cult would never leave a potentially dangerous sprout alive. Considering her age and the fact that Shed already reached the peak level, people could easily anticipate she might surpass the transformation realm and reach the manifestation realm in the future. If that happened, even the Black Gold Saw clan, which had welcomed her as a guest, might attempt an assassination. Still, thanks to you sparring with me like this, I've been able to vent some of my frustration. That's a relief. Am I your emotional punching bag? I pouted and grumbled, but deep down, I understood her feelings. No news from the Southern Beak clan yet? Yeah, I sent a detailed account of everything that happened through a secret line to my grandfather, but there's still no reply. Beak Sangha grumbled in a slightly frustrated tone. It seemed she hadn't written anything crazy like that arranged marriage idea Shed once mentioned, but at the very least, there needed to be communication if they wanted to find a solution. I might really have to return to the martial world. Whether the heavenly demon cult would allow, that was uncertain. But just the fact that she said that much revealed how tangled her thoughts were. Then suddenly, Beak Sangha looked at me with a strangely earnest expression. Master Jin, if that time comes her words never reach the end. Grrr, huh? At the sound of a beast's growl, both Beak Sangha and I stiffened. Was that an animal? How could a beast get in here? This was the inner part of the training ground within the 1,000-day pass. Maybe if it were near the outer areas, but the chances of a beast crawling all the way here were virtually non-existent. The 1,000-day pass itself was surrounded by a massive formation, after all. Sure enough, what appeared before us wasn't a beast. The problem was that it was far more dangerous than any animal. Jin Yeomyung, huff, huff, a mysterious, monstrous figure exhaling steam all over his body. His eyes, both sclera and pupils, were completely blood red. He held an extraordinary sword in his hand, glaring straight at us. Despite that terrifying appearance, his face was all too familiar. Cheon Yura, what the hell is he doing here? Why, you know him? I didn't answer. My mind was spinning, trying to figure out why Cheon Yura had suddenly appeared here. How did he get through the outer forces and the formation? Is there really an accomplice? But above all, why me? Judging by his condition, Cheon Yura was clearly not in his right mind. And yet he was calling my name as if harboring a deep grudge. Was he always this petty and narrow-minded? Jin Yeomyung, boom! Seemingly recognizing me, Cheon Yura leaped at me with a roar. Step back. We don't know who might be watching Daunt get involved under any circumstances. Okay. At a glance, Cheon Yura was clearly not normal. Either his will had been subdued or he had fallen into chi deviation. Either way, if I killed Cheon Yura, things would get very complicated. Graag, Cheon Yura charged at me, releasing uncontrolled force from his entire body. The intensity I felt from him now was almost at the peak level. Compared to what I'd seen before, he was practically a different person. Did he even unleash his innate chi? I clenched my teeth. Whether it was the Cheon clan or someone else, this was an extreme measure. H-walk. From the sword in Cheon Yura's hand, a fog-like sword chi began to pour out, engulfing the surroundings. That must be the sacred artifact he reportedly stole from the heavenly illusion Cheon clan. Phantom Soul Demonic Sword. The scale of the fog now was on a completely different level. I calmly responded to Cheon Yura's onslaught. Despite the spread, the precision of the fog is sorely lacking. At this level, the Phantom Soul Demonic Sword only displayed its true power when overwhelming internal energy and highly refined concentration were combined. At this level, I could easily block it with a basic defensive chi technique. Subdue him. Just as I was about to strike at Cheon Yura's pressure points pop, Cheon Yura's head flew off. Chapter 106. Jin Yeomyung, 2. The 10th elder of the heavenly demon cult, white-faced demon general Jang Gilsan, was a man with considerable ambition. Though he usually remained silent during elder council meetings, when it came to making achievements through action, he was always the first to step up. Ha ha ha. It's a pleasure to meet the future pillars who will lead the Chen clan. Such a man of great ambition, Jang Gilsan had both the strength of an extreme-level master and the patience to cater to those who were more than half a century younger than him. True Blood Unit. This group, ostentatiously calling themselves True Blood from the name alone, was made up of late-generation descendants of the Chen clan who once competed for the position of young cult leader. They were no ordinary individuals. Pleased to work with you. HMPH, someone who doesn't even bear the Chen name is going to lead us. And as grand as they were, their arrogance was even grander. If it's someone at the level of the 10th elder, I suppose it's just barely enough to be qualified to lead us. Thank you. Jang Gilsan's lips trembled. Even if they were of Chen clan blood, These greenhorns dared to speak to a 10th elder in casual tones and with such impudence. He nearly lost his temper and wanted to slap them across the face with his white-faced demon palm. To think that some trash from the Hwan clan could move us. If we capture him, I won't let him die easily. I have no idea what the Grand Elder was thinking, sending us on this mission. Jang Gilsan immediately began regretting accepting this task. At best, these brats were just barely touching the threshold of master level, yet they were unbearably arrogant and utterly defiant. Hold it in, these will all become part of my network someday. Drawing the character for patience 3 times in his heart, Jang Gilsan let out a soft sigh and spoke. Who, come to think of it? As far as I know, the True Blood unit has its own leader. Why isn't that person showing themselves? Their reaction puzzled Jang Gilsan. These guys who had been so full of themselves suddenly fell silent the moment he mentioned their leader. She's probably moving separately at the moment. What? Separately? Outrage flared in Jang Gilsan's eyes. He was the one ultimately responsible for this mission. Regardless of what Cheon Yura had said, if even one person went missing or got hurt, he couldn't escape the blame. How dare she act on her own without the order of the person in charge? Jang Gilsan's temper, which he had barely been restraining, exploded. The overwhelming killing intent emitted by a master of the extreme level made the Chin clan youths in True Blood unit shrink back. She's always done things her own way. In name, she may be the leader, but in truth, she doesn't really do anything. Whether she did something or not didn't matter. Jang Gilsan's fury did not subside. What's the name of this so-called leader? Even if she is of Chin blood, I'll find her and make an example out of her. Under the brunt of Jang Gilsan's pressure, one of the late generation members of the Chin clan trembled as he responded. Si Chin Yeomyung is her name. Chin Yeomyung? The name struck him with a strange familiarity, making Jang Gilsan tilt his head. Chin Yeomyung, huh? And then, a moment later, that final contender for the young cult leader position. Chin Yeomyung, a genius who had once stirred not only the Chin clan but the entire cult itself. What was that? It happened in the blink of an eye. From Hwan Ryung's blind spot, something flashed. I judged it to be Sword Chi. A surprise attack flawless in every sense. Sensing the imminent danger, I quickly distanced myself from Hwan Ryung. Flash. As expected, at the very moment a dark flash gleamed, a sword chi came flying from behind and sliced through Hwan Ryung's neck. So fast, just in terms of speed, it's hard even for me to respond. If I hadn't withdrawn my hand, I would have been injured as well. Hwan Ryung's severed head rolled along the ground, but I had no time to pay it any attention. I looked beyond the place where Hwan Ryung had stood and shouted, "Who's there? Show yourself. If you don't, I'll consider you an enemy." Even if I had been distracted by Hwan Ryung, to deceive my senses even for a moment required someone of exceptional skill. Definitely not from the 1000-day pass. I haven't seen anyone with that kind of presence. It was ominous yet overwhelming, sharp yet volatile. No one with such contradictory energy could be from the 1000-day pass. Then a clear woman's voice echoed, more composed than I thought. No, just as composed as I expected. A woman's voice? Beek Sang-ah frowned. It sounds oddly familiar. I didn't respond, but I too felt the same. It was clearly a voice I'd never heard before, yet for some reason, it felt like I'd heard it at least once. Not long after, someone emerged from behind the veil of darkness. A woman with long black hair and sharp, striking eyes. I found myself unconsciously uttering a name. Lady Cheon Yura, how unpleasant, to mistake me for that weakling. The woman frowned and glared in our direction. My name is Cheon Yeomyung, first son of the Jin clan. Cheon Yeomyung. A name I had definitely heard somewhere before. I'll forgive it once, but not a second time. Keep that in mind. Cheon Yeomyung approached the corpse of Hwan Ryung and snatched the sword he had been holding. So this is the phantom soul demonic sword? The sinister demonic sword, veiled in a grayish aura far beyond the scope of a mere treasured sword. It was clear that, should an unworthy hand grasp it, the weapon would drag its owner into ruin. Not bad. If it didn't have to be returned to the Hwan clan or whatever, I might have taken it for myself. Seeing this, Beek Sang-ah clicked her tongue lightly. That woman, she looks like she's got an even nastier personality than the young cult leader. Lady Beek, please keep your voice down. I believe I said there wouldn't be a second time. Flash. Whether she heard it or simply sensed it, Cheon Yeomyung suddenly launched a surprise attack. What is this crazy bitch for real? Unlike the attack that had come from a blind spot earlier, this one came head-on. No matter what, Beek Sanga wasn't someone who'd be caught off guard by a surprise of this level unless it was from someone of equal or greater strength. HMPH, like it'd fall for something like this. With lightning speed, Beek Sanga drew her twin swords, forming an X as she intercepted the sword chi directly. Not bad. Jin Yeomyung's brow twitched slightly as her sword chi was dispelled with such ease. My turn now, Lady Beek. I know what you're going to say. Though she'd always been the type who couldn't let provocations slide, ever since her internal energy had turned into demonic energy, she had become a full-fledged brawler. Beek Sanga's twin swords struck sharply at her opponent's openings. Cha-cha-cha-chang. In an instant, the two exchanged 5 fierce moves, and with the recoil from the final clash of sword chi, the distance between them widened. Yura quite skilled. Which family are you from? Beek clan. Beek clan? Is there even a prominent clan among the upper ranks that uses the surname Beek? If you don't even know who I am, then your standing within the Chen clan must be quite pathetic. Whoosh, Jin Yeomyung didn't respond. Instead, the sword chi enveloping her blade grew even more intense, expressing her emotions in its stead. Ha, you think I'm gonna back down because of that? With a fierce grin, Beek Sanga strengthened her own sword chi in response. I don't know what back alley you crawled out of, but come here. This unnai is gonna beat the crap out of you. Every word out of your mouth is vulgar. The moment those words left her mouth, the two clashed once again. HMPH. Ordinarily, Beek Sanga, who had reached the peak of master level, should have been overwhelming her opponent. I wasn't sure of this Jin Yeomyung's exact level, but it was clear she hadn't reached peak master level yet. And yet, their battle was nearly even. She's definitely hiding her finishing techniques, but even accounting for that, this is unexpected. Jin Yeomyung hurled killing strikes and finishing strikes emotionlessly. On the other hand, Beek Sanga, forced to hold back her power, showed clear signs of frustration from not being able to go all out. You talk big, but you're nothing special. Just die. What? You? Just as Beek Sanga was about to snap in rage, she sensed a strange shift in Jin Yeomyung's sword and her face hardened. I noticed it too. One wrong move and she'll die. FWOSH. Just as energy was about to surge around Beek Sanga's sword, that's far enough. I leapt in, throwing a burst of force between Beek Sanga and Jin Yeomyung. Beek Sanga, realizing her mistake too late, was unable to react to my force as she frantically tried to retract her internal energy and was knocked back. In contrast, Jin Yeomyung effortlessly deflected my strike and landed gracefully on the sparring stage. She cast a disdainful glance at Beek Sanga. Pathetic, you couldn't even block that. You bitch, you think you know what kind of situation I... Just as Beek Sanga was about to radiate killing intent Lady Beek, I glared at her with a cold gaze. No matter what, now wasn't the time to act on pride. Beek Sanga, catching on to my expression, wilted, sorry. As she withdrew her swords and stepped back, Jin Yeomyung continued to prod. Hee, you don't seem like lovers, but she listens like a well-trained dog. That's enough. Should I stop? Jin Yeomyung smiled subtly as I waved her off. If your objective was Hwan Ryung's head and that sword, then I won't interfere. Take them. Based on what she said earlier, it was clear that her goal had been Hwan Ryung and that demonic sword. But strangely, Jin Yeomyung shook her head. That's true, but my goal isn't just this trivial thing. What do you mean by that? The reason I came here alone was to see you, Jin Yeomyung. Step. Jin Yeomyung slowly approached, closing the distance between us. Though her killing intent and hostility had vanished completely, I stayed alert, ready for a sudden attack. But separate from that, the more I look at her, the more she resembles Cheon Yura. They looked so much alike, it was easy to tell they were blood relatives. Cheon Yura also had a sharp impression at first glance, but Jin Yeomyung was even more so. Nor rather than sharp, the better word might be high-strung. It's pretty widely known within the Chen clan that she's got a competent escort at her side. She must realize that I, not Sabion, was that escort. Not just any lackey, but a direct descendant of the Jin clan. And not just any descendanta grand heir. Even I was surprised. What are you trying to say? I spent time and effort investigating you. I saw everything you've done for Cheon Yura. Jin Yeomyung didn't wait for me to respond and simply continued. And I reached a conclusion. Yura far too good for Cheon Yura. What filled her eyes was not bloodlust but something entirely different. It was greed. Become mine. I'll make you the second in command of the heavenly demon cult. Chapter 107. Jin Yeomyung 3. Jin Yeomyung. There was certainly no strong impression of her in my memory. No, perhaps I should say she left no impression simply because my memories were mostly focused on my time as the inner administrator. By the time she made her appearance in the cult's history, I had already stepped away from both my family and the cult's affairs, fully indulging myself in a life of revelry as the young master noble player. I vaguely recalled that Cheon Yura had been Cheon Yura's most significant rival, Cheon Yura's final obstacle, and the person behind the incident that pushed her rule to complete ruin, the Cheon clan's civil war. And during that civil war, the one the Cheon clan elders supported and raised as the new young cult leader was the very woman standing before me, Cheon Yeomyung. To think someone like her would suddenly appear in front of me like this. In truth, I had never paid much attention to Cheon Yeomyung or any of the later generation heirs of the Cheon clan. Even in my past life, the civil war had ended with Cheon Yura's victory. More importantly, it had been the elders, not the heirs, who had spearheaded the conflict. But the moment I laid eyes on Cheon Yeomyung now, I felt an overwhelming wave of regret, enough to make me want to rip out my own hair. Damn it, I should have gathered more intel back then. Back then, and even now, the general assessment of the Cheon clan's younger generation was that they had noble blood but lacked talent or outstanding skills. Of course, that was always in comparison to Cheon Yura, which was an extremely unfair benchmark. She fooled everyone. The Cheon Yeomyung standing before me now had nearly reached the level of peak mastery. Either the evaluation was false from the start, or she hid her true abilities thoroughly. She was on par with Cheon Yura before I first met her in the Lesser Demon Hall, maybe even stronger. Whatever the reason this was possible didn't matter at the moment. What mattered was that I was certain Cheon Yeomyung posed a tremendous threat to Cheon Yura. And it wasn't just about strength. If the Cheon clan elders saw even the slightest glimmer of potential in Cheon Yeomyung again, they would not hesitate to plunge the clan into another civil war. That war must never happen again. If the Cheon clan's power is diminished too much, then no matter how hard I fight, others will find a gap to exploit. The power of the Cheon clan was vast. Even with towering figures like Grand Elder Cheon Yongha, Cheon Jumun, and Cheon Jeomyung, they only represented the tip of the iceberg of the clan's full strength. If the Cheon clan's power was only on par with one or two of the 6 great demonic clans, then this power structure would have never lasted. Had that been the case, someone outside the Cheon clan would have taken the cult leader's position at least once in the last 1,000 years. The Cheon clan was even considered an exception when calculating the total power of the heavenly demon cult. Even during my time as inner administrator, I hadn't been able to grasp their full strength. That's why it was imperative the Cheon clan remained whole and under Cheon Yura's control. Why aren't you speaking? Don't tell me you're planning to refuse my offer. Cheon Yeomyung prodded for an answer when I remained silent. I have no choice. I see no reason to accept. And why is that? I deliberately put on a haughty expression as I looked down at Cheon Yeomyung. I am already the man closest to the position of demonic faction lord. Why would someone like me accept a lady's proposal? On the surface, this was the undeniable truth. But for some reason, Cheon Yeomyung smirked slightly at my words. Heh, is that so? On the surface, perhaps. What do you mean by that? If the cult leader officially recognizes you as her partner, then yes, that might be the case. She knew. I was honestly quite shocked. Why the surprised face? Did you think I wouldn't know? To be honest, yes. Cheon Yeomyung was still smiling. I do feel a bit sorry for the cult leader, but that's precisely why this opportunity came to me. The position of cult leader isn't determined by force alone, after all. Suddenly, she reached out to touch my cheek. Swoosh. I stepped back, rejecting her touch. Her expression twisted. How dare you? Apologies, but there are only 3 people allowed to touch my face. Is Cheon Yura one of those 3? I won't answer that. I maintained a blank expression as I spoke. She looked somewhat frustrated but gave up on trying to touch me again. Fine then, she continued. Seems you misunderstood my proposal. I never said I'd give you the position of demonic faction lord. What I said was, I would make you the second in command of the cult. Not just in name, but in real power. Her proposal was, without a doubt, tempting. Do you really believe Yao'll become the cult's second in command just by attaining the position of demonic faction lord? Of course not. You understand well. That position has been pushed out of the power center. It's just a pitiful title used to support that woman. While it may benefit your Jin clan, you yourself would gain nothing in terms of real authority. Her words hit the mark. Although the title of demonic faction lord referred to the cult leader's consort and supposedly the second in command, in truth, it was a hollow designation. Even Han Mubik never truly wielded power. The man who was demonic faction lord in my past life and Cheon Yura's partner in that life. Even he had lived a life not much different from what Jin Yeomyung described until he eventually betrayed her. Following me may be a thorny path, but in return, you'll grasp something much sweeter and greater. Her voice tickled my heart like a serpent's tongue. If you choose me, I'll ensure your rise. Even your father, the Usra king, will have no choice but to listen to you. Ahem, ahem. That's seriously tempting. I couldn't believe how deeply my heart wavered in that moment. I shook my head quickly to regain my composure. I am sorry, but I don't think I can accept that offer. Why not? From what I've seen of your actions so far, you don't strike me as someone averse to taking risks. That may be true, but I already have someone in my heart. Jin Yeomyung's expression twisted into something fierce. So that's how you choose to reject me. I didn't say it with that intention, I replied. Although her last words had shaken my resolve just a little, no amount of offers could ever make me accept her proposition. I had already paid for this life with my previous one in advance. Offers like hers weren't enough to sway me. Fine, I didn't expect to persuade you in a single attempt anyway. Her words carried more weight than they appeared to on the surface. The fact that she wasn't changing her approach after the first attempt meant she wasn't planning to challenge Cheon Yura right away. In other words, her faction wasn't yet ready to launch another civil war within the Cheon clan. So I have a little more time, at least. Since it had come to this, I decided to fish for a bit more information. The young cult leader's position is solid. You wouldn't be able to shake it at this point, would you? Jin Yeomyung nodded coolly. I am well aware. I am, after all, a loser who failed to overcome a decisive moment in the past. Overturning that result, it'll be a long and difficult road. Surprisingly, she had a clear grasp of her own standing. That only made me more anxious. Unlike in my past life, there might actually be a hidden card capable of flipping this situation. A cold smile formed at the corner of her lips. Public opinion within the Cheon clan won't be enough. That's why I intend to gain the support of other clans among the 6 great demonic clans. The 6. Your performance during the exchange ceremony was quite impressive, I'll admit that. But because of it, you also closed off possibilities in certain places. For a moment, my expression froze. As soon as those words left her mouth, all the recent events clicked together in my mind, forming a single conclusion. You've got the Illusion clan backing you. Grin, Jin Yeomyung smiled in satisfaction. So you noticed. I suppose I can truly call you the man I've marked then. My voice rose without me realizing it. Are you trying to spark not just a Cheon clan civil war, but a full-on cult civil war? If necessary. With that one statement, she made her intentions unmistakably clear. The Cheon clan civil war an enormous event in my past life. Now, in this life where everything had already veered completely off course thanks to endless butterfly effects, it seemed an even greater storm was about to erupt. Clench, I struggled to stop my hand from instinctively drifting toward my waist. Now, I should kill her now. It might be better to kill her here and deal with the aftermath than to allow her to bring about even more chaos down the road. But the time I had to weigh that decision was far too short. You're done already? From a distance, I sensed the presence of dozens of people approaching, along with unmistakable auras of overwhelming power. The moment I felt their energy, I knew my inner conflict had ended. True Blood Unit Leader, I commend you for completing the mission, but I cannot tolerate unauthorized actions taken without this Lord's permission. Well, seems something rather major happened here while I wasn't paying attention. It was Pavilion Master Zhou Jinsang of the 1000-Day Pass, accompanied by a neatly dressed middle-aged man I'd never seen before. Even if I could overlook Zhou Jinsang, the man beside him was clearly a peak mastery-level expert. Jin Yeomyung's expression changed immediately, and she bowed her head toward the man. I've recovered the Phantom Soul demonic sword. Oh, I apologize for acting on my own, Elder. I happened to spot the traces of the great traitor Hwan Ryung while tending to a personal matter and had no choice but to pursue him. Elder of the 10th rank. Then this man must be the white-faced demon general Jang Gilsan, a master of a palm technique said to conjure 100 illusions with a single strike. He was a peak mastery-level expert known for his power, considered nearly on par with the yin-yang fist demon when it came to offensive capability. With a feigned smile, Jin Yeomyung whispered to Jang Gilsan, "If Elder personally returns the sword to the Illusion clan leader, I am sure he would be most pleased." Jang Gilsan looked delighted by her suggestion. But would that really be all right? This was ultimately your accomplishment, True Blood Unit leader, but isn't the True Blood Unit under your command, Elder? Of course its achievements belong to its commander. Ah, you say that and it lifts quite the burden off my shoulders. Ha ha ha, that tongue of hers is slicker than I expected. I stared blankly at Cheon Yura's glib talk, and seeing her do it with a face so similar to Cheon Yura's made it all the more surreal. Jang Gil-san accepted the Phantom Soul demonic sword with a pleased smile. Whatever anger he had over her unauthorized actions had long since vanished. To think this mission would be completed so easily. I owe you a great debt, True Blood Unit leader. Not at all. I am also pleased to have completed the mission. As she said this, Cheon Yura glanced my way. There was something strange in her eyes that made me furrow my brow. What was that just now? It felt like she was implying that I, not Hwan Ryung, was the real target of her mission. Just then, I heard her voice through a sudden sound transmission. My proposal still stands. But keep in mind, as time passes, your value continues to drop. I watched her retreating figure, carefully hiding the storm of emotions churning inside me. Chapter 108. Swaying Flame 1. Despite Jin Gunak's concern, the matter with the Illusion clan concluded without issue, but my expression remained grim. What should I do? I could handle many things, but when it came to the Jin clan, getting involved was difficult. The Jin clan's isolation and strength made even the Jin clan's power feel insufficient. I can safely say that Cheon Yura won't lose to Cheon Yuraung in a one-on-one fight, but what about on the political side? Judging from how Cheon Yuraung acted toward the white-faced demon general and her energetic movements, at least on the surface, she was doing far better than Cheon Yura. The biggest problem is I know nothing about Cheon Yuraung as a person. I had met her for just a single day, barely even a full 2 hours. While I had some fragmented information, I needed concrete details. What kind of personality she had, what forces she commanded, and how. In the end, do I need to ask for help? Right now, there was only one place I could turn to for assistance. With a sigh of resignation, I shook my head. The pavilion master's probably going to glare daggers at me. It hadn't been long since I got back from going out, and now I had to head out again. Heavenly Reflection Pavilion, one of the 9 halls within the cult, and the group overseen by the great Elder Cheon Yong-ha. It was the place that managed all martial arts texts within the culta group of strategists that essentially formed the origin of the Heavenly Thunder Corps. I did say you could come if you needed help, and gave you the token, but you've come far quicker than expected. As expected of a place responsible for managing the cult's martial arts repository. Cheon Yong-ha's office Heavenly Reflection Pavilions Lord was filled to the brim with rare manuals. I glanced around at the books and let out a soft groan. Each one of those is a forbidden and deadly demonic art, right? Forbidden demonic techniques so dangerous that they had to be managed personally by the pavilion head. If even one were to leak, the one responsible, Cheon Yong-ha, would lose her head without hesitation. It was because no successor could be found that even 20 years later, Cheon Yong-ha still held her position as the head of Heavenly Reflection Pavilion. I am sorry, Great Elder, but right now I desperately need your help more than anyone else. Heh, I'm not blaming you. Sit down. Cheon Yong-ha, immersed in her duties as head of Heavenly Reflection Pavilion, greeted my sudden visit with calmness. Over warm tea, we sat across from each other. I've heard the rumors and know the general situation. So you met Yuraung, didn't you? You already knew? Of course I did. You came to me precisely because you felt how dangerous Yuraung is, right? I need information on Cheon Yuraung as an individual and about the Jin clan's power structure associated with her. At my request, Cheon Yong-ha couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Yurei asking Myeon of the senior elders of the Jin clan to hand over insider information to another family. She's going to become the young cult leader's greatest enemy. I clenched my fist and pushed my argument forcefully. If we don't deal with her now, it'll be too late. HMPH, Yurei being rather arrogant. She took a sip of tea and spoke in a low voice. You should be glad I think favorably of you. If any other elder of the Jin clan heard you say that, they'd try to kill you on the spot. I grit my teeth. Indeed, this was nothing less than political interference in the Jin clan's affairs. But I had already prepared myself for this. Since I had come this far, I had to see it through. After a brief silence, Cheon Yong-ha suddenly said, "Have you heard of the phrase, if Zhu was born, why did the heavens give us Liang?" It's from the novel Romance of the Three Kingdoms, isn't it? A rather famous line Zhou Yu's lament about why the heavens gave birth to the brilliant strategist Zhu Liang after giving birth to him. Cheon Yong-ha nodded slowly. That's right. The relationship between Yura and Yeo-myung is exactly like that. Yeo-myung, if Yura didn't exist, the position of the third female cult leader would have gone to her. That's how talented and ambitious she is. It was extraordinary praise. It meant that Jin Yeomyung had more than enough qualifications to be another contender for cult leader. It wasn't exactly good news for me, though. But as things stand, Yura's accomplishments are beyond what Yeomyung can reach. You were the one who made her that way. Don't pretend you didn't know. You knew, even Jade can't hide forever. Did you really think she could stay hidden in the Lesser Demon Hall without being noticed? Well, not exactly extreme level. And she had reached it around the age of 20. Such an overwhelming achievement was almost unheard of in the long history of the heavenly demon cult. In a place like this, where the rule of the strong reigns supreme, strength wasn't just a weapon, it was legitimacy itself. Not all, but it's likely that several other Chin clan elders know as well. And that's exactly why something that should never have happened is on the verge of happening. My eyes locked with Chin Yongha's. If we delay any longer, we might lose our chance. Chin Yongha let out a soft breath. Yura has risen too far, too fast. The cult leader may be pleased with her, but that has turned into poison for her in the long run. This was the true peak of the butterfly effect I had caused. Because of it, Chin Yura's rivals had been needlessly provoked, and a civil war within the Chin clan which should have taken years to erupt was now being drastically accelerated. Please help us. Chin Yongha didn't respond right away. She tapped her fingers on the desk, murmuring to herself. Yeo-myung, she's impulsive and has a temper, but unlike the passive Yura, she knows how to fake a demeanor and read political currents. Honestly, she might be a better match for you than Yura is. Maybe the one more suited to being cult leader isn't Yura but Yeo-myung. Shiver. The moment I heard those words, a chill spread through my chest. If Chin Yongha truly thought that way, there was nothing I could do. I clenched my fists hard, gritting my teeth. Do you truly believe that Lady Chin Yura is less qualified than her to be cult leader? If she said yes here, then everything would really be over. Thankfully, her answer was vague. Who knows? Time will tell. If that's the case, then please trust me and the young cult leader. No matter what achievements Chin Yeomyung may accomplish, I will lead the cult into greater prosperity than any reign she could ever hope to bring. At my absurdly bold declaration, Chin Yongha's eyes widened. Then she let out a hollow laugh, lifting one corner of her mouth. KKK, and what are you basing that on? On my abilities. You really think you're capable of that? At the very least, I believe I've proven myself up to now. Together with Chin Yura, I had exposed the betrayal of the yin-yang fist demon. Jan Hyul, something left unknown even in my past life, and also killed colorful flower lord, Myung Yuryang, who was with him. On top of that, I'd even taken care of the black-spotted blood issue, which would have wreaked havoc across the cult in the near future. Even I had to admit, the merits I'd earned so far were considerable. A stifling silence hung heavy in the room for a long while. Chin Yongha stared at me without saying a word. There was no trace of emotion in her eyes, making it impossible even for me to read her. So even my senses don't work on someone this seasoned. What could she be thinking right now? After nearly a whole 15 minutes of silence, Chin Yongha finally broke it. I'll ask just one thing. I am listening. What do you think the cult leader's response to this matter will be? I replied without hesitation. He won't intervene. Why not? Based on the temperament I've observed in the cult leader, I believe he would see this as another rite of passage that the young cult leader must overcome on her own to truly become the cult leader. The cult leader was expecting nothing less than perfection from Chin Yura. To him, a trial like this would be something she simply had to surpass. Though in my past life, that had proven to be a fatal miscalculation, something this version of the cult leader would never understand, not even in death. That makes sense. Chin Yongha looked up at the ceiling with a soft sigh. Stubborn old ox that he is, and the brats who still hunger for power despite their age, I don't know why I am suffering like this in my old age. Y'all be suffering for another 20 years at least. I didn't dare say that aloud. If I did, her 1,000 hands would probably start pounding me gently from head to toe. That thought I kept to myself. Well, the less chaos, the better. I lit up at her words. That was effectively her saying shed help. Chin Yongha continued speaking. What should have been an internal Chin clan conflict has now spread to the entire 6 great demonic clans. Yes, the heavenly illusion Hwan clan has already switched allegiances. Even though Yeo-myung claimed she let the white-faced demon general take the credit, everyone knows who really quelled the chaos in the illusion clan. In the end, the whole affair had been a self-staged performance by the heavenly illusion Hwan clan and Jin Yeomyung. But with it, Jin Yeomyung made a dazzling first entrance into the political arena of the cult. And even if it wasn't the illusion clan, what the other clans who lost out at the exchange ceremony do next will depend on you. The young cult leader exchange ceremony was ultimately a battle that left only one winner. That didn't mean I shouldn't defeat my enemies. But what benefits would I offer those I defeated? Or how would I thoroughly suppress those who turned into enemies for good? Choosing among the countless possibilities and reducing the number of enemies as much as possible, Jin Yeomyung was clearly expecting me to perform well in that political arena. Then I'll have to focus on creating allies before enemies. Exactly. To make this struggle viable, you'll need to bring at least one of the other clans to your side. Then the first clan I need to reach out to must be. As soon as I thought this, a certain family popped into my mind. I'll pay a visit to the extreme Saber Pa clan. Jin Yeomyung nodded approvingly. That's a good first move. They've never shown much interest in the exchange ceremony to begin with, so they're the most likely to become your allies. I hadn't intended this result, but I had already developed a decent relationship with Pa Yong-yong, the heir of the Pa clan. At the very least, I wouldn't be turned away at the door. Still, there was one problem, Great Elder. What is it? Is there a problem? With a solemn expression unlike before, I bowed my head toward Jin Yeomyung. There's a big favor I'd like to ask you. Please teach me a saber art. What? Jin Yeomyung blinked, unable to grasp what I meant for a moment. 2 weeks passed. In that time, the exchange ceremony, which had been suspended due to Sa Ching-mun, resumed for a second round. The Sa clan is absent, huh? Well, after what happened, I suppose that's to be expected. Because of the incident Sa Ching-mun caused, general cultists were now banned from spectating the event. Naturally, there were complaints, but it couldn't be helped. The heavenly illusion Hwan clan. Wait, that's a woman? Who is she? A woman I had never seen before was now sitting in the seat once occupied by Hwan Ryung. Pale skin and crimson eyes. At a glance, she gave off a chilling impression. Since the Pa clan's heir showed up before, I guess the illusion clans also stepped back in all but name. Then it's basically a three-way match between the Jin clan, the So clan, and the Ma clan. That's how it looks, but honestly, the outcome's pretty much decided. I suppose. Among the martial artists gathered at the exchange ceremony, fierce debates erupted over the incidents that had occurred. But the conclusion was unanimous. So the demonic heavens Jin clan is going to produce the next demonic faction lord? Seems that way. With all that he's accomplished, it'd be strange if he didn't. Many were convinced that the demonic heavens Jin clan was about to seize the next generation of power within the cult. And many were stunned. Because barely after the exchange ceremony resumed, the one thought to be the star of this event uttered a single line: I, Jin Yeomyung, will withdraw from this exchange ceremony due to personal reasons. Chapter 109, Swaying Flame 2, It Feels Chaotic. The moment I stepped into the Lesser Demon Hall, I sensed an atmosphere unlike the usual. Countless servants and martial artists bustled about, busy preparing for the exchange ceremony. Normally, they would have moved in perfect coordination, but was it just my imagination that everything today felt out of sync? With the conductor gone, cracks are already beginning to show. If things had gone as usual, Sa-byeon, Cheon Yura's confidant, would have taken the lead and ensured everything was handled meticulously by now. However, due to the internal strife within the Black Gold Sa clan, Sa-byeon was in no position to intervene. Knowing her meticulous nature, she must have left someone to act in her place, but judging by the current disarray, that person clearly wasn't up to her standards. You've come, Jin Yeomyung. Even amidst the disorder, one person welcomed me without wavering. Yes, I have, Lady Yura. Has anything happened since then? I was quite surprised to hear Cheon Yura ask me that. Has she already found out that I met Jin Yeomyung? Or is she just making small talk? Should I be honest? Or should I keep it hidden so she doesn't worry? Despite my hesitation, my mouth answered on its own. No, fortunately, nothing happened. I see, that's a relief. Cheon Yura smiled softly at my words. That unexpected expression made me drop my arms and stare blankly at her for a moment. Crack. The moment I saw her reaction, I realized I had made a mistake. I should have been more honest. She was changing, and in the direction I had hoped for, in a positive, heartening way. But what I was about to do today would throw a wrench into that change. Even knowing how much she might be hurt by it, even if I understood that this was something only I could do, today I would go against her will. Today's exchange ceremony will likely be uneventful. The cult leader has even banned performances, so it'll probably end as just a light meal gathering. Is that so? It's a shame I won't get to see you shine again, but today isn't the only opportunity. Was it because she was feeling a little excited? Cheon Yura didn't notice the subtle change in my tone. Young cult leader. What is it? After today's exchange ceremony ends, please give me a moment of your time. Bitterness, regret, and guilt. Cheon Yura showed no sign of understanding why I had such an expression on my face. There's quite a bit I need to say. For me, this was the third exchange ceremony. Ever since the first one, Jin Yeomyung and I had become regular participants. Thanks to Seo Jeongwon of the Seo clan not having made any critical mistakes, he had been allowed to attend again. Aside from us, the seats for the Black Gold Sa clan and the Extreme Sword Pa clan were left vacant, and in Hwan Ryung's place, a pale woman named Hwaniel appeared on behalf of the Illusion clan. The Illusion clan might not even attend the next ceremony. The Illusion clan probably sent a woman this time in response to the precedent set by the Pa clan last time. If that was the case, then that woman named Hwaniel likely held a high position within the Illusion clan. This atmosphere is much more subdued than before, wouldn't you say, Brother So? Why yes, it certainly is, Brother Jin. Ha, Seo Jeongwon flinched when I suddenly spoke to him and gave an awkward, forced laugh. Judging by how he was blatantly avoiding my gaze, it was clear he found me quite unsettling. Tusk. And across from me, Jin Yeomyung was glaring at me as if he wanted to kill me, but aside from that, I didn't feel much change from him. Come to think of it, didn't they say he killed someone during a duel? Even among the demonic cult, it was rare for someone to die during a sparring match. But he doesn't seem all that different. Since I couldn't see through his inner thoughts, I couldn't sense any changes in him just from his aura or demeanor. I won't know for sure until we actually fight. I know plenty of demonic arts that can twist a person's nature, but I can't think of any that someone like Jin Yeomyung would bother learning. The Blood Dragon demonic clan's internal cultivation method was far superior to most chi explosion arts. Unless their family's martial arts didn't suit them at all, like in my Cassather, was no real need for someone like him to look elsewhere. Should I just pick a fight? I felt like I could figure it out with just a little clash of fists. Temptation welled up inside me for a brief moment, but I quickly shook my head. This wasn't the time to crush their spirits and make enemies. It was time to give them hope. For a while, only the soft clattering of tableware echoed through the air. There was no Sa Byeon to lead the atmosphere, and no one would even respond if I tried to talk, so this was truly more hellish than the previous ceremony. Then, once the atmosphere had settled to a certain degree, I slowly rose from my seat. All eyes turned toward me at my sudden action. Young cult leader. What is it, Jin Yeomyung? Cheon Yura, who had just finished her meal and was quietly drinking tea, answered calmly. It seemed true that performances had been banned today. She had remained silent, refraining from even the slightest provocation toward the others. I have something to say. Go ahead. I won't stop you. This isn't just something I wish to say to the young cult leader, it's something I wish to say to everyone present here. Seo Jeongwon, Jin Yeomyung, and even Hwaniel, who had shown no presence until now, all looked puzzled. With everyone's attention on me, I brought my hands together and made my declaration to the hall. Jin Yeomyung, due to personal reasons, will be withdrawing from this exchange ceremony. Clatter. The teacup in Cheon Yura's hand fell to the floor. 2 weeks ago, at Heavenly Reflection Pavilion, Cheon Yong said to me, "Before you win over some of the 6 great demonic clans to your side, there's something you absolutely must do first." What is it? Cheon Yong reminded me of the most basic fact. Although the chaos is said to be spreading beyond the Cheon clan and throughout the 6 clans, the core and root of this situation still lies with the Cheon clan. Naturally, before pulling the other clans into your camp, you must first bring members of the Cheon clan over to your side. That's true. I had quietly expected Cheon Yong to handle that task for me, but judging from what she was saying now, she had no intention of acting on my behalf. Cheon Yong gave me a wry smile and scolded me. "Didn't you say what you wanted from me was information?" I told Yao show me your ability. I won't feel confident supporting you unless you can at least handle something like this. You're right? I nodded. Surely not all of the Cheon clan elders support Cheon Yujong and the other branch members. I imagine many elders still support Lady Cheon Yura. Even though the Cheon clan had splintered into multiple factions at this point, legitimacy still carried immense power. There must be quite a number of elders within the Cheon clan who supported Cheon Yura. the one who had overcome so many trials and taken the position of young cult leader. Wasn't Jin Yeomyung, right before my eyes, the prime example? Exactly. What you need to do first is to unite those elders and factions into one group to support Yura. Whether you plan to recruit or crush the opposing side, this was the top priority before doing anything else. Is there a way to do that? There is a simple way. I lit up at her casual response. Oh, and what is it? And yet, it didn't even take a second for my brightened expression to twist again. Enter the Heavenly Thunder Corps. You look like you don't understand. I stammered before I even realized it. Why the Heavenly Thunder Corps? I told you. You have to bring together the Jin clan elders who support Yura. Jin Yeomyung spoke as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. And that's exactly where those elders are inside the Heavenly Thunder Corps. Ah! The Heavenly Thunder Corps was created specifically to support Yura as the next cult leader. Naturally, a considerable number of Jin clan elders who back her are embedded there. Indeed, if the Heavenly Thunder Corps didn't have at least that much influence, it would never have claimed one of the 5 Great Hall seats. Of course, once she becomes the cult leader, most of those elders are bound to retire, but for now, they're still a powerful force. It was something I hadn't considered at all. I had been so focused on the corrupted future version of the Heavenly Thunder Corps that I hadn't bothered to learn how it functioned in the present. I reflected on my short-sightedness. If you want, I could write a letter of introduction to the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Thunder Corps. I slowly shook my head. No need. I met the Pavilion Master not long ago. Oh, that reclusive loner who does nothing but stew in twisted thoughts in his corner? Jin Yeomyung blinked, seemingly quite surprised. What did that guy say? He told me to come to the Heavenly Thunder Corps. Jin Yeomyung clicked her tongue. Tusk, he's still as greedy as ever. A faint hint of contempt crossed her expression. Be more cautious of him than even the other elders. He might be the most dangerous person in the Jin clan right now. I'll keep that in mind. Jin Yeomyung's insight was accurate. The one I truly needed to watch most carefully was none other than Jin Yeomyung, who might be the second strongest supporter of Cheon Yura, right after Jin Yeomyung herself. Even now, I hadn't forgotten that for a moment. The choice is yours, but let me give you one piece of advice: there's no way to contact those people without entering the Heavenly Thunder Corps, and even more so, no way to persuade them. No, I've already made my decision. It was a decision that overturned all the plans I had made up to this point, but I knew it was the best path for her. I will join the Heavenly Thunder Corps. Yura will be devastated. Even so, if I want to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, this is the best way. That may be true. Jin Yeomyung gave me a silent nod. The problem is, how do I convince Cheon Yura? There was no way she'd ever understand my decision. She's probably going to be furious. What did you just say? Chill. I said, what the hell did you just say, Jin Yeomyung? A terrifying demonic energy radiated from Cheon Yura's entire body, dominating everyone present. Even the experienced guardian lions, who had been through countless battles, were trembling slightly from the sheer killing intent. Young cult leader, say it again. What do you intend to do? Before the exchange ceremony began, I told you I had something to say. Twitch, Cheon Yura's aura slightly diminished, but she still looked far from convinced. I said I'd explain after the ceremony. Is that so? In that case, bang. With a casual strike, Cheon Yura split the massive round table where 5 people had been seated in half. Everyone get out. Except for Jin Yeomyung. I said get out. The other attendees, unsure of what to do, began hesitantly rising from their seats only after Cheon Yura's furious shout. In their eyes, I could see the same question. What were you thinking saying something like that? I thought there was no way anything could top the disaster of the second exchange ceremony a month ago, but there's always a deeper bottom beneath the bottom. And will I even make it out of here alive? Chapter 110. Swaying Flame 3. I anxiously watched the young members of the 6 great demonic clans and their escorts hurriedly exiting the Lesser Demon Hall. What kind of rumors would spread throughout the 6 clans once they all returned? Chances were high that they would unfold in the direction I intended. Well, as you said, the exchange ceremony is over. And now, standing before my eyes, was a demonic godon who could easily chew up something like the 3-headed, 6-armed Asura. Now, let's hear your excuse. The aura around her was intense enough that a single wrong word might make her draw her sword. Even the attendants didn't dare approach, and the guardian lions kept their distance as they closely monitored us. Despite the heavy atmosphere, I opened my mouth calmly. As I said, what? I intend to give up competing for the title of demonic faction lord and instead join the Heavenly Thunder Corps. Heavenly Thunder Corps. Did you just say the Heavenly Thunder Corps? Yes, that's right. Why the hell would you go in there? Cheon Yura grabbed the collar of my robes in fury. I gently placed my hand over hers and removed it from my clothes. I must. Don't be ridiculous. What reason could you possibly have? The very fact that you don't know the reason, Lady Yura, is exactly why I must go. I had considered the possibility, but it was now clear she didn't know about my encounter with Jin Yeomyung. Had Sa Byeon remained at her side, things might have been different. This lack of information is deeply painful. Although the Divine Ghost Unit was present, they didn't seem to relay information to her with any real initiative. Most of all, the fact that their top command came not from her, but from the cult leader, said it all. A brief silence passed. In that moment, I saw the look of exhaustion in her eyes. Yura hiding more and more from me as time goes on. I used to believe that one day, when the time was right, you'd tell me what you were hiding. But the more time passes, the more you just keep it from me. I really had nothing to say in response to that. Wouldn't I like to lay everything bare if I could? But even if it was just to prepare for the worst, keeping the truth hidden was the wiser choice. Still, I couldn't guarantee that choice would be accepted rationally by the other person. I know that this choice of yours is for my sake. It wasn't a total abandonment, rather. It was a strategic shift into the Heavenly Thunder Corps. Given its function, she understood, deep down, that this move was for her. But even so, why do you have to be the one to do it? What could you possibly accomplish by going in there? Cheon Yura knew, at least to some extent, the true nature of the Heavenly Thunder Corps, and its dangers as well. The Heavenly Thunder Corps is the Cheon clan's hellhole. It's no place for someone from another clan. I am going to suppress the enemy and forge allies. Enemy? For a brief second, Cheon Yura's expression turned blank. To her, who still didn't fully grasp what was going on, the word enemy might have sounded unfamiliar. Jin Yeomyung, is it because of her? I didn't respond, unsure how much she knew. But the fact that she immediately brought up Jin Yeomyung's name suggested she at least sensed the danger. Did she take my silence as an answer? Cheon Yura began to speak slowly and at length. I heard from Byeon that woman's been gathering the old fogies of the Cheon clan to plot something. But that doesn't make her a threat to me. She's already lost to me once. No matter how many times we fight again, I am confident I won't lose. It's different now. Indeed, Cheon Yura was underestimating the threat Jin Yeomyung posed. She still clung to the classic heavenly demon cult mindset: if someone steps out of line, crush them with force. Before long, she'll pose a serious threat to the position of the young cult leader. Then should I just kill her now? Wouldn't that solve everything? Lady Yura. She knew, too, just how childish that suggestion was, but her expression right nosh looked like a cornered animal. Don't go. If you enter the Heavenly Thunder Corps, you may never come back out. If that happened, my relationship with Jin Yura would essentially be over. Are you saying you'd be okay with someone else standing beside me? I opened my mouth slightly. Never in my life had I imagined hearing something like this from her. Looking closely, I saw a faint glimmer of tears at the corners of her eyes. Ah, I granted your requests, but you won't grant mine. My heart ached as if it were being torn apart. Right, no more than anything I wanted to say, I would stay by her side forever. But I couldn't. If it were only Jin Yeomyung, Jin Yura could deal with her at any time. But the problem was the cult leader. The cult leader, I knew, whom I had assessed would undoubtedly bring some form of trial upon Jin Yura. If not through Jin Yeomyung, then by pushing forward another candidate. The very fact that a family like the Cheon clan, with its absolute ruler, was so fractured was likely by the cult leader's design. Which meant I had to support her not from outside, but from within. I slowly stepped away from Cheon Yura, then I knelt and bowed deeply before her. Jin Yeomyung, I promise I will return. I may be stepping back for now, but the day will come when I'll once again stand at your side. I lifted my head and met Cheon Yura's gaze. On that day, I'll tell you everything I've kept hidden. This was my final gambit. If she pushed me away here, our relationship would spiral into complete ruin. Of course, that didn't mean I would give up on Cheon Yura's dream, but it would still be a bitter and lonely conclusion. I waited quietly for her response, and then get lost. She spat the words with a trembling voice, disappear from my sight. Now, Cheon Yura wasn't looking at me. She had turned away, her two clenched fists shaking as she effectively banished me. I wasn't sure if that was her way of accepting or rejecting my decision. But one thing was certain: I would be apart from Cheon Yura for a while. Until then, Please preserve your noble body. Leaving those words behind, I exited the lesser demon hall. Naturally, there was no farewell nor anyone to see me off. And so, when I had put some distance between myself and the lesser demon hall rumble, rumble rumble. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from deep within, shaking the entire lesser demon hall. What the hell? As Gu Chil, who was escorting me, jumped in fright at the sudden noise there. Look. Myung-oh pointed a finger in shock at something in the distance. Rumble, 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 it was collapsing. The massive cliff behind the lesser demon hall was suddenly crumbling, as if struck by a natural disaster. Rumble, crashhhh, rumble, rumble. Accompanied by sounds of something shattering, the cliff, which had likely stood firm for tens of thousands of years, collapsed like a sandcastle. What is that? For some reason, from that scene I felt someone's emotion. Fury and sorrow. Young cult leader, hold her back. What are the guardian lions doing? Stop the young cult leader immediately. Faint voices reached me from afar. I couldn't make out their exact words through the thunderous rumbling, but it was clear many people were trying to stop someone. Damn it, I shut my eyes tightly and turned my body back around. After wounding someone's heart so deeply, I was now lying spread eagle in the middle of the training ground, blankly staring up at the sky. Normally, I should have been busy moving right now. I had to visit the Heavenly Thunder Pavilion Master and formally apply to join the Heavenly Thunder Corps, and return to Heaven Ascending Pavilion to dig out the rest of the information on the Qin clan, prepare countermeasures against Qin Yeomyung, and figure out what to do next. I couldn't think of anything. Are you going to be okay, young master? What do you mean, shouldn't we start preparing? At Gu Chil's practical advice, I let out a sigh through my nose. Yeah, you're right. From now on, it's a race against time. I pulled myself up at his words, sitting up straight. Damn it. What kind of riches was I hoping for, to be going through this? Hell no, I mean something else. Huh. Gu Chil tilted his head as if wondering what nonsense I was talking about. The patriarch will likely try to kill you, young master. You did all this without his permission, after all. Chill. A shiver ran down my spine, worse than when I faced Cheon Yura. How could I have forgotten that? You think hell come all the way to the 1000-day pass? He's that kind of man. Wouldn't it be better to run no or at least prepare an excuse? I seriously considered fleeing. If not, maybe I should just dash straight to the Heavenly Thunder Corps and hole up in there. With what I had already done, no excuse in the world would work on Jin Gunak. Ha, how are you holding up? Pavilion Master. Just then, the Pavilion Master of 1000-day Pass, Jo Jin-sang, suddenly appeared before me. Through the mask he wore, I could see his eyes glinting with intense curiosity. I heard all about your little incident. Quite an impressive mess you've made. I frowned at his words. Damn it. Just one day and the rumors had already spread this far. Is that so? To think that little Bell Peak would be destroyed like that. The rumor of the young cult leader's rage at you has already reached even here. Thanks to you, the entire movement of the 6 clans may shift dramatically. Shift how? It means the race for the position of demonic faction lord, which had died down, may flare up again. So, was it your intention all along? The pavilion master, who knew a bit about our situation, looked down at me with an odd expression. Then, he said something completely out of the blue. Not everything in life follows logic. Well, that's true, especially when it comes to love. You think you'd be happier with someone better than me, so ill step aside for your sake? What the hell was he trying to say? I glared at the pavilion master. Chapter 111. Fiery Bridge to the Afterlife. 1. That's the rough outline of how this incident unfolded. The cult leader fell into thought for a moment after listening to Jin Yeomyung's report. Yura saying that the junior brother got involved in the Sa clan's internal conflict. To be precise, the civil war in the Sa clan erupted because of his involvement. Jin Yeomyung continued. As you know, cult leader, although the Black Gold Sa clan had several direct descendants eligible for succession, the position had essentially been solidified around the eldest son, Sa Bihwen. Sa Bihwen had ability and ambition, but she was born at the wrong time. Indeed, even as a child, she made quite the impression, always clinging to Yura with remarkable perceptiveness. Just noticing that at around 10 years old, and acting on it was exceptional in itself. The Sa clan's going to be rather noisy for a while. This was her final chance, and she was not going to let it slip away. The more rampantly Sa Bihwen acted, the more the cult leader would get the result he desired. Lend her a bit of support, discreetly, without the clan head noticing. If she secures the position of successor to the Sa clan, it'll make things much easier during Yura's reign. Yes, cult leader. All right, that takes care of that matter. The cult leader's eyes narrowed slightly as he continued. I heard that junior brother dumped Yura. His voice was calm, but beneath it simmered a quiet fury. There was no way the perceptive Jin Yeomyung could miss that emotion. After carefully choosing his words, Jin Yeomyung replied with ones that would avoid inciting the cult leader's wrath. It's clear that he was mindful of your intentions, cult leader. Of course, now the flies will start buzzing around Yura again. After the recent incident, Jin Yeomyung's presence had surged dramatically. Most of the 6 clans, upon seeing this, likely gave up without hesitation. But after Jin Yeomyung withdrew from the exchange ceremony, the 6 clans once again found themselves agonizing over the position of demonic faction lord, which now seemed back in play. How arrogant. Jin Yeomyung remained silent in the face of the cult leader's displeased reaction. Sometimes, knowing too much about one's superior's inner thoughts could be a problem in itself, just like the classic tale of Yang Su, who acted on his insight into Cao Cao's thoughts and ended up executed. So, what is junior brother doing now? Well, Jin Yeomyung shared the recent information he had gathered on Jin Yeomyung. After hearing it, the cult leader chuckled softly and nodded. As expected, his first goal is the Pa clan. It's the safest and most reliable choice. But will it work? The Pa clan is the easiest to bring in, but also the hardest to deal with, isn't it? That's exactly why she sought him out. At Jin Yeomyung's meaningful remark, the cult leader returned a knowing smile. If he survives, then so be it. The Grand Elder really is mischievous of all people. She chose to connect him with that one. Jin Yeomyung didn't refute the remark. Finally, the most critical topic emerged from the cult leader's lips. What about the movements of the old ones? They're still chasing an impossible dream. Their puppet has started to move. Jin Yeomyung, the one who survived to the very end during the young cult leader selection and stood in the way of Cheon Yura's future. Though the memories of that event were vague, it had still left a lingering impression on the cult leader. She's talented, no doubt. With proper polishing, she could easily reach the level of a demonic grandmaster. Coming from someone titled the Heavenly Demon, this was an immense compliment. However, unless she reaches the level of the Heavenly Demon's potential, she won't be able to stop the coming chaos. The cult leader stated it firmly. I won't be able to shield her forever. Jin Yeomyung found himself wondering. Just what was the cult leader looking toward? He understood the structure he was trying to create, but to achieve it, he was placing a burden upon her daughter and young cult leader that was far too heavy. I had been curious to see who the clan was sending my way, and the person who showed up was someone I never expected. What are you doing here? What do you mean? I was sent by the clan head. My blood-related younger brother, Jin Yeomyung, replied curtly. Still boasting the massive frame characteristic of the demonic heavens Jin clan, the guy looked more manly now, having lost much of his baby fat since I last saw him. I thought the chief administrator would come. That guy's busy. Oh, that was a slight change from how he used to completely disregard the chief. I heard you've been going through successor training lately? HMPH, boring stuff. I don't get why I have to mess around with numbers. Jin Yeomyung grumbled at my remark. But according to Gu Chil, even though he still looked down on subordinates, he had been diligently attending the successor training. When I become clan head, I'm going to dump all the annoying work on you, so you'd better be ready. Knowing his personality, I had a feeling he was dead serious about that, which was a bit concerning. Well, if that day comes, I'll take it. So what about the clan head? I asked, feeling slightly nervous. Didn't he say he'd kill me? No, not really. For real? I honestly thought the family's execution unit would be coming for you today too, but the clan head didn't react much. Actually, he told me to go help you out. He told you to help me. How the hell was Jin Yeomyung supposed to help me? He said there'll be more fights with the other 6 clans coming up, so don't hold back on using the Jin clan's strength. That caught me off guard. To counteract the elders of the Jin clan supporting Jin Yeomyung and the other aligned clans, I absolutely needed the Jin clan's martial strength. But for Jin Gunak to read my intentions and offer help before I even said anything, this really is unexpected. How much of the Jin clan's strength are we talking about? All of it. He answered lightly, as if it was nothing, which only shocked me even more. In truth, this meant Jin Gunak was staking the fate of the entire clan on what I was doing. He said this. Either the clan stakes everything on what your brother is doing, or we kill him and pull out now. He really did say that your actions made him want to kill you, especially since you moved without discussing anything with him. Shiver. But he said the odds aren't bad, so hell back you. I see I'll have to thank the clan head then. I got goosebumps just imagining Jin Gunak saying those exact words. Even if I enter the Heavenly Thunder Corps, if this guy's active out here, it'll be enough. It felt like I had just gained 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses. Oh, also, Jin Yeomyung suddenly pulled out a letter from inside his sleeve. Before coming in, the pavilion master of the 1,000-day pass told me to hand this to you, said it just arrived from the Black Gold Saw clan. The Black Gold Saw clan. I opened the letter with a hint of suspicion. Inside, scrawled in shaky handwriting, were 5 characters. Translation: I will kill you. There was no ambiguity about who wrote it or what they intended. Should I be watching out for an assassin from the Black Gold Saw clan? I put the letter down and let out a deep sigh. Since it's been a while, how about a match? Apparently not having neglected his training, Jin Yeomyung challenged me confidently. Well, I wouldn't mind. I watched Jin Yeomyung warm up in the sparring arena, attended only by my subordinates and the pavilion master of the 1,000-day pass. Since I last saw him, his muscles had become even more massive, and it looked like he had overcome the stiffness in his movements Id once pointed out. Most notably, unlike the violent aura he once gave off, his killing intent was now neatly controlled. Oh, not bad. When the Jin clan's internal energy combined with their external techniques, it could reach a destructive power that surpassed ordinary levels. After all, the 6 great demonic clans possessed secret arts that could break through traditional cultivation boundaries. At this rate, even a master-level martial artist would be toast. It would still be tough against chi projection, but given the Jin clan's martial arts characteristics, unless the gap in skill was huge, they wouldn't give their opponent any opening. I'll have my revenge from last time. Still remembering how he got beaten like a dog last time, Jin Yeomyung charged at me as soon as he finished prepping. Ha! Overlord Usura Divine Fist 10 Halberds Chaotic Strike 10 afterimages appeared, targeting all the vital points in my body. His fists were sharp like spear tips, and the shadows of his arms moved as flexibly as whips. He's improved a lot. You couldn't show movement like this without having paid real attention to flexibility. His reckless, brute force charges hadn't changed, but that was part of the Jin clan's martial arts style to begin with. To overwhelm the opponent with sheer firepower before they had a chance to strategize. It'd be cheating to counter this with chi projection. I chuckled to myself and began moving my feet. Even if I had learned sword techniques and cultivation methods from other sects, the basic martial arts, footwork, and movement techniques I practiced were all from the Jin clan. Naturally, Jin Yeomyung and I moved in similar rhythms, like partners dancing in sync. Pa-pa-pa-pat, ha-ya. Even though his deadly strike missed, Jin Yeomyung didn't give up. Using only footwork and upper body movement, he kept pressing on. He just kept pounding me like waves until his internal energy and stamina hit their limits. Impressive. You remind me of the Usura King from years ago, the pavilion master of the 1,000-day pass, using his title to justify his presence at the match, couldn't hold back his admiration as he watched Jin Yeomyung's relentless assault. Overwhelming internal energy and tireless stamina. If someone gets caught in that momentum even once, it's over. Those who faced the Jin clan's warriors always had to make a binary choice, get swept up in the storm or not. Jin Yeomyung, the Fist Overlord Dragon, certainly lives up to the name of one of the 6 demonic dragons. Gu Chill, annoyed by the constant praise, pointed his finger and shouted, "But young master hasn't even started yet. Don't you see how relaxed he is?" Well, that's true. The pavilion master could already sense the significant gap between the 2 fighters on the sparring stage. And soon, the very person they were talking about appeared in the arena. Well now, this is a fun little show I've stumbled into. A man suddenly appeared outside the sparring stage, having bypassed all the guards. You are. With an unkempt beard and a languid expression, he didn't look particularly well kept. But more than anything, what stood out was the massive greatsword on his back, larger than his own body. Surprise slipped through the pavilion master's mask. How did you come all the way here? He naturally slipped into formal speech. Though they were similar in age and ability, the man's official ranking in the cult was higher. The man scratched his twisted beard and answered, "Oh, well, I was threatened into coming." Threatened. The Grand Elder Hag told me to teach some brat for a few days, or else toss me into the Forbidden Demon Cavern for half a year. Damn, it's skipping a few Elder Council meetings. And she goes, that far petty old hag. The man was openly grumbling, but a 6-month solitary confinement was a pretty light punishment for shirking his duties as an elder. Elder Yom-nato, is this true? Yama Blade, the 12th elder of the heavenly demon cult, a madman obsessed with swordsmanship, had arrived at the 1,000-day pass. Chapter 112, Fiery Bridge to the Afterlife 2, Power-Shattering Kick. Jin Yeomyung's kick struck down like lightning, landing squarely on the floor of the martial arts arena. Jajojojojok, a powerful crack split across the floor in a straight line from the force of that one blow. Kaduduk. But Jin Yeomyung couldn't smile. Not a single strike, including that one, had landed a solid hit so far. Huff, huff, he paused his offensive and glared at me as he caught his breath. I simply smiled, looking at my younger brother without making any move. At this point, I thought he'd yell at me not to dodge like a rat anymore, but surprisingly, Jin Yeomyung didn't say anything and just steadied his fighting spirit. He's really grown. He had realized that complaining here would only sound like the whining of someone clueless and unskilled. You've definitely gotten much stronger than back then, brother. You too. So you didn't bury yourself out in this remote place out of sheer stubbornness, huh? Maybe due to the overuse of chi, white steam began rising all over Jin Yeomyung's body. In that case, I guess it's okay to go all out. Before I knew it, the color of the steam swirling around Jin Yeomyung had changed from white to a dark, crimson black. As someone from the demonic heavens Jin clan, I immediately understood what that transformation meant. The Asura body? Hee, of course you recognized it. But I heard you can only form the Asura body after reaching the 7th star of the demonic heavens Asura divine art. The demonic heavens Asura divine art, the supreme martial art of the demonic heavens Jin clan. The real reason this art was so highly regarded, even within the heavenly demon cult, was because it allowed the user to create a special body, the Asura body. It was a secret technique that surpassed even the boundaries of cultivation realms, something the 6 great demonic clans would possess at most a couple of. And among them, the Asura body was the symbol that represented the Jin clan. That's true. But there's no way you've reached the transcendent master level, yet generally, the 7th star of the demonic heavens Asura divine art was considered a minor achievement, a threshold for entering the transcendent master level. The 7th star is merely a control threshold for managing the power of the Asura body. Unless one reaches that level, it's normally impossible to control it. I understood what he meant and was momentarily stunned. W8. Are you saying? The clan head said that my current physique could handle the Asura body even without reaching the transcendent master level. What a freakishly talented monster. Even if I wasted away my previous life doing nothing, there was a reason why the position of young master went to him. His talent was of a different nature, but it was no less extraordinary than Beek Sangha's. He was born a demonic prodigy. SSA, it's hot. Perhaps due to the steam pouring from his entire body, Jin Yeomyung roughly tore off his top. And beneath it thick, rugged muscles, tinged with a faint reddish hue, revealed themselves menacingly. Oh wow, am I too much a product of the demonic heavens Jin clan? Those firm, massive muscles, they're insanely enviable. If I had those, I'd have stood proudly before Cheon Yura, no hesitation. With the physical power of the Asura body, I should be able to match your perception speed, brother. You noticed? To some extent. Even without using much internal energy, you keep dodging my attacks. That just means your sight is absurdly advanced. If you know your perception's falling behind, you should enhance your mind, not beef up your body to catch up. Typical Jin clan mindset. Still, if it really is the Asura body, I can't afford to be careless. The Asura body came with multiple special traits, but 4 were particularly iconic. Impervious to flame, impervious to poison, indestructible body, demonic spirit body among them. The indestructible body wasn't quite true indestructibility, but it significantly hardened the body and granted ridiculous regeneration. At the highest level, the Asura body could even deflect chi projection. At this level, he could probably block sword chi barehanded. And demonic spirit body ensured that until the Asura body ended, the chi flowing through all major meridians would never be severed. In other words, indomitable, invincible. The abilities of the Asura body were one of the greatest reasons why the demonic heavens Jin clan could retain their seat among the 6 great demonic clans. I adjusted my stance, curious to see how far Jin Yeomyung could push himself. Here I come, brother. However, please wait a moment, second son. Our duel couldn't continue. Suddenly, a figure clad entirely in black appeared between us. I was startled. The 10 demons of the demonic heaven? Has he been guarding Yeowon all along? The 10 demons of the demonic heaven elite guards personally assigned to the clan head. And the number etched on his back was 1? He was the leader of the 10 demons, an unregistered secret warrior in the heavenly demon cult, demonic heaven first demon. Even for you, interrupting a sacred duel is unacceptable. Jin Yeomyung growled at him, but the first demon responded calmly. There is still an outsider present. Revealing the clan's secret techniqueth usher a body in front of him would be too risky. That man. The first demon's gaze shifted toward Oh My. With a shrug and a vague smile, Yama Blade stood there. What a shame. I was expecting a better show. Yama Blade. He was actually a name I had heard before when I had once asked Grand Elder Cheon Yura to instruct me in swordsmanship. You wish for me to teach you saber techniques? That's right. There was a reason I had asked the Grand Elder, a master of hand-based techniques, to teach me. I've heard that in your prime, you mastered all types of weapons. That's true. There was a hint of admiration in Cheon Yura's eyes. You're well-informed. Not many even from my generation still remember that. I heard you experimented with many weapons to apply them to the lesser demonic art. Though the lesser demonic art was categorized as a palm technique, due to its ice-based nature, it gained significantly more power when combined with weapon arts. Cheon Yura had studied all types of weapons and hidden weapons, including the 18 classical weapons, from a young age for that very reason. And Id heard the ones that gave the best results were saber techniques and claw techniques. I see what you're aiming for. You want the know-how I gained while learning saber techniques as a secondary discipline. Exactly. You're planning to earn the recognition of the Pa clan, aren't you? As expected, Cheon Yura instantly grasped my intent. My first target was the Pa clan. To persuade them, I had to show my sincerity. But I'm afraid I can't help you. Why not? Because mere techniques won't be enough to meet the Pa clan's standards. Even if I modified sword techniques into saber techniques, the Pa clan would never acknowledge it. Sword techniques were sword techniques. Saber techniques were saber techniques. A poorly done modification will only provoke the Pa clan. Knowing them, they might take it as an insult and turn from neutral to hostile. Then what should I do? Y'all have to learn from someone proper. A true master who can teach you what saber techniques are from the ground up. The real problem was, aside from the Pa clan themselves, it was incredibly hard to find someone truly accomplished in saber techniques. Cheon Yura smiled meaningfully. You're in luck. There's a master who meets those conditions. Seriously? I blinked in disbelief. Even if such a master existed, the chances of them willingly teaching me were slim to none. A martial artist of that caliber might not even respond to the Jin clan's influence. There's someone who committed a minor offense. Having him teach you would be an appropriate form of repayment. A minor offense? Who? If Cheon Yura was mentioning it, it definitely wasn't something minor. I'll send him to you in a few days. He's someone even the Pa clan head acknowledged when it comes to saber techniques, so make sure to learn well from him. And then, a few days later, that guy was really Yama Blade. Cheon Yura never did tell me who exactly it would be. Id narrowed down some possible candidates, but I thought he was the least likely. Haha, she really is a mischievous old hag, making me teach a monster. Yama Blade leapt inside and stood in front of me. Honestly, I wanted to see what came next, but the guardian spirit of your clan was too quick on the uptake. I accepted Yama Blade's gaze without backing down. Of course, he was a hidden master of the peak demonic level himself. He wouldn't be easily intimidated by Yama Blade. So, shall we continue? I didn't mind going on. After all, Yama Blade wasn't the type to blabber about what he saw. But Jin Yeomyung, who was in a different position from me, made the wiser decision. Let's end it here. Now that an elder has intervened, there's nothing more we can do. Oh, showing restraint? I thought you'd charge like a boar in heat. Despite Yama Blade's insulting word choice, I silently agreed with him. If this were the early life Jin Yeomyung from my past life, he'd have lost his temper and come at me without thinking. HMPH, you're not my target, elder. Watching him look at me rather than Yama Blade gave me a strange feeling. Ho ho, is that so? Even Yama Blade let out a small, bewildered laugh. Well, I'll let this pass as a glimpse of your potential. Next time, I'll expect a real duel. Jin Yeomyung threw on the coat handed to him by his subordinate and turned to leave. I gave Gu Chil a way to contact me. If you ever need help, reach out through him. Leaving those words behind, Jin Yeomyung walked off without once looking back. Hew the turbulent storm of youth, huh? Yama Blade scratched his head, not caring about Jin Yeomyung's rudeness, and turned his gaze to me. Your brother's certainly a prodigy. The Usura body at that age remarkable. Yama Blade seemed well aware of the Usura body too. I agree. He's more than qualified to become a pillar of the heavenly demon cult, which just makes me more curious. At some point, Yama Blade's hand naturally moved to the saber strapped to his back. Quack! The moment he gripped the hilt, a sense of dread surged in me, and I instinctively fell into a stance. That kind of talent aiming for his older brother rather than me, a fellow elder, how intriguing. I swallowed hard. Are you perhaps offended? Not at all. I simply want to see your potential for myself. Sure, not believable at all when you're radiating killing intent like that. Regardless, my body instinctively prepared for defense. Incredible. As expected of a peak-level demonic master. Even though Id managed to overpower the yin-yang fist demon, that had only been possible due to a mix of favorable conditions. Going head-to-head with a peak-level master at full power, that was a different matter. Yeong. I slowly moved my hand to grasp my sword, maintaining as natural a stance as possible so I could draw at a moment's notice. He's coming. Flash. The slash Yama Blade drew from his back wasn't vertical, it flew horizontally. I couldn't understand how he managed to swing the saber sideways from that posture, but before I could question it, my body reacted. I instinctively drew my sword to counter. Quagwagwagwang. A shock several times greater than what Jin Yeomyung caused earlier struck the martial arena. Gah! Papapapap. The sheer aftermath of the clash was enough to leave the arena in a completely ruined, unrecoverable state. Maybe it really was too early for me to clash head-on with a peak-level demonic master. Unable to withstand Yama Blade's blow, I was flung all the way to the opposite end of the arena. Tremble. My grip felt like it would give out at any moment. Impressive. With a sly smile, Yama Blade, now holding a gourd-shaped liquor bottle in his mouth, chuckled. More impressive is the fact that you didn't go all out against me. Damn. He noticed. Chapter 113. The fire enters the stage before long. Only Yama Blade and I remained in the training hall. It was now private training time. Yama Blade had driven out everyone, including the pavilion master of the 1,000-day pass and even my subordinates. Thankfully, my subordinates didn't disappear completely, just kept a watchful distance, but still. I was hesitant at first, but now I am definitely intrigued. It's an honor to be trained by you, Elder. With your level of skill, you could have just let it pass, but you parried on purpose. Was that your way of expressing your desire to learn saber techniques? To some extent, yes. Master level, as expected of a top master of the demonic faction, Yama Blade had grasped my level in a single day. I don't know why you want to learn saber techniques. I don't give a damn about internal cult affairs. He was right, of course. Even in Cheon Yura's time, he had held a seat among the elders. He was one of the few who never turned traitor and upheld loyalty to the end. But just as he said, he was so indifferent to power that we had given up trying to recruit him by force. Who would have thought we'd cross paths like this? But if you need recognition from the Pa clan, my help is essential. I'll consider my promise to the Great Elder fulfilled by training you for 1 week. Do you agree? I agree. Good. Indeed, excluding the members of the extreme Pa clan, he was considered the foremost saber expert in the cult. Then Yama Blade asked me directly, what is a saber? I answered without hesitation. I don't know, honest. There's still no clear distinction between swords and sabers in the Central Plains. If you had to compare, I suppose the main difference is between double-edged and single-edged blades, but even that's not clearly defined. Right. What is a saber? What are saber techniques? None of it has ever been clearly defined. They say if thrusting is the main technique, it's swordsmanship, and if slashing dominates, it's saber techniques. But many saber styles rely on thrusting, and many sword techniques focus on slashing. However, there is one element that must be present in any saber technique, as defined by the extreme Pa clan. What is it? Wait. Yama Blade declared firmly. It doesn't matter whether you use a straight saber, curved saber, fast saber, or ring pommel saber. But any saber technique pursued by the Pa clan must include the principle of weight. What if you use a heavy sword? If you tried that in the Pa clan, you'd be lucky to return with your head still on your shoulders. The extreme Pa clan did not acknowledge the principle of heavy swords. Their stance was that if you were going to wield something that heavy, you'd be far more efficient using a saber instead. That's why the extreme Pa clan especially hates the Zhongnan sect and Namgung clan among the orthodox factions. Zhongnan's signature sword technique, the 36 Swords of the World, and Namgung's secret legacy technique, the Imperial Sword Form, are both considered classic examples of heavy sword techniques in Murim. Haha. In truth, it's impossible to declare one martial path absolutely correct. Whether it's long or short, you only know after testing it. Every martial artist has a different philosophy. I was rather surprised to hear this coming from Yama Blade. The Yama Blade I imagined wouldn't have been shy to say, Zhongnan or Namgung, they're all just dumbasses. That's unexpected. What I just said is off the record. If First Elder hears about it, he'll be severely disappointed. It was widely known that the Pa clan's patriarch once tried to make Yama Blade his son-in-law. Though it was said the plan fizzled out to preserve balance among the 6 great demonic clans, maybe Yama Blade rejected the offer because of their ideological differences. In any case, I initially planned to just give you a half-hearted lesson and be done with it. Did you? The Pa clan's standards for saber techniques are clear, but 1 week is too short a time to meet those standards. That much was certainly true. It's not a matter of reaching a certain realm. It's relative. At the very least, you'll have to demonstrate the same level of skill with the saber as you do with the sword to pass the Pa clan's standards, whether you adapt your sword techniques or learn a new saber style. Is that so? You're surprisingly unfazed? I don't think it's an impossible goal. Yama Blade gave me a curious look. Really? Even putting aside whether someone your age could reach that level, assuming it's possible, you'd have had to start wielding a saber before you could walk. Can you really undo a lifetime's worth of habits? If someone really had trained for that long, maybe. But it's only been 2 years since I began training properly with the sword. Counting the messy training from my past life would be dishonest. In truth, I had only seriously trained in the heaven-flying, boundless divine art for just over 2 years, and even that was self-taught through secret manuals. I had only recently learned the true essence of swordsmanship from Yuso at the 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden Tomb a few months ago. Even so, I had achieved this much solely because of the talent and instincts I had built up in my first life. It seems possible to me. HMPH. If that's what you think, I won't stop you. In an instant, Yama Blade's gaze turned razor-sharp. But I hope you won't disappoint my expectations. And so began my training with Yama Blade. As for whether to modify my existing sword techniques or learn a completely new saber technique, we decided to go with modifying the existing sword techniques. Since the heaven-flying, boundless divine art was such a complete sword style, adapting it into saber form was relatively easy. More importantly, there simply wasn't enough time to master a saber technique of equal caliber from scratch. However, I couldn't devote the entire week solely to training. Even setting aside the affairs of the Pa clan, I had already stirred up far too many matters. And right now, there was something even more important than the Pa clan's affairs. I didn't really expect you to come. The place was lined with 10 massive pavilions. With a baseline staff of over 1,000, this was one of the 5 highest institutions within the Heavenly Demon Cult, Heavenly Thunder Corps. On the surface, it was a department responsible for drafting strategy for the cult and handling matters that didn't reach the Elder Council. In truth, it had been established to assist Cheon Yura, the future cult leader, and to check the Elder Council's real seat of power. You knew I would come? It wasn't even at the top floor of the Grand Hall, was standing right at the entrance, waiting for me. Jin Yeomyung, the elegant middle-aged man and lord of the Heavenly Thunder Corps, gave a faint smile as he lightly patted my shoulder. You made such a bold declaration to the entire cult. Of course I knew. Not to the entire cult, damn it. Does it even matter at this point? Right then and there, I submitted my application to join the Heavenly Thunder Corps. Jin Yeomyung took the document from me, smiled with a curious expression, and nodded. Welcome to the Heavenly Thunder Corps. I look forward to your great contributions. Though I had applied for membership, and the Corps leader Jin Yeomyung had accepted it immediately, that didn't mean I had officially become a member just yet. Once the schedule is coordinated with the 1,000-day pass, your formal induction will be in about a month. A month? I needed to settle as much as I could before then. To be honest, I have high hopes for you. Jin Yeomyung quietly closed the distance between us. Then he whispered very softly, the insight of yours that the cult leader himself acknowledged. I'm curious to see how it will bloom within the Heavenly Thunder Corps. You can expect a lot. This was a place I had chosen to enter even at the cost of temporarily distancing myself from Cheon Yura. There's no way I'd back out before squeezing every last drop of value from it. Good, but there's one thing you must remember. What is it? The Heavenly Thunder Corps is hard to enter but even harder to leave. Quitting the Heavenly Thunder Corps is no different from declaring that you want to leave as a corpse. Considering the secrets and purposes the Corps hid, that wasn't exactly an exaggeration. Jin Yeomyung stepped back again and gave his signature subtle smile. I hope y'all do your best to avoid any clashes with the Jin clan. I'll do what I can. Then I'll see you again in a month. Jin Yeomyung smiled brightly and disappeared into the building. I stared at his back with a heavy expression. Jin Yeomyung, truthfully, I still hadn't let go of my suspicions about him. He had always walked a path aligned with Cheon Yura and had reached the peak of influence in the next generation of power. But how could a civil war break out within the Cheon clan while he was still around? No matter how massive the Cheon clan's hidden strength was far beyond my imagination, if he was truly the Jin Yeomyung I knew, he should have had complete control over it and handed power over to Cheon Yura without chaos. That guy is still acting in secret, faithfully carrying out the cult leader's commands. Such a person wouldn't idly stand by while signs of rebellion stirred within the Cheon clan. After everything I had gone through recently, I had come to a firm realization. The civil war in the Cheon clan definitely wasn't part of the cult leader's plan. It may have been part of the cult leader's strategy to gradually chip away at the power of the 6 great clans, but weakening the Cheon clan too was clearly overkill. At some point, things spiraled out of the cult leader's control and even led to the Cheon clan's civil war. And among the causes behind that, Jin Yeomyung was definitely involved, whether greatly or subtly. My instincts screamed it. The foundational sword technique is excellent. Honestly, it almost seems like it was designed to be adapted into saber techniques. I held a straight saber that wasn't all that different from the sword I usually used. In terms of destructive power, when slashing, curved sabers were better, but I couldn't completely abandon the stabbing techniques characteristic of swordplay. Hence, the compromise. What was different from usual, though, was that I gripped the hilt with both hands, typical of saber techniques. Yama Blade pointed his massive saber at me and spoke. Weight is a very ambiguous and difficult principle to grasp. Those who hadn't reached the proper realm often confused heavy swords with powerful swords. Many had ended up dead, foolishly swinging around so-called heavy swords, only to be too slow and lose their lives in vain. The essence of weight is not in channeling strength into the saber. Suddenly, Yama Blade's saber swung viciously at my entire body. Clang, clang, clang. It's not about the weapon, it starts with anchoring your body. You have to align your center of gravity. I desperately blocked Yama Blade's attacks. Each strike was heavy. I wanted to dodge right away, but I couldn't. Yama Blade had forbidden me from using footwork or movement techniques, though he was holding back his own strength for that very reason. Receiving those blows while maintaining perfect balance between my upper and lower body was far from easy. Perfect balance. The heavy saber begins with forging a body as strong as a deeply rooted tree. In that regard, your body is quite well tempered. This isn't talent, it's the result of hard work. Admirable. GHHRRRK. I barely suppressed the curse that wanted to burst out and blocked Yama Blade's saber. First, you must become a mountain. A man who can't find his center and swings his saber recklessly has no right to call himself a saberman. This principle was, in a way, similar to a swordsman's mindset. I gritted my teeth as I blocked Yama Blade's attacks. 6 days left. I'll make the essence of saber techniques my own no matter what. Haya, Chapter 114. The Extreme Pa Clan, 1, the Cheon clan, revered as the peak among the 10,000 mountains, was rarely seen in public despite its formidable reputation. Though the Cheon clan held the seat of power, its reclusiveness earned it the title of the mysterious clan, making them a subject of both awe and distance among the cult's followers. There was only one reason for their isolation. Among the Cheon clan's strict codes, one rule stood absolute: those who are incompetent must not engage in any external activity. Because of this regulation, even within the Heavenly Demon cult's premier educational institution, the Demon Dragon Hall, members of the Cheon clan were never seen. At best, the True Blood Unit, a later-stage training corps, occasionally went out in groups to gain real combat experience. The Cheon clan's standard of competent varied depending on the time, but there was only one way to be acknowledged: recognition by multiple elders of the Cheon clan in their presence. That was why most descendants of the Cheon clan didn't leave the cradle until they were well past the age of 30. But now, excellent. For the first time in this generation, that rare 1 in 10,000 probability had come to pass. 5 venerable elders, standing around a kneeling young woman in formal meditation posture, solemnly addressed her. Jin Yeomyung. The 5 elders hereby acknowledge that your abilities qualify you to carry the name of the Cheon clan in active duty. Thank you. She bowed quietly, bearing a striking resemblance to Cheon Yura, a comparison that would have infuriated her if she heard it. You have inherited our internal energy and martial arts and opened a realm of power far beyond what's possible for your age. At your current level, you could even defeat the young cult leader. This was no empty praise. The elders of the Cheon clan truly believed that Jin Yeomyung had a real chance of victory. Normally, you would start as a 100-man captain in the 34 demon squads, but that's not your aim, is it? Jin Yeomyung nodded. I understand. My sole purpose in life is to become the next supreme one of the cult. And once you become the supreme one, to wipe out all forces of the Central Plains for the sake of the demonic world. Only then did satisfied smiles appear on the lips of the elders. Indeed, despite possessing absolute power, the current cult leader has shown no interest in the outside world. Preoccupied with unknown enemies hiding somewhere in the Central Plains, he's neglected the mission of establishing the dominion of the demonic world. He's far too unworthy of the name Heavenly Demon. The elders of the Cheon clan had always harbored such dissatisfaction. The Cheon clan and the cult's strength is absolute. The weaklings of the Central Plains would never be able to stop us. Then why are we sitting idle? There were 20 known master-level experts officially ranked in the current era. And that was just the official count. Among the shadow operatives like these 5 elders, hidden within the 6 great demonic clans, or the Cheon clan, there were just as many master-level warriors. Of the 5 standing here, 3 had already reached the master level. It was truly the golden age of the heavenly demon cult. With this power, a complete conquest of the Central Plains was more than just a dream. Of course, regardless of what the elders thought, Jin Yeomyung didn't care in the slightest. Don't worry. Cheon Yura will die by my hands, and the title of young cult leader will become mine. Their goals happened to align to a certain degree, so she simply played along. As long as the current cult leader remains, we can't simply push the young cult leader aside. She'll need to be defeated on an appropriate stage. The ideal scenario would be Jin Yeomyung defeating Cheon Yura in front of all witnesses. But to create such a stage, we'll need help not just from ourselves, but also from other great clans. The Illusion clan has already taken our side, but that's not enough. We'll need at least 2 more families on board to override the cult leader's will. The elders, now entirely engrossed in their own schemes, began muttering among themselves as if Jin Yeomyung weren't even there. But she didn't care. Jin Yeomyung was already lost in her own world. What would it take to say I've truly stolen everything from Cheon Yura? Her obsession with Cheon Yura had twisted into something bizarre. Simply taking her position wouldn't satisfy her. Everything Cheon Yura possessed had to become hers, and only when she saw Cheon Yura's face twisted in agony would she feel satisfied. Her status, martial arts, subordinates, and even that man. The moment the word man crossed her mind, a face surfaced unbidden. Jin Yeomyung, the audacious traitor who rejected her and chose Cheon Yura instead. Even when she offered him the position of the cult's second-in-command, he had turned her down, a shocking experience even for her. Which only makes me want him more. Lately, Jin Yeomyung had announced that he would no longer participate in the exchange ceremony with Cheon Yura, but Jin Yeomyung didn't believe it. He must have left her side temporarily for some reason. How exhilarating it would be if such a devoted man abandoned Cheon Yura and came to her instead. As she indulged in a fantasy of Jin Yeomyung kneeling before her, the elders' plotting reached its climax. We must find flaws in the young cult leader and drag down her reputation and qualifications. There's no need to confront her head-on. What about using them? You mean those vermin? They're a perfect pawns to use and discard. And if things go awry, the Cheon clan can just erase them. I heard a rumor that the yin-yang fist demon turned into a monster and played around with the Grand Protector. One of the elders brought up something he had heard which, in truth, was no rumor but a fact. Still must be nonsense. Even if it were true, the 5 of us could easily handle it. Their ambition had already clouded their judgment. Such trivial rumors were nothing to them. Even the elder who brought it up quickly took back his words. Fine, let's contact him. He's the only one currently connected to those vermin. I agree. Haha, the cult is about to become very entertaining. Jin Yeomyung, listening in silence, slightly furrowed her brows. Tarnish her reputation and qualifications? If Cheon Yura fell by her own mistake, she would welcome it. but having her reputation smeared by conspiracism, that wasn't something she found appealing. Cheon Yura only wanted to strike her down when Cheon Yura was still shining like a brilliant sun. This doesn't sit quite right with me. A week had passed. The straight saber I now wielded instead of a sword felt perfectly familiar in my grip, as it unleashed saber wind and saber chi. Saber techniques are quite fun in their own way. There was something a different kind of manly charm, distinct from the sword. Swinging this saber originally, the 10 heavenly record demonic sword, now temporarily turned into the 10 heavenly record demonic saber, made it clear just how fundamentally different sword techniques were from saber techniques. And yet, even after transforming it into a saber technique, I don't feel any sense of discord that proves the 10 heavenly record sword is truly a peerless divine art. Usually, when converting a sword art into a saber form, there was always a unique sense of incongruity, but not with the 10 heavenly record sword. Why was that? Just as I was about to slip into contemplation, Yama Blade, who had spent the past week teaching me saber techniques, opened his mouth. Truly, a genius is a genius. Thank you for the compliment. Aside from the first day, Yama Blade hadn't given me a single theoretical lecture throughout the week. He had simply pushed me relentlessly through endless practical combat. No need to thank me. Like I said in the beginning, I didn't think it was possible. Yama Blade stroked his chin, casting a curious gaze at me. You achieved sword unity, so I thought saber unity would come easily too, but separate from that, your proficiency in saber techniques is unbelievably fast. So even Yama Blade had noticed the unique traits of the 10 heavenly record sword, but what he said next was something completely different. Have you considered seriously pursuing saber techniques? Excuse me. At your current level, it wouldn't be strange at all for you to fully switch to the saber. You've already learned martial arts outside your lineage, so there's no reason to cling to swordsmanship, is there? Oh well, that was true. The realm I had reached was thanks to a fortuitous encounter that forcibly elevated my abilities. My actual swordsmanship still had a long way to go, especially compared to the beautiful sword techniques shown by Yuso, the heavenly maiden of the 9 heavens. I could switch paths right now if I wanted to, but I am sorry. What if I offered to become your patron, should you choose to learn saber techniques? My eyes widened slightly. A patron elder. That was leagues beyond having a mere master-level expert as a supporter. Even if Yama Blade was the lowest ranking among the elders, the fact that he held voting power in the Elder Council basically meant I'd have another Jin Gunax standing behind me. Of course, Yama Blade's influence couldn't compare to Jin Gunax, but still. I shut my eyes tightly and cleared the conflict from my mind. I am truly grateful for the offer, but I am still struggling to fully grasp the essence of the sword my predecessor left behind. I see, a shame. Yama Blade smacked his lips like he genuinely meant it. Well, fine, my offer stands, so if you change your mind, come find me. I've finished what I needed to do, so I'll return to the training grounds. I won't forget the guidance you've given me this past week. I hope next time we get to truly cross blades. I'll respectfully decline that. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Yama Blade turned and left without a hint of regret. With his level of expertise, it wouldn't be strange for him to question why I needed the approval of the Pa clan or why I was going through all this trouble. And yet, his unrestrained exit showed how well the nickname Saber Madman suited him. Young master, master. Only after Yama Blade disappeared did Gu Chil and Myung-oh, who hadn't dared to approach until now, finally come over. I sheathed the straight saber and spoke. Let's go to the Extreme Pa clan. The Extreme Pa clan was, along with the Blood Dragon demonic clan, considered the number 1 or 2 among the 6 great demonic clans in the current era. Truthfully, in terms of scale, the Pa clan wasn't as large as the Jin clan or even the Blood Dragon clan. According to Chief Byok's report, the Pa clan had around 30,000 members. Even compared to the demonic heavens Jin clan, which had over 40,000, the Pa clan was relatively small. But what made the Extreme Pa clan considered greater than even the Jin clan was quality over quantity. All of its members were martial artists obsessed with the saber, and it was widely acknowledged that their average martial prowess was the highest among the 6 clans. Above all, there were 3 officially recognized master-level experts in the clan. No further explanation was needed. This is my first time visiting the Pa clan's main stronghold. Without any formal escorts, I entered the clan's base with only Gu Chil and Myung-oh. There was no need to draw suspicion by bringing along the Jin clan's martial artists. though this visit would surely be known throughout the 6 clans within a few hours anyway still. The first blade peak of the 9 heavens, huh? The first blade peak of the 9 heavens, one of the cult's 8 demonic peaks, perfectly symbolized the essence of the extreme Pa clan. Dozens of large pavilions stood on the mountainside of a massive range. In terms of splendor and grandeur, it was certainly no less impressive than the Jin clan. I stopped before the enormous gate of the Pa clan, guarded by over 10 sentries. I am Jin Yeomyung of the demonic heavens Jin clan. I've come to see Lady Pa Yeong-myung, the young head of the clan. Please send word inside. You said you're a guest of the young head? That's correct. Just when I thought they would begin a formal identity check, the saber-wielding guards suddenly exchanged glances among themselves. If you wish to pass through this gate, you must answer a single question. Huh, were they seriously pulling this stunt, posing a riddle to a guest of the clan? If you're truly acquainted with the young head, you'll definitely be able to answer this. I was too dumbfounded to reply at first and hesitated, but the one who seemed to be the head gatekeeper actually asked the question. What is the nickname of the famed martial artist, Lord Hyun-young? I responded instinctively. Saber Supreme? Correct. Kriak. As if nothing had happened, the massive gates of the Pa clan, which had looked like they'd never open, swung wide with a loud metallic groan. Please come inside. The guards lined up on either side, bowing respectfully as they saw us in. They're seriously insane, aren't they? Keep that comment to yourself. I hushed Gu Chil's grumble in a low voice. Chapter 115. Extreme Pa clan, 2, leaving behind the bizarre experience of that sudden question and answer. It didn't take long for me to become convinced that the gatekeepers hadn't just let us through for nothing. Are we being watched? I could feel a secretive gaze directed at us from somewhere. No, rather than simple surveillance, it feels like someone significant is observing us. Unless the Pa clan had nurtured someone on par with the Ghost Command Unit in stealth skills. Even I barely noticed it. Gu Chil or Myung-oh would never be able to detect it. Even after passing through the front gate, it took a short while before we truly entered the main domain of the Pa clan. Welcome. We received word from the gate, young Master Jin. As expected of the extreme Pa clan, a man with a dagger at his waist, likely the chief steward of the clan, greeted us. Is the young clan leader inside? She is currently in training. If you wish to meet her, y'all need to wait about 2 shichen 4 hours. Will that be all right? What? That's absurd. At the mention of a 2 shichen wait, Gu Chil nearly exploded, but I quickly raised a hand to stop him. We came without notice. It's our fault. Well, wait. Thank you for understanding. Then, this way, the man, who appeared to be the Pa clan's chief steward, led us to the reception hall. Young master, this is outrageous. Leaving a young master of one of the 6 great demonic clans waiting for 2 shichen. No, I don't think that's what this is. If it were any other of the 6 clans, maybe, but not the Pa clan. The extreme Pa clan was a family of men who faced things head-on rather than scheming in the shadows. The steward, after leading us to a room in the hall, finally asked in a quiet tone, "May I ask the purpose of your visit to our main house?" I paused to choose my words. I could have refused to answer, but like the Jin clan, it was highly likely that the Pa clan's steward possessed authority beyond that of a typical steward. To form an alliance with the Jin clan and suppress the unrest within the Chin clan, ultimately supporting the young cult leader, the words never left my mouth. I am here to have a match with the young clan leader. Oh, is that true? I do have a proposal for afterward, but this comes first. At my response, the Pa clan steward gave a faint, meaningful smile. You're quite well informed about our Pa clan, young Master Jin. There was a slight friendliness but also mockery in his smile. To some extent. Very well, we can't just let this slide then. Huh, why say something like that all of a sudden? Feeling uneasy, I instinctively reached out toward the steward. What do you mean by that? Then I shall take my leave. Ah, by the way, your meeting with the young clan leader might be a little more delayed than expected. Please rest comfortably until then. More delayed? Why? Before I could protest, the steward had already walked away briskly. Watching him leave, Gu Chil and Myung-oh both spoke up. Young master, we don't know what's going on, but this seems like it's going south. What do you think? Be quiet. I covered my face with both hands and let out a deep sigh. It's probably true that Pa Yeong-myung is in the middle of training, so I understand that it might take time to meet her. But what was that about it being further delayed? And what was with that meaningful smirk? What do you think they're plotting? Even Gu Chil sounded uneasy as he asked. I took a deep breath to calm my inner doubts. I don't know either. but what's certain is we've already crossed the river. Turning back now is worse than not having crossed at all. Gu Chil and Myung-oh swallowed hard, their expressions sobering. The dice had already been thrown, and our feet were already inside the tiger's den. Whatever happened next, we had no choice but to face it head-on. But still, why did you just show up without any notice? Given the relationship between the 6 clans, it would have been courteous to give advance notice at least a few days ahead, right? Even setting aside the Tushichin wait, Gu Chil's point made sense. Because we need to move discreetly now. What do you mean by that? From the moment I gave up on the exchange ceremony, there've probably been many in the 6 clans keeping an eye on me. Well, Gu Chil trailed off. Truthfully, even while I was holed up in the 1,000-day pass, I occasionally felt unnatural gazes on me. To think the 6 great demonic clans would be entirely ignorant of my intent is arrogance. I am sure some have caught on at least partially, and if that's the case, it's only natural they'd monitor my actions. That's why I had to move as covertly as possible, avoiding their eyes. Then clack. Suddenly, the door to the reception room opened without warning. It hadn't been long since the steward had left. Pa Yeo-myung, young lady? No, that's not her. At first, I thought the woman who appeared suddenly was Pa Yeo-myung, but I quickly corrected myself. That cold, composed face definitely not the one Pa Yeo-myung would show. Right like the difference between Cheon Yura and Jin Yeomyung. Similar faces, but vastly different impressions. You must be Lady Pa Seol-young. You've got a good eye. The acting clan leader in Pa Yeo-myung's absence. She was the younger twin sister of Pa Yeo-myung Pa Seol-young. Though she had the same double bun hairstyle, the impression she gave off was completely different from her sister's. She quietly sat in one corner of the reception room and fixed her gaze on me. I've heard from the steward. You came to have a duel with my sister. That's correct. It seems that the young master of the Jin clan is quite desperate for the Pa clan's strength. She went straight to the heart of the matter, and it didn't stop there. Cheon Yura, is it because of her? My eyes widened. You know a lot. She calmly nodded. I am the one expected to become the next clan leader of the extreme Pa clan AB. It's only natural that I have access to a certain level of top-secret information. Knowing about Cheon Yura was one thing, but connecting her to me took a level of insight that wasn't ordinary. We've already predicted the possibility of a large-scale civil war breaking out within the cult. However, the higher-ups of the main family have resolved to step back entirely if that happens. Had I underestimated the Pa clan's information network, I couldn't help but feel that I was already a step too late. It seems I arrived too late. Not necessarily. That decision from the upper echelon of the main family, it was made under my lead. Meaning, neither the clan leader nor the young clan leader knows anything about this. In fact, they have no interest in the matter at all. Which meant if you can convince those two, the decision can be overturned with ease. If she couldn't be persuaded, then it meant I would never be able to make the extreme Pa clan an ally. At that moment, I realized. The woman standing before me was the true power that controlled the extreme Pa clan. Pa Seol-young narrowed her eyes slightly and lowered her gaze. There's an arrogant outside perception that our clan charges forward without thinking, that we're a bunch of brainless brute sounds about right. Actually sounds spot on. In that moment, Myung-oh, Gu Chil, and I exchanged rapid, silent glances. There are a few members like that, and I won't deny their existence. All right. From the way you said it, I'm guessing that few includes the clan leader and the young clan leader. Of course, since I was the one who needed something here, I couldn't just say that out loud. Pa Seol-young continued. Because of people like them, someone has to coldly assess external situations and make judgments for the family's affairs. You're saying that person is you, Lady Seol-young. Yes, that's correct, just as I expected. I should be throwing you out on your heels instead of letting you meet the clan leader or my sister, she smirked. That cold face of hers bore a meaningful smile. It was strikingly similar to the expression the Pa clan steward had shown earlier. But it'll give you a special opportunity. I am grateful. Be thankful that you're the young master of the Jin clan. If she had already come to a conclusion, she was the type who favored safety over risks. Why give me a chance? Sure enough, but I am not sure if y'all be able to seize that opportunity. What do you mean? Her words were far from ordinary. To stand before my sister, you must prove that you are a saber wielder. If you arrogantly swing a sword with no resolve, even if you win, y'all gain nothing. With a faint smile, she asked, I heard young Master Jin is a swordsman. Am I mistaken? Ah, so that's what this is about. I expected something more serious. If that's all, it's actually a relief. What do you think I've been doing the past week? Yura half right, half wrong. Excuse me? Just as you said, I'm here to prove that I carry the soul of the saber. I picked up the scabbard lying in front of me. Gripping the handle, I slowly began to draw it. Twitch. At that action, Pa Seol-young's eyebrows twitched slightly. Seriously now, who in their right mind would come to the extreme Pa clan wielding a sword? What emerged fully from the scabbard was a straight saber, slightly broader than a typical sword. When she saw it, Pa Seol-young's eyes briefly showed a flicker of surprise. Are you seriously saying you intend to stand before my sister with a saber? Yes, truly, truly. SHHHHHHH. As soon as she heard my confirmation, an intense murderous aura burst forth from Pa Seol-young. You dare, with your half-baked blade techniques, to defile my sister's devotion to the way of the blade. She looked ready to draw her weapon and strike me down on the spot. But I calmly responded, unfazed by her killing intent. Whether I defile it or purify it, we'll only know once it happens, won't we? Crack. Pa Seol-young glared at me with such fury that the veins in her eyes bulged. Yeah, honestly, this was kind of terrifying. Ha. So, someone from the demonic heavens Jin clan wants to prove the soul of the saber to the Pa clan. She muttered something under her breath, then opened her mouth again. Crack, if you can really prove it. Crack, then my sister might very well choose to help you. Crack, I didn't know it was even possible to grind your teeth while talking until today. Many people tried to cozy up to my sister. They showered her with praise and compliments, calling her a saber master. So I wasn't the only one who thought that way. Indeed, Pa Yeong-myung had a very friendly nature. Flattery probably worked well on her, and it was no surprise many people had gathered around her. But none of them truly proved their sincerity to the saber. All of them said what sounded nice, but in the end, they were nothing but garbage. Thud, crack, with one punch from Pa Seol-young, the table split cleanly in two. And what do you think happened to that trash? I had no answer. Pa Seol-young's eyes widened as she stared into my silence. I killed them all, without my sister knowing, regardless of rank or position. Quite a few of them were members of the 6 clans. If she truly had that much authority within the clan, that wouldn't be difficult to believe. Even the young master of the demonic heavens Jin clan is no exception. Even if war were to break out between the Jin clan and the Pa clan, even Gu Chil and Myung-oh were silenced by the weight of her madness. If you defile my sister's pure heart, I will gladly use my saber to sever your head. In my first life original life there was a word for people like this. Right, they were called siskins. Man, she's terrifying as hell. A, isn't Pa Yeong-myung supposed to be next clan head? B, maybe next vice clan leader, chapter 116. Extreme Pa clan 3, but being frightening was a separate matter. What I had to say was already decided. Let's do that. My firm answer without hesitation slightly subdued Pa Seol-young's intensity instead. Are you being serious? I am 100% sincere. I looked straight at Pa Seol-young. If you're already aware of that much information, the discussion will be much quicker. If she even knew about Cheon Yura's existence, then she must clearly understand what was happening within the cult right now. The elders of the Cheon clan are scheming a rebellion centered around Cheon Yura. Judging by the circumstances, the Illusion clan is likely colluding with them. Pa Seol-young motioned with her eyes for me to continue. I intend to gather the remaining strength of the Cheon clan that supports the young cult leader, along with what remains of the 6 great demonic clans, to preemptively stop their ambition. So you're saying our Pa clan will be the first step in that plan? That's right. We need the strongest and most reliable strength of the Pa clan. Where do you plan to go next? Well, the Hidden Shadow So clan has long maintained a close relationship with the Jin clan. There's a high chance they'll support us. Of course, knowing the truth about the Hidden Shadow So clan, I judged that possibility to be low but on the surface. It certainly appeared that way. After that, I plan to approach the Blood Dragon Demonic clan. That's unexpected. Not the Black Gold Saw clan. This was clearly a question with Saw Bion in mind. You probably know already, but I've already planted a seed with the Black Gold Saw clan. It's nothing. I waved my hand. No matter how I thought about it, I couldn't exactly say that if I visited the Black Gold Saw clan now, I'd likely get my head cut off by a furious Saw Bion. In any case, the Blood Dragon Demonic clan doesn't have a great relationship with the Jin clan, but they're not the type to take a loss just to oppose the cult leader. Surprisingly, they may be easy to persuade. Surprisingly, Pa Seol-young agreed with me. Well, those cowardly sword bastards aren't exactly the daring type. Where in the world did that deep-seated hatred of swordsmen come from? If all 5 families of the 6 great demonic clans join together, then that plan might be feasible. I hope the Pa clan not only remains neutral, but actively supports the Jin clan. Pa Seol-young fell silent. A deeply contemplative expression appeared on her face. What kind of answer would she give? It's definitely a difficult topic to answer right away, especially when it concerns the fate of one's clan. Is that so? This is something we'll have to discuss after you pass my sister's trial. Pa Seol-young slowly stood up from her seat. Please wait here for about 3 hours, an hour more than what the chief administrator had mentioned. It'll take some time to prepare the stage, but we won't make you wait past sunset. What kind of stage takes half a day to prepare? Still, it worked in my favor. If I was confident, the bigger the stage, the better. I nodded with an artificially pleasant smile. All right, I'll look forward to the dazzling performance. I promise you won't be disappointed. With those words, Pa Seol-young exited the reception room. Just like that, 3 hours passed. Woo-ah. Pa Yeong-young, Pa Yeong-young, Pa Yeong-young crushed that brat from the Jin clan with an audience of over 1,000 people. Ha ha ha, it's been a while since I've seen something this fun. Well done, Seol-young. From the highest seat offstage, Pa clan head Pa Er-young was laughing heartily. And gathered around him were peerless experts exuding intense auras. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that all of the Pa clan's top members were present for this event. I muttered quietly under my breath. Damn woman. I expected it to be a large-scale event, but not this large. Before I knew it, the Pa clan's chief administrator had returned and was desperately trying to prevent us from leaving the reception room, even mobilizing the Pa clan's martial artists to do so. What exactly is being prepared outside? I am sorry, I can't tell you. It wasn't worth causing a scene by using force, so I stayed still. Still, I couldn't help but imagine ominous scenarios about what was going on out there. Then, 3 hours later, Biwahaha, it's my first time seeing you in person. The Jin brat's eldest son. Standing before us was none other than the cult's first elder, and the man praised as the greatest saber user of the demonic faction saber demon Pa Er-young. Not just the Pa clan head, but the entire clan head himself had shown up. Was this why they added an extra hour? I heard from Seol-young. Yura here for a duel with Yeong-myung? That's correct, clan head. Aside from the odd nuance in his tone, Pa Er-young stroked his chin and scanned my entire body. How curious. It's been a while since an outsider challenged Yeong-myung while wielding a saber. I blinked and asked back. How long has it been, exactly? About 3 years ago. Some guy named Yeo-myung from the Seop clan came at her and got all his limbs chopped off. Right, Seol-young, do I remember that correctly? Yes, clan head. Galloping saber Yeo-myung. He was a master-level martial artist fairly well known in the region. If she diced up a master-level expert 3 years ago, how strong is she now? He probably had a saber too, but it's clear that you can't measure a direct-line descendant of the 6 clans with conventional levels. Their secret martial arts display realms beyond structured limits. Young master, I am looking forward to this duel. I swallowed hard and replied. Really? Yeah, Yama Saber praised you a lot. Pa Seol-young's eyes widened in surprise as if she hadn't heard that. Lord Yama Saber, why would he? He said he wanted to take this guy as his disciple. Gasp? Pa Seol-young's eyes bulged in shock. He might not be on the same level as a Saber Supreme or a clan head, but Yama Saber was one of the top 5 saber users Pa Seol-young deeply respected. And such a figure wanted to take this pretty boy as his disciple? Oh right, didn't you say there was something you wanted? Why yes, that's correct. Only now did he bring it up. Whatever it is, if you prove you meet the standards of the Pa clan as a saber user, I'll grant it. However sneaker. Pa Er-young leaned in and grinned at me. If you fail to prove it, you'll leave everything below your neck behind. What a damn terrifying family. Father and daughter sure speak in the same chilling tone. But strangely, hearing that threat made me feel calmer instead. You won't be disappointed. Oh, I've taken your words to heart. That you'll grant whatever request I make if I pass. I bowed deeply to Pa Er-young. Then, I'll see you after the duel. The Pa clan truly felt like a sacred land for saber users. The training arena was packed with people of all ages, all of whom carried sabers either on their backs or at their waists. And atop that training arena, seated and waiting for me, was a familiar woman with a twin-bun hairstyle. Pa Yeong-myung waved at me from across the stage as I stepped up. Hey, I heard you dumped the young cult leader. Is that really the first thing you say after we reunite? But come on, it's just too funny to ignore, isn't it? She looked genuinely entertained. smiling broadly without even the slightest concern for the upcoming duel. Well, at least she didn't tease me for too long. That was some small relief. Man, I did say we should spar sometime, but I didn't think it'd happen this quickly. I am here to make a difficult request. Oh yeah? But to do that, I'll have to defeat you first. Her eyes narrowed slightly. So not only are you seeking my recognition, you intend to surpass me too? At the very least, I need to be on that level before I can state my demands. You're confident you won't regret those words. SHHHK Pa Yongyong slowly rose to her feet. What emanated from her wasn't reckless killing intent, but refined, extreme fighting spirit. I know, you're at a higher level than I am right now. That maid from the Black Gold Saw clan too looks like you picked up something nice somewhere. SRRRNG? A saber identical to mine appeared in her hand, but victory isn't determined by level alone. Indeed, I agree. Just as the refined yin-yang fist demon had defeated by me, when I was barely at the peak master level despite reaching maturity in demonic sword arts. I too could be thoroughly destroyed by opponents of lower cultivation. What's commonly referred to as the master or peak master realm only measures the state of the body. The world of martial arts is determined by the states of the mind, chi, and bada victory or defeat changes depending on their harmony at the time. I too faced her and drew my saber, gripping it with both hands. A stance similar to the middle guard position in orthodox swordsmanship. It was quite different from the basic posture of the 10 heavenly record demonic sword, but for saber techniques, this stance made the most sense. Your stance is decent. At least I earned some points for not arrogantly holding the saber in one hand. Then I'll begin. Bring it. Light yet heavy, fast yet weighty. My first move marked the start of the duel. 10 heavenly record demonic sword variant form, 7th record. Heavenly Net Convergence originally. Heavenly Net Convergence, the 7th form of the Heavenly Record Sword, was a technique meant to defend against multiple slashes. But when executed as a saber technique, with both hands CHWAJWAJWAJWAJWAJ walk, the attack transformed into a deadly killing strike, with saber chi flying out in all directions. Ooh, cheers erupted from the surrounding saber users. Countless strands of saber chi, giving no room to dodge. No illusions or transformations, just pure power. What incredible cutting force. He's perfectly captured the essence of saber chi. Young miss, if you don't block that, you're dead. She probably didn't even have time to hear what the crowd was shouting. Her face showed brief surprise. Coming in hard from the very start, but only for a moment. From Pa Yongyong's saber chi burst forth in streams. Extreme demonic king saber technique, 10,000 waves resting saber. Though her saber chi seemed to surge out uncontrollably at first, it suddenly formed a rhythmic pattern and began to absorb my attack gently. A technique like spinning cotton candy with a saber. Phew! With a heavy exhale, Pa Yongyong smashed the entangling saber chi to the ground and shattered it. How intense. Catching her breath for a moment, she smiled playfully. That's my line. I thought we were going to compare pure saber techniques, but you really caught me off guard. Then I'll fight properly from here on. Too late now. From the very beginning, the fire had been lit. The saber chi coiled around her saber didn't fade. No, instead, it began to burn bright white like an eternal flame. Holy saber. The Pa clan's final secret technique before their ultimate arts. The term might not suit the demonic cult known as the Heavenly Demon Cult, but the Holy Saber was the very foundation of the Pa clan's reputation as the greatest saber clan in the Central Plains, surpassing even the Hebei Peng clan. She's pulling out the Holy Saber from the start? I'd heard that the Pa clan possessed several secret techniques apart from the Holy Saber, but none with the versatility of this one. Come on, let's begin our kill or be killed dance. As expected of a blood descendant of the Pa clan, Pa Yongyong shouted something downright terrifying as she swung her saber at me. I will defeat you and make the Pa clan my ally. I didn't back down either. Meeting her saber head-on, I swung with full force. Quag-wag-wag-wag-wang. Chapter 117, Extreme Pa Clan 4. It was coming. The saber chi flew toward my neck, tracing a precise arc. How tricky. There were many peculiarities about the Holy Saber, but one of the most difficult aspects was that, due to its flaming nature, it was hard to predict its trajectory. KH, clang-clang-clang. The pure white flames flowed back along the saber of my straight sword. The moment I parried Pa Yongyong's strike, the internal energy within me suddenly grew turbulent. This is damn annoying. My assessment of the Holy Saber rose another notch in my mind. One of the attributes of the holy saber was that it was infamous for being a type of reverse internal energy that disrupted the flow of the opponent's energy. It was said that, in the worst-case scenario, it could even shave away a significant chunk of the internal energy accumulated over years. I cursed Pa Yong-yong inwardly. And she has the nerve to talk about a swordsman's honor while using that thing? What a hypocrite. If I tried to face her with an equal saber, mine would be corroded in an instant. Things might be different if I used chi projection, but if she had refined her holy saber into chi projection as well, the result would be the same. An absolute incompatibility of chi cultivation. That was the power of the Pa clan's secret techniqueth holy saber. After parrying the flying saber chi, I looked into Pa Yong-yong's eyes as she resumed her stance. Just as expected. She really hates losing. She acted easygoing, even a bit like an old man, but that was just the persona she showed outwardly. At her core, she was a personification of competitive spirit, determined to crush her opponent no matter what. Fine. As she blazed with competitive fire, I too adjusted my grip on my sword. I'll keep you company until the end. Ho-ho. Though they had gathered for other matters, the Pa clan's upper council soon found their attention entirely focused on the duel between the two fighters. Until then, the only topic that had come up among them was how many seconds it would take the young mistress to obliterate that arrogant brat from the Jin clan. But as 50 seconds passed, then 100, the topic stopped coming up altogether. He's got good form in his saber technique. For the young mistress to use the holy saber from the very start, could that mean she acknowledged him as a worthy opponent? The elders of the Pa clan didn't dare answer hastily. This was no one else but the young mistress. Among those of her age group, she had no rivals except perhaps for that once-in-a-generation monster known as the young cult leader. No one else had ever dared infringe upon her prestige, and yet their common sense was now being shattered. Oh, to think such a saber technique exists in this world. A saber technique rivaling the Pa clan's secret art, the extreme Demon Heaven King sword technique, was being unleashed by the man named Jin Yeomyung. He would deflect attacks, but never dodge. He might be pushed into a corner, but he never retreated. Even in the face of Pa Yong-yong's destructive swordsmanship powerful enough that even the clan elders would give her leeway, her opponent showed no signs of backing down. His every movement screamed that he was a true swordsman, fierce and resolute. What is that black energy? I've never seen such intense yet refined energy before. How is he standing up to the holy saber head-on and still fine? The elders of the Pa clan were puzzled as to how Jin Yeomyung was able to withstand the holy saber. Perhaps he prepared some countermeasures against the holy saber ahead of time. A clan like the demonic heavens Jin clan should have something like that. Yura saying that black energy is the countermeasure? I doubt that, but if there's another possibility, one elder brought up a ridiculous idea. What if he's controlling his turbulent internal energy moment to moment with sheer willpower? What? At that level? Is that even possible? If not, there's really no other way to explain the way that young man is holding his ground. They murmured among themselves, fully absorbed in analyzing the intense duel unfolding before them. Just then, quite impressive. A quiet remark came from the most honored seat, the Grand Master's seat. The Pa clan's leadership didn't miss that single remark. The calm tone didn't matter. What did matter was that this praise had come from none other than the clan head himself, and that wasn't the end of the praise. If that young man had chosen a sword instead of a saber, Yeo-myung might found herself in trouble. Such high praise? The upper council of the Pa clan was utterly shocked. Clan head Pa Aryang never praised swordsmen under any circumstance. For him to say such a thing meant that the young man named Jin Yeomyung was performing beyond exceptionally. A week was it? If he reached that level in such a short time, he's definitely one to watch. He has the qualities to become a great saber wielder. Are you saying the young mistress could lose? At an elder's question, Pa Aryang quietly shook his head. That young man might already be worthy of being called a saber master, but compared to Yeo-myung, who has wielded the saber her entire life, he's still lacking in many areas. At this level, those small differences will lead to absolute outcomes. In the world of martial arts, there's a saying that a single sheet of paper's difference could take a lifetime to cross. With his talent, he might catch up in a few years, but not today. Pa Aryang slowly leaned back in the Grand Master's seat. Yeo-myung still hasn't revealed many of her trump cards. I don't know if she'll use them all in this fight, but at this rate, the holy saber alone will end it. Why, yes, of course. The leaders of the Pa clan looked relieved at his words and were then surprised by the fact that they felt relief at all. That was how unexpected the battle before them had become. Pa Eryong pondered quietly. If that young man used chi projection, he might be able to turn the tables. But at least in this duel, he would not use chi projection. Pa Eryong had realized something. In terms of pure level, Jin Yeomyung stood a step above Pa Yongyong. But that guy picked up the saber to prove himself as a true saber wielder. He's not the kind to disgrace the nature of this duel by recklessly using chi projection. If Pa Yongyong had reached the peak master level, he wouldn't have hesitated to use chi projection. But at least for now, he was trying to prove himself on even ground. Well then, if you want to overturn this match, y'all have to show a technique even greater than what we've seen so far. So, what will you do, junior brother? More than 200 seconds had passed since the duel began. Normally, the winner would have been decided by now, but Pa Yongyong and I were still controlling our breathing, each searching for the other's opening. "You're impressive, you know." Pa Yongyong grinned and praised me. "It's my first time swinging my saber this freely against someone my own age." "I feel the same," I replied. It was the first time I had such a prolonged match that felt as intense as a life-or-death duel. Pa Yongyong was the first. "But you've noticed it too, haven't you? SHHHK. She pointed her saber at me and continued. "At this rate, I'll win." Her holy saber still blazed with dazzling intensity. I clicked my tongue at the sight. What kind of messed-up internal energy is that? Despite maintaining it for nearly an hour, her saber chi hadn't lost any of its ferocity. I had confidence that, thanks to the Jin clan's endless elixirs and the fortuitous opportunity I gained through Yuso, my internal energy wouldn't fall behind anyone. But this was different. I guess it was to be expected from the young mistress of one of the 6 great demonic clans. To be honest, even if it ends here, the clan head would acknowledge you. "You've already shown more than enough to earn a passing grade." I chuckled and replied, "Now that's not something you really believe. Are you saying you want to end it here?" Her answer was, "No, not at all, just as expected. I don't know how you're managing to take on the holy saber head-on, but I admit your skill. Still, if this continues, y'all lose." Repeating herself, Pa Yongyong revealed a hint of her true thoughts. "I don't want to cut your throat." Considering that most who challenged her hadn't returned alive, that was an incredible gesture of goodwill. I let out a dry laugh and shook my head. "I am sorry, Lady Pa, but I also carry quite a few burdens on my back." As I crossed sabers with her once more, I declared, "My own life, your defeat, and even the price for both'll be taking it all." "You greedy bastard." Smiling faintly with a trace of melancholy, Pa Yongyong's expression quickly returned to one of fierce determination. "All right then, let's see this through to the end." Whoosh. The holy saber that had been burning erratically suddenly took on a singular form, refining itself into a sharp, defined saber. From the outside, watching her, Pa Xiaoyong's eyes gleamed as she shouted, "Overlord's dominant chi art." The Overlord's dominant chi art, practically the Pa clan symbol. A supreme technique whose destructive power surpassed even the yin-yang fist demon's sun and moon heaven-shattering demonic art. "So, how are you going to face this?" Ironically, I felt her sense of consideration from that very use of chi projection. Both of our internal energy reserves were reaching their limit, so the flow of the match shifting toward a final decisive blow made perfect sense. But just as she had said, being in a favorable position, she had no obligation to use chi projection first. "Thank you, Lady Pa, thanks to you, I can go all out as well." Until now, I had been consciously suppressing my use of chi projection, because I had wanted to prove myself by matching her level. But now that Pa Yongyong had used saber chi, my own restrictions were lifted. In an instant, the saber chi around my straight sword transformed, the thin threads of saber chi condensing into a massive weapon. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Atop the training ground now died in twilight, 2 brilliant saber sewn white and 1 black shone like twin stars. A clash of strength against strength. This is the strongest technique I can muster. It's called Overlord's meteoric chi. Mine is Heaven-Earth Reversal Formation. I calmly revealed the name of the technique I was about to unleash. If I win this clash, I'd like to ask for a reward. A reward? That's right. Wouldn't it be unfair if only you walked away with a gain? Despite maintaining saber chi, Pa Yongyong winked at me with one eye. Honestly, that was a little cute. What is it you want? For one from now on, y'all call me Big Sister. One? There's more. There's one more. What is it? That I'll tell you after this match is over. She really had a knack for provoking her opponent. One of the most irritating things a person could do was stop talking halfway through. Ha! Kicking off the ground and soaring into the air, she shouted thunderously toward me. Kuwa, Overlord's meteoric chi. The sky seemed to split in two. No, it was just an illusion caused by the massive saber chi crashing down upon me. But if I failed to counter it properly, my world would indeed be torn in two, never to be mended again. I firmly grounded my stance. Gripping the hilt tightly, I raised the saber up to shoulder height and softly murmured the name of the technique, Heaven-Earth Reversal Formation. Surprisingly, Heaven-Earth Reversal Formation, which normally countered with a thrust, drastically changed when used with a single-edged saber. It didn't pierce in a perfect straight line. Instead, it moved in a graceful arc. Huh, what is that? It was being drawn in. The brilliant overlord's dominant chi art, the pride of the Pa clan, couldn't break through the circular motion of my saber chi. Instead, it began to get absorbed. What kind of monstrous technique is that? How is that even possible? The martial artists of the Pa clan all leapt to their feet at the sight of this unprecedented spectacle. That is, even Pa Er-yang, seated in the Grand Master's chair, widened his eyes and watched in stunned silence. Chapter 118, Extreme Pa Clan, 5, the outcome was decided in a single exchange. And yet, for some reason, my memories of what happened after that were oddly hazy. Damn it, what the hell happened? The Heaven-Earth Reversal Formation was ultimately a counter technique. Pa Yeo-myung, unable to withstand both the power of her own overlord's dominant chi art and the energy of the heavenly deer sword, had been swallowed whole by the stream of black and white light. Even with defensive chi surrounding her, survival was uncertain. I remembered that someone had blocked her path at the last moment, but after that, you're awake? Ugh. I opened my eyes, feeling the soft touch of the blanket around me. The bitter scent of medicinal herbs drifting through my nostrils told me I was probably in the medicine hall. But then, why was this person here in the medicine hall? Lord of the clan. For some reason, the lord of the extreme Pa clan, Pa Er-yang, was sitting right beside me, looking down at me. They said it's a light internal injury. Y'all need to rest for a while. Why is the clan lord here? My foggy mind suddenly felt sharp and alert. Should someone of the clan lord's stature, busy as he must be, really be lingering in a place like this? As if reading my thoughts, Pa Er-yang spoke. There's something I want to ask you. Unlike the hearty manner he'd shown before, he now appeared quite serious. What would you like to ask? As though he had been waiting for those very words, Pa Er-yang wasted no time. What is your relationship with the cult leader? Why was he asking me about my relationship with the cult leader? Even as the question startled me, another part of me found it reasonable. After all, I had been asked something similar before, by none other than the Yin-yang fist demon during the first display of the Heaven-Earth Reversal Formation. What should I do? If I were to answer, I could do so truthfully. The pavilion master of the 1000-day pass had told me that merely learning the heavenly deer sword wasn't a crime. The only issue was whether he would believe me. The Yin-yang fist demon had mentioned the heavenly demonic divine art upon witnessing the Heaven-Earth Reversal Formation's power. Surely Pa Er-yang was asking for a similar reason, if not the exact same one. If I answer, will you believe me? Surprisingly, Pa Er-yang nodded without hesitation. I will. There's no special relationship, especially when it comes to martial arts. I offered a slightly modified explanation. I said that I had obtained my martial arts through a stroke of fortune after meeting Yuso, the 9 Heavens' mysterious maiden, in Qinghai. Her martial arts, I added, were based on the long-lost arts of the reversed Heaven clan. Martial arts of the Yu clan? That still exists. Pa Er-yang looked quite intrigued by my words. If that's true, then it makes sense. Yu Jian, the heavenly demon's first disciple, directly inherited the heavenly demonic divine art from the first heavenly demon himself. He accepted my explanation without much suspicion. Well, fine. I had been wondering if you were a lackey of the cult leader, but if it was just coincidence, then so be it. Haha, I wasn't a lackey of the cult leader, but I had been acting suspiciously close to it. Alright, what about Lady Pa? How is she? It was a belated question, but one I had to ask regardless. There was a real chance Pa Yeo-myung might have been obliterated in that final clash. She's alive. And by that you mean? She'll need about a year of recovery. For a martial artist in her prime, being sidelined for a year was a devastating blow. She was lucky. Even with me blocking the final blow, she could have easily lost a limb or two. Should I feel relieved that she still had all her limbs? Sorry. There's nothing to apologize for. It was a fair duel and a fair outcome. A response befitting the head of the Pa clan, honorable and straightforward. If only he hadn't said what came next. Well, I'm not sure how Yeol-myung will react to you. Knowing how obsessed Pa Yeol-myung was with her sister, there was a good chance she wouldn't let me off easy for injuring Pa Yeol-myung so severely. It was already hard enough dealing with Sa Biono, it'd have to face Pa Yeol-myung too. HMPH. Anyway, let's just move past that for now. I don't think that's something to just move past, sir. Ignoring my protest, Pa Yeol-myung continued speaking. I heard from Yeol-myung that you want to unite the 6 great demonic clans to keep the Cheon clan in check. To be precise, I am referring only to the faction within the Cheon clan that opposes the young cult leader. Same thing. Most of the Cheon clan elders probably can't stand the young cult leader. At that moment, a question I hadn't considered before sprang to mind. In my past life, I hadn't cared enough to ask, but after assisting Cheon Yura in this life, I began to wonder, and before I realized it, I asked Pa Yeol-myung directly. Why do the Cheon clan elders dislike the young cult leader so much? The young cult leader has impeccable qualities. She seized her position through overwhelming talent, and as a direct descendant of the current cult leader, her legitimacy is unquestionable, isn't it? The fact that she was a woman shouldn't be an issue either. After all, the one the elders were backing was also Cheon Yeomyung, a woman. It was clearly a sensitive matter with some hidden truth behind it, so I hadn't pried until now. It was a shot in the dark. But as expected, our esteemed Pa clan lord didn't disappoint. Obviously, it's because of her maternal bloodline. Maternal bloodline? The young cult leader's mother, late Grand Madam of the Cheon clan, was of a bloodline that would make those Cheon bastards foam at the mouth just hearing about it. Much more critical information spilled from Pa Yeol-myung's lips than Id anticipated. Honestly, if the current cult leader hadn't been the heavenly demon of his era, the young cult leader would have been killed long ago, damn it. I've said too much. Realizing he'd spoken without filtering his thoughts, Pa Yeol-myung abruptly shut his mouth. Ha hey. Yes, clan lord, forget what I just said. It was something I promised the cult leader not to reveal. Pa Yeol-myung roughly scratched his head. That was likely just how sensitive and shameful a matter it was concerning the Cheon clan. I'm not sure what you're talking about, sir. Good, that's the right attitude. Pa Yeol-myung let out a faint sigh. In any case, whatever your plan is, if both I and Yeo-myung, the lesser clan lord, have acknowledged you, then I am willing to help however I can. What? A strange sense of unease crept up on me. Even after showing all his cards, why was Pa Yeol-myung suddenly hesitating like this? Is there something you want from me? At my question, Pa Yeol-myung grinned, baring his teeth. Heh, quick on the uptake. And then, right after you, marry Yeo-myung. Excuse me, I am saying you should marry into the Pa clan as our son-in-law. It felt as though a giant meteor had just crashed down on my head. Lesser Demon Hall, one of the 9 demon halls and the residence of the young cult leader, Cheon Yura. Recently, it had transformed into a place of suffocating silence. In the past, it had retained at least some atmosphere of daily life, but ever since that incident, everything had changed. The maidservants and law protectors were now living with their heads down, constantly watching the young cult leader's mood. Clear it. Why yes, Mom. Ever since Jin Yeomyung gave up on participating in the exchange ceremony, many promising heirs from the 6 great demonic clans had visited the Somagak in hopes of claiming the position of demonic faction lord. But without exception, each one was dragged out in ruins, looking just like the one who had collapsed before them. One of the law protectors, who had been watching, nervously swallowed and cautiously approached Cheon Yura. Young cult leader. What is it? Her voice was cold, with not a trace of humanity. A letter of protest has arrived from the Medicine Hall's hall master. And, well, they ask that you stop destroying the challengers' dantians. To leave with just broken limbs was a blessing. Most challengers lost their martial arts entirely under Cheon Yura's ruthless strikes. Considering they were all blood relatives of the 6 great demonic clans, this was no minor problem. But Cheon Yura remained indifferent. That's a cheap price for facing off against garbage. Tell the Medicine Hall master to mind his own position. And if he sends another one of those letters, I won't let it go. A clear refusal. The law protector felt utterly lost as to how to reply to the letter. Are there any other challengers still waiting? One person remains. Tell them to come in. Let's get this over with. There's no need. I am already here. A cold female voice cut off Cheon Yura's words. The law protectors missed their moment to react when they saw the woman who had entered the sparring grounds. Normally, Anyone who violated the rules of the Somagak would be immediately punished. You've been living like a wreck, swinging your sword aimlessly, and it looks like the rumors were right. But the figure standing before them looked strikingly similar to the young cult leader. Even Cheon Yura frowned deeply upon recognizing the visitor. Cheon Yeomyung. It's been a while, Cheon Yura. A former rival thought to have disappeared into history after losing in the young cult leader selection tournament. You've lost your mind, Cheon Yeomyung. Are you here to die? Even with the murderous intent filling the air, Cheon Yeomyung was unbothered. She even smirked, mocking Cheon Yura. Fufu, I heard you were dumped and haven't recovered from heartbreak. Looks like the rumors were spot on. How dare you? The maidservants and law protectors nearby exploded in rage toward Cheon Yeomyung. But the target of their outrage remained composed and only grew colder in her presence. I am in a very foul mood today. If you pick a fight with me half-heartedly, I won't go easy on you. Even if killing me could cost you your position as young cult leader. One of the Chin clan's most sacred rules was the prohibition against killing one's own blood relatives. Granted, someone of Cheon Yura's status might be granted leniency, but Cheon Yeomyung was backed by nearly all the Chin clan elders. Killing her outright would almost certainly lead to Cheon Yura losing her position. But Cheon Yura didn't care in the slightest. Yura banking everything on that? SRRRNG. Cheon Yura's sword was drawn, exuding a deadly killing aura. Yet Cheon Yeomyung didn't react. She simply stepped forward and spoke softly. Then your man will never look at you again. Flinch. Cheon Yura's sword stopped just before it was fully drawn. You think I wouldn't know? That your man has been running around trying to protect you. You wretched. And if you're going to betray that, trust yourself here. Without even drawing her sword, Cheon Yeomyung walked straight up to Cheon Yura. Then, in an almost theatrical display, she lifted her chin and leaned in. Kill me. Why? Can't do it. Tremble, tremble. Cheon Yura's half-drawn sword began to shake. It wouldn't be strange if, in the next moment, it completed its draw and carved a bloody line across Cheon Yeomyung's throat. But in the end, Cheon Yura's sword never came out all the way. Cheon Yeomyung sneered at her. Coward. You've never been loved, so you don't know how to love. Cheon Yeomyung ruthlessly tore open Cheon Yura's emotional wounds. That man is out there doing everything he can for you, and yet you don't even know how to respond. So instead, you waste your emotions by swinging your sword like a pitiful fool. That's too far. A maid finally lost her temper and raised her voice. Silence. How dare a mere servant interrupt the conversation between blood members of the Chin clan? Yurk, crushed by the full force of Cheon Yeomyung's killing intent, the maid collapsed, a wet stain spreading underneath her. Normally, Cheon Yura would have intervened by now. But this time, she said nothing. She couldn't even lift her head. I came here today to declare war. Almost as if to ensure no one else could hear, Cheon Yeomyung whispered into Cheon Yura's ear. There's only one daughter of mother. Me. Not a manufactured thing like you. I may have lost back then, but now I'll reclaim the place that was rightfully mine. Cheon Yeomyung's voice, dripping with malice, dug deep into Cheon Yura's ear, without fail. Chapter 119. Fire of emotion. Do you know what my first objective is for this? Cheon Yeomyung whispered. To take your man. Your talent, the position of young cult leader that you gained through it, even those guardians and attendants, and the heavenly demonic divine art you've mastered. Her tone was laced with hatred. All of those were merely things granted to you by the cult leader. Cheon Yeomyung truly believed that. But that man is different. That man, at the very least, is something you can claim as entirely your own, not something someone gave you. His loyalty, his affection, his gaze, and his passion. If I were to take everything from that man, how utterly devastated would you be? Whoosh. In that moment, like oil had been poured on a long smoldering fire, Cheon Yura's emotions flared violently. But rather than being daunted, Cheon Yeomyung welcomed the reaction. Ahahaha, that's it, that look in your eyes. That childish emotion screaming that you never want to lose him. I knew I wasn't wrong, your reaction says it all. Truly enraged, Cheon Yura reached for her sword's hilt. This time, she was determined to draw her blade and slash her enemy's throat. However, someone intervened before she could act. That's far enough. From the entrance of the Lesser Demon Hall, a familiar yet clear woman's voice rang out. At the sound of that voice, the attendants' and guardians' expressions lit up. HMPH, come to think of it, there was one more thing you obtained with your own hands. Cheon Yeomyung turned her head in the opposite direction. Sabion, you seem to have had the time to come here? At the end of her gaze stood Sabion, who had once managed this place as one of Cheon Yura's attendants. She was no longer clad in the neat, servant's garments of the past, but wore luxurious robes, and by her side were elite warriors of her clan guarding her without the slightest gap in formation. It was clear proof of her current standing within her clan. Recently, the grand heir of your clan has been raging, desperate to kill you. Sabion narrowed her eyes half-closed. Yura acquainted with my elder brother? Oh, of course. Just how many places are there for a cornered rat to seek help from? It was practically a confession that Sa Bihwen had aligned with the Chin clan. He's been wandering around doing every despicable thing imaginable. To the silent Sabion, Chin Yeomyung gently extended her hand. What do you think? If you come to me, you could hand over all that information. With that alone, you could easily bring about his downfall. Then Yao'll become the next head of the Sa clan, and the right hand of the next cult leader. Are you trying to win me over right now? Of course, you're far more appealing than that worthless man. Bion, Chin Yura unconsciously shouted toward Sabion, and Sabion responded perfectly to that call. I refuse. Is that so? What's the point of glory gained through betraying the one I serve? Even in the face of such a firm refusal, Chin Yeomyung laughed instead. Huh? What's so funny? You're foolish, so very foolish. Chin Yeomyung looked at Sabion as though she found her truly amusing. Do you know the most common way that second-in-commands in history have seized power? Chin Yeomyung and Sabion locked eyes in midair. By striking the back of the person above them. Well, it doesn't seem like it'll work right now, so I'll take my leave. Swish, even if it's not you, I already have a right hand I can trust. Gasp, like a ghost. Someone slipped in between Sabion and Chin Yeomyung. Would you care to exchange greetings? I am called Bikryong. The one called Bikryong was a girl at least a head shorter than both Chin Yeomyung and Sabion. A fragile body that seemed not even fully developed. But the moment Sabion saw her calm eyes and cold lips, she instinctively knew this girl was no ordinary foe. A top-tier expert. She looked like she had severed all emotion. Or rather, as Chin Yeomyung had just implied, it wouldn't be surprising if her mind had truly been tampered with. While Bikryong and Sabion faced off in a tense atmosphere, before I leave, let me give you a little information. Information, you say? Chin Yeomyung's gaze turned again to Chin Yura. Your man Jin Yeomyung visited the Extreme Pa clan just yesterday. At the words, Extreme Pa clan, both Sabion and Chin Yura's expressions slightly brightened. They knew exactly why Jin Yeomyung had gone there. But then Chin Yeomyung said something that defied belief. And did you know the clan head of Extreme Pa clan proposed a son-in-law match with your man? Specifically with their young mistress, Pa Yong-yong. Chin Yura's pupils shrank rapidly. What's even more amusing is your man didn't refuse the proposal. What? Chin Yeomyung, what nonsense is that? Even as Chin Yura shouted in fury, Chin Yeomyung laughed gleefully and exited the lesser demon hall. I swear on my honor it's the truth. Ahahaha. What the? Stop right there, Chin Yeomyung. If you want the truth, why not find out yourself instead of asking me? If I say it's not true now, would you even believe it? Ha. With those final words, Chin Yeomyung completely left the lesser demon hall. Swoosh. Chin Yura let her arms fall helplessly to her sides, her expression one of disbelief. Her eyes were filled with indescribable shock. Marriage, what do you mean by that? I asked Pa Er-yang again, stunned beyond belief. Just as it sounds. It's an official marriage proposal between the Pa clan and the Jin clan. Pa Er-yang continued calmly. Isn't the Jin clan on good terms with the So clan because your grandmother is from their line? He was right. The current matriarch of the demonic heavens Jin clan and Jin Gunak's mother, So Yunryeon, was the younger sister of the previous clan head of the hidden shadow So clan. We're about to go up against none other than the Chin clan. Since alliances of interest can break at any time, if we bind ourselves through blood, there'll be no need to worry about betrayal. But I don't bring up your relationship with the young cult leader. Didn't you officially sever ties with her? I clamped my mouth shut. I had walked right into my own trap. The Usura king would likely consider it quite favorably. He might even force the marriage through. That's, I am trying to do you a favor in my own way. Favor, my ass. I could practically see the greed dripping from his eyes. This is bad. I never imagined the clan head of the Pa clan would take a personal interest in me. The real problem was that his justification sounded very reasonable and I didn't have a strong one to reject it. Honestly, I had come here asking for help with nothing to offer. It was shameless of me. What happens if I refuse? I won't withdraw support for the junior brother. Pa Er-yang grinned. But the support from the main house will significantly weaken. That was a roundabout way of saying it'd be left high and dry if I turned him down. The young cult leader might be hurt, but she can't do anything to you. The cult leader himself wouldn't allow it. Chills. A shiver ran down my spine. He's got the situation completely figured out. At a glance, he might seem like some eccentric obsessed with martial enlightenment, uninterested in the cult's affairs, but Pa Er-yang clearly had the insight and intelligence worthy of a clan head among the 6 great demonic clans. He had grasped the cult leader's true intent and the full nature of my relationship with Cheon Yura with shocking precision. I've been far too complacent. I had convinced myself I understood the Pa clan's tendencies and planned things too loosely. Now it had come back to bite me. I don't think I can give you an immediate answer. Pa Er-yang furrowed his brows slightly. HMPH, so you want to gauge the situation? Not very manly. Even if you say that, I can't help it. The proposal was just too sudden. Well, I suppose that's fair enough. Pa Er-yang slowly rose from his seat. Before you go, why don't you meet Yeo-myung? Your personalities seem compatible, and she's been wanting to see you. Understood. You can even consummate things on the spot if you like. I'll pass on that. He really was a man with unstoppable drive, like a bull. Was this what people meant when they said you removed a lump only to grow another? Judging by your face, I can tell exactly what the clan head said to you. Why the long face? Do you hate me that much? You know, it's not that kind of issue. Pa Yong-myung, resting her chin on her hand and watching me with an enigmatic smile, didn't look at all like a terminally ill patient. But in the world of martial arts, internal injuries mattered far more than external wounds. Right now, Pa Yong-myung was no different from a critically ill patient with twisted qi circulation throughout her body and ruptured internal organs. Even with her calm expression, the sweat trickling down her forehead said it all. That duel felt truly liberating. You're really strong. Thank you for the compliment. Once I recover, let's fight again. Thanks to you, I had a small enlightenment. One more match, and I think it'll solidify that understanding. I slightly opened my mouth in surprise. Even if it was nearly a life-or-death battle, to achieve an insight from a single duel? Given who she was, if she said it aloud, it had to be something significant. Let's consider that after you've made a full recovery. Fair. By the way, I glanced cautiously at someone sitting nearby and cautiously broached the topic. Your younger sister is putting a lot of pressure on me. Could you maybe talk to her? What do you mean, Master Jin? Sitting beside us with a beaming smile was Pa Seol-young. She hadn't erased her smile once, yet I could feel the silent pressure she was sending my way. What did I do? And nothing at all. She had been refining her killing intent so precisely, she was shooting it at me without her sister noticing. Just from that, I could tell her skills weren't far off from Pa Yong-myung's. My stomach feels like it's being poked. Taking on the pure killing intent of a master-level expert bare-bodied was definitely no joke. Seol-young, enough. Yes, sister. Finally noticing the situation, Pa Yong-myung gave a look, and Pa Seol-young stopped sending her killing intent my way. And then Pa Yong-myung, for once, made a troubled face. Honestly, I didn't expect the clan head to make that proposal either. Is that so? Seol-young argued we should pull out, but I thought forming an alliance with the Jin clan might not be a bad thing. Pa Yong-myung thought that? I didn't expect that at all. Why did you think that? Obviously, because of you. Snap. Pa Yong-myung pointed her finger at me. I never imagined the young cult leader would change so much in such a short time. Changed? I thought, after about 10 more years, she'd become such a tyrant that no one could stop her. She wasn't wrong. Yet she changed after meeting you. Pa Yong-myung's eyes were serious. Even Pa Seol-young wiped the expression from her face and listened quietly. It wasn't just the meeting that changed her. It was all the effort you put in. I couldn't find the right words and just moved my lips soundlessly. To positively change someone else's emotions, that's an incredibly hard thing to do. Chapter 120, Heavenly Thunder Core, 1. Pa Yong-myung gave a bright smile. You managed to pull off something that difficult. That's why I saw a chance for victory in you. Unnai, with all due respect, staking the family's fate on something so emotional, Pa Yong-myung waved her hand dismissively. It's just a gut feeling, but my instincts are usually pretty accurate. She looked at me with a confident expression. Again, I want to make it clear that the patriarch's proposal wasn't my idea. I truly apologize for that. But it was a good call not to reject it outright and to put it on hold. I'll try to persuade the patriarch. If you do that, I'd greatly appreciate it. Or you could just marry me instead. No, Pa Yong-myung wore a wistful expression and murmured longingly. Someone like you would be more than welcome, you know? Honestly, at this rate, I feel like I'll die an old maid. They'll probably end up adopting someone decent from a branch family to carry on the line. To be honest, the sincerity in her words hit me hard. If it's you, even if it's a political marriage, it could feel like a romantic one. That'd be perfect, unnai. Pa Yeong-myung's words were sliced short by the icy voice of Pa Seol-young. With a slight pout, Pa Yeong-myung leaned toward me and whispered, "She's the main reason I keep saying I'll die an old maid. It's sad because it's not wrong. She had the intensity of a strict mother-in-law, ready to chase off any man who came near. Come to think of it, even in my past life, I never heard any news of her marrying anyone. Honestly, I didn't even know what to say to comfort her." Still, Pa Yeong-myung's hospital visit wasn't without gains. Knowing the personality of the Pa clan's patriarch, it wouldn't be surprising if he actually sent a marriage proposal to the Jin clan. If that happened, it'd have no choice but to try and persuade Jin Gunak. I wasn't sure how it would go, but for some reason, I had the feeling that Jin Gunak wouldn't accept it so easily. He was, after all, someone who had seen through the real reason I stepped back from the exchange ceremony. Young master. As I was resting back at the 1,000-day pass, Gu Chil appeared before me and knelt. "There's been word from the main family. It's about the Pa clan." "Really?" I accepted the slip of paper he handed me. But for some reason, Gu Chil looked unusually cheerful. Did something good happen? As if he had been waiting for that question, Gu Chil raised his voice and exclaimed, "Of course something good happened. You defeated none other than the young clan head of the Extreme Blade Pa clan. I also beat the Yin Yang Fist demon." "That's that, but this is something else. It wasn't just anyone, it was Pa Yeong-myung, the leader of the 6 demonic dragons. That means you're now the foremost figure among all the many successors of the heavenly demon cult. To be fair, from Gu Chil's perspective, the yin-yang fist demon was too far above to even feel real. But Pa Yeong-myung was different. She stood at the very peak of the successors, practically a being above the clouds. It went without saying that she graduated as the top student of the Demon Dragon Hall. And among the current successors, she was the first to effectively secure her position as heir among the 6 great demonic clans. No wonder Gu Chil was making such a fuss. "At this rate, won't you be given a cool nickname, young master?" I grimaced and waved my hand. "No thanks. I've got a mountain of work ahead. I can't afford to get caught up in some fleeting fame." Still, I ignored Gu Chil and read through the message. Then I raised one corner of my mouth and clenched my fist, just as I thought. The note, sent directly by Jin Yeomyung, contained news that the Hidden Shadow So clan had rejected my proposal. So they're already entertaining other ideas, huh? Contrary to his appearance, the current So clan head, killing demon So Muniac, was extremely ambitious. Even 2 decades later, he still hadn't passed the seat on to his successor, and when Cheon Yura began her reign, he frantically worked to expand the So clan's influence. Though when nothing else worked, he ended up betraying the cult. Knowing So Muniac's nature, it wasn't strange at all that he would bet on a dark horse like Jin Yeomyung. Despite his stoic appearance, he lived up to his nickname Killing Demon, a serial killer who found pleasure in murder. His temperament was severely twisted, or he might be biding his time, waiting to see which side wins. I let out a quiet sigh. Either way, I can't expect any help from the So clan. If I had some kind of leverage, I could try to make a desperate move. But the So clan was so closed off that it was hard to find any entry point. So for now, the only place I might be able to dig into is the Blood Dragon Demonic Clan. The Blood Dragon Demonic Clan had a fiercer succession battle than even the Black Gold Saw Clan. Especially now, when Ma Cholsu, who had graduated from the 1,000-day pass, was about to directly challenge the current heir, Ma Jiangchen. That meant there would definitely be an opening. But unlike with the Extreme Blade Pa clan, I can't break through head-on. With the Pa clan, the successor had already been confirmed, so a direct approach worked. But in the unstable Blood Dragon Demonic Clan, doing the same would be seen as blatant interference, which means I can only exert influence indirectly. There was another problem. The final victor of the Blood Dragon Demonic Clan civil war was none other than Ma Cholsu. He doesn't like me, so the chances of him accepting my proposal are low. Not unless he's backed into a corner with no other options. Honestly, compared to Ma Cholsu, Ma Jiangchen, the current heir, was far less talented. Despite the age gap, the current Ma Jiangchen couldn't even guarantee a win against Ma Cholsu. Despite having overwhelming family power, he lost influence due to poor political skill and ultimately had to hand over the heir position to Ma Cholsu. Out of pride alone, Ma Cholsu wouldn't accept my proposal. Damn, how can I bring the blood dragon demonic clan safely to our side? And to make things worse, even Ma Jiangchen, who currently had the upper hand, was likely to reject my help. Even if it were possible, considering Ma Jiangchen's lack of ability, he wasn't exactly an attractive ally. Should I give up, be content with the Sa and Pa clans, and leave the Ma clan neutral? It was just then, while I was deep in thought, Jin Yeomyung, Jin Yeomyung, Ma Jinseong. From a distance, Ma Jinseong, who had entered the 1,000-day pass at the same time as me, came running. When he had first joined, he had been little more than a runt, but he must have hit a growth spurt shot up noticeably over the past year. By big trouble, Jin Yeomyung, what kind of trouble? Did someone infiltrate the 1,000-day pass? That's not it. Despite his height, he was still just a kid, and the way he shook his head was almost endearing. From the main house? From the Ma clan? What happened? A civil war has broken out. Already. The civil war within the Ma clan was supposed to happen much later, and even then, it was expected to drag on for years according to the past timeline. But damn it, with the cult leader interfering far more directly than in my previous life, something like this was bound to happen. I roughly ran my hand through my hair. No matter how meticulous I tried to be, I couldn't remember or control every single detail, and it frustrated me deeply when things slipped through the cracks like this. So if it's a civil war, that means full-scale armed conflict. Who was involved? How did it happen? How many people were there? Where did the incident occur, and what was the outcome? Wait a second. My rapid-fire questions only flustered Ma Jinseong. After catching his breath, he relayed the outcome in a solemn voice. Ma Cholsu Hyungnim has gone missing. Damn it, I knew it. No matter how skilled Ma Cholsu was, there was no way he could defeat Ma Jiangchen in the current situation. There's a bigger problem. A bigger problem? What could be more serious than this? Ma Jinseong, on the verge of tears, spilled the rest of the story. Ma Jinyun Hyungnim has fallen into chi deviation. What did you say? To summarize, Ma Jiangchen, wary of Ma Cholsu's rapid rise and the threat he posed to the young clan lord's position, led his subordinates in a surprise assault on him. Ma Cholsu resisted as best he could, but it was futile. In a critical moment where his life hung by a thread, Ma Jinyun manifested an unknown demonic art and slaughtered Ma Jiangchen's subordinates. Thanks to sheer luck, Ma Cholsu managed to escape during that chaos, but Ma Jinyun was completely consumed by demonic energy, transforming into a bloodthirsty maniac. And that wasn't even the end. They failed to subdue him and let him get away? Why yes. Even with the Ma clan's combat units and elders mobilized. I was so dumbfounded I gaped at him. In an attempt to rein in Ma Jiangchen's reckless actions, the main house had dispatched the elders and combat forces, but of course, they hadn't arrived in time. In the end, all they witnessed was Ma Jinyun roaring as he single-handedly massacred Ma Jiangchen's men. Just how powerful do you have to be to escape after that? No hat did he learn to display such divine might? Honestly, if I were surrounded by the Ma clan's elders and military forces, even I would have to give up on escaping. He'd need to at least reach extreme demonic realm to even have a slight chance at escaping, wouldn't he? No matter how gifted Ma Jinyun was, to achieve that in such a situation, he would have to risk his life or something even greater, like his innate life essence. At that moment, one person associated with Ma Jinyun came to mind. The Lord of Heavenly Thunder core demonic gentleman Jin Yeomyung, the person closest to Ma Jinyun and the most likely to have passed on a martial art to him. This can't be left alone. Truthfully, what happened to Ma Jinyun was of no concern to me. But just as I was about to extend my reach toward the blood dragon demonic clan, I didn't want any wild variables disrupting the game board. I didn't expect you to return to me so soon, junior brother. Demonic gentleman Jin Yeomyung greeted me while lazily fanning himself. Unlike last time, I was now in Jin Yeomyung's office at the top of the Heavenly Thunder Corps. Jin Yeomyung furrowed his brow slightly and said, "You're not even officially part of our household, and yet you demanded to meet the Corps Lord himself. Are you aware of how rude that is? I know you're not mad." "Oh, I am actually quite upset. The fact that you granted me an audience proves otherwise. And the fact that he was still using honorifics with me, that was the second piece of evidence." I narrowed my eyes and pressed him. "I'll get straight to the point. What happened in the Ma clan?" Starting off with a fastball, are we? A civil war on that scale in the Ma clan is premature, especially something so meager in scale. There's no way the cult leader or you, core lord, would have wanted a civil war like that, right? That much was clear. The cult leader definitely wanted the 6 demonic clans to be weakened to some extent. But this incident in the Ma clan, though technically, a civil war was merely a clash between the private armies of competing successors. If Jin Yeomyung had interfered, it would never have ended so feebly. Jin Yeomyung fell silent for a moment, then let out a soft sigh. You're right, even I didn't see this coming. What do you mean by that? Ma Jiangchen, that idiot. I didn't expect him to act so impulsively. Looking troubled, Jin Yeomyung tapped his folded fan against his palm. I hadn't even fully passed the great technique down to him, yet I didn't think he'd cause such a mess. What kind of technique did you pass on to him? SFFT. Jin Yeomyung raised his index finger to his lips and squinted one eye. That's a secret. Seeing him act like that made me want to punch him square in the face. But then, to tell you one truth, only requested to learn that technique for one reason. To defeat you. What? This lunatic. For a moment, I was so dumbfounded I nearly swung a fist at Jin Yeomyung in real life. He had taught Ma Jinyun a technique capable of unleashing extreme demonic-level power in a single moment, just so he could beat me. Was he out of his damn mind?